of talent out of this roster. In many ways, they've underachieved. In many ways, they blew a chance to beat Indiana this week. They were in that football game, and they did not coach it well.
And if you're going to make a change at quarterback, which they've done 4 times, if you're going to make a change in personnel up front, some of it due to injury, but others due to performance, if you're going to make a change at other positions, then why not consider taking over play calling?
We've asked him. I've asked him about it. You've asked him. We've asked him about that, and he is saying it's a collective effort. He's kind of deflecting to the team. He doesn't want to single out anybody. But then you all get lumped in, is what I'm just going to default to. Then fine. Then you are endorsing this product, this offense, this coaching staff, and this play calling.
But again, the question I go back to is, if you're going to hold players to a certain standard of performance, then why not do that for your staff as well?
And I do think, I don't think he should be fired right now. I know we're going to get some of that in the ticket text. I think this is an incredibly pivotal offseason for Michigan football and for Sharon Moore, because you aren't Jim Harbaugh. You need to put your own stamp on the program. You will have a chance to get in line at the buffet before everybody else. You're not going to be in the playoff and have some long season. You need to hit the portal. You need to revamp your staff. You need to put your stamp on the program, and it has to look a hell of a lot better next season.
Well, and this is where Sharon Moore, you could call it, you need to be cutthroat. It's just called being a leader. You've got to make tough decisions, and you can't worry about feelings. If you're going to make a decision about bringing in a transfer portal quarterback or offensive lineman or defensive lineman because you're losing a lot of talent to the draft or to graduation up there as well, like, you're going to have to bring in an influx of talent. There's no question about that. And if you're not worried about players' feelings in that, which you shouldn't, then it's the same thing with your staff. Like, you can't be loyal to a fault.
Right.
Loyalty is, and should always be a part of the decision, but the loyalty is ultimately to the team, to the school, to the brand, like, and to yourself. Like, if you don't make those changes, instead of somebody else being out of job, everyone will be out of job.
Some ticket text coming in. This one says, Michigan calls plays like they have last year's personnel. They obviously don't. This O-line is not moving people. Yeah, we're to the point now where you're deep enough into the season. The O-line has not developed enough. Neither back got going against Indiana. And when neither back is breaking off big runs, John,
it's a problem.
I'm looking at up front going, are you guys doing enough?
Of all of our texts, I agree with that one the most today. I really believe that. He's coaching last year's team, he thinks, to a degree. I mean, you can almost make the case that without all the other quarterback shuffling, that Orgy's being used like JJ was a couple years ago. You know, the Orgy thing is a joke. The fact that he came in on that opening series on second down, completely derailed that drive, which then led to 3 points instead of you getting 7, which then would have factored in later into the game when maybe you just needed a Zavada field goal to actually win the game. And I also think, too, when he came back in the first half and he fumbled, you know, what are you doing? This doesn't work, but he keeps trying to do it.
Ticket Texter says Sharon doesn't have a clue. He's in over his head, and he's drowning, taking the program down with him. Texter says he needs to be fired. Sadly, they won't until the NCAA stuff is over. Drew in Woodhaven. Another one says, you think Sharon can think 2 plays ahead? It took him 30 seconds to realize he needed timeouts taken at the end of the game. Let's temper our expectations. And this one says, is Michigan still going to win the national championship? No. Says, like John predicted. You had them in the title game.
Yeah,
you've taken your lumps for that.
I've taken my lumps, yes.
I'm not going to pile on there. Texter says, why doesn't Cookies bring the same energy when he talks about the Spartans? There's 2 different standards. I mean, let's just acknowledge the elephant in the room. One's coming off a national title with playoff expectations every time they put those winged helmets on. Michigan State's coming from the ashes.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, do you want me to rake Jonathan Smith over the coals too? I'm not seeing this level of mismanagement in the games.
No, we could go back to the head-to-head matchup and talk about.
And Sharon outcoached him. I said that at the time.
Right, but again, it's 2 different expectations this year for these teams. And when those expectations are what they are, and call it unfair, call it whatever you want, it doesn't matter. There's nothing. Fair doesn't play into any of this.
How about this ticket text? Because we're not getting a lot of support for Sharon, but this one is interesting, John. Sharon reminds me of Dan Campbell's first year with clock management issues, play calling issues with Anthony Lynn. Needs to step up and remove coordinators who aren't working. signed an assistant JV youth football coach from the sideline.
Well, so I could see the comparisons. The difference is halfway through that season, Anthony Lynn was no longer calling plays.
Well, that's what this person's saying is if you're not willing to make those changes, you won't eventually have a Dan Campbell-like impact on your football team.
Or trajectory.
Yeah. Ticket Texter says, I think Michigan's biggest mistake is they didn't adapt to the talent in the room. Orgy's the best athlete they have, but he is not a pro. And then it cuts off. Sorry. That they're not using Orgy properly. Did you agree with that?
I mean, they're using him like they did last year now. I know there was a couple of games where they did make him the starter, but it was clear, he wasn't going to be the thrower that they hoped he was going to develop into. The problem I have is that every time Alex Orgy is in the game, I really believe if Teddy could speak full sentences and words, he would say, Michigan's going to run the ball. Like, that to me is the most obvious thing. And it just, when that happens and you become that predictable, if you don't have the offensive line like they had the last couple of years, when you become predictable, you lose any slight advantage you may have had.
Texter says, I love Moore in the direction he's taking Michigan football. Signed, a Michigan State fan. As an MSU fan, I would take Moore over the clown we have running our program. At least Moore can recruit.
Well, this is where, and you mentioned it, there's a very pivotal offseason. I don't think Sharon is going to be relieved of duty. No, I don't think anybody, you may want him to, but it's not going to happen. This is a very pivotal offseason. And if we've learned anything about, this year's Greg Palm or the rankings, that you can turn around your program in an instant.
Yeah, I mean, who are some of the teams sitting in the mix atop the sport right now? It's Indiana, 10-0. It's BYU undefeated. It's SMU undefeated in ACC play to this point of the season, right?
It's a Vanderbilt team that has been ranked. They've got a transfer quarterback. Like, you have the ability to completely reshape your roster.
Well, and I would even point out the heavy hitters in the college football playoff tonight. You will see number 1, Oregon, number 2, Ohio State. Both teams were not shy about using the transfer portal. Both brought in a veteran quarterback, among other studs on their roster. I mean, Ohio State's roster is a $20 million deal. And Oregon, Phil Knight's not shy either. They went out and pulled receivers from the SEC and gave them a bag. Like, whether you're the little guy getting a step up or the big guy that's reinforcing their roster with the portal, you're right. College football now more than ever is set up for a team to turn around one year to the next.
It seems like they're getting a little dirtier than Michigan typically does by trying to flip Underwood.
It'd be a big deal.
I'm surprised. This is going to be a big deal if they flip him. He committed to LSU.
Did you see who's coaching him now?
Yes, Connor Stallions is on the coaching staff of Belleville now. It made me wonder a little bit about, is there something else going on there? But that's a lot of speculation. You took me off track. What I want to say, the recruiting class is allegedly good that's coming in.
Yeah.
And it will be border great if they get Underwood. Now, that's recruiting, and we've seen this 1,000 times. Doesn't mean you're going to be good. That doesn't take away the way you manage the game at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, using timeouts, clock management, sure.
You're going to do, if you don't change that and fix that, or clearly see you really screwed that up,
you'll waste more talented teams.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a really good point. All right, we have the 2 Grand Slam coming up. We have Dan Campbell at 8:02. We got Heather's News, so much more. It's 97.1.
Hey, the NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. That's everyone gets 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off or buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. So, hey, you don't want to miss anything of Wemby's. He had a great game yesterday. Second season, you can watch it. Ja Morant, I know he's out a little bit right now, but he's back flying around. Maybe it's LeBron and Bronny. You don't want to miss any of that. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to sign up and make every moment more this NBA season. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month trial, the full price of League Pass will automatically be charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All this month, the YMCA of Metro Detroit wants to say thank you to veterans. All veterans who join one of the 7 area Metro Detroit locations by November 30th can enjoy their first month free. From state-of-the-art fitness equipment, including e-gym, to group classes, pools, and programs for every age, the Y has something for everyone and for less than $3 a day. Visit ymcadetroit.org to learn more or stop in your nearest YMCA to show your military documentation to get your first month free as a thank you from the YMCA.
All right, before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather, what's going on in the news?
Okay, so after Sunday's win in Houston, Detroit's own GMAT Cash dropped a brand new song called We Run the North.
It's great. He doesn't miss.
Always, he's been showing his support for the Detroit teams through his music because he's written a Lions song before called Lions Won Again.
Yep.
He wrote one for the Tigers. Tigers won again. But I'm always gonna love him for his Giants, like the originals.
The Giants side's amazing. I smile every time I hear it.
It's good. It's fun. I like it. Good for him. Keep going. I want more. Let's talk about Connor Stalions a little bit here. So he is now coaching the top recruit in the country and Michigan's primary quarterback target, Bryce Underwood. So Stalions is now a coach at Belleville High School. He had spent the regular season as the head coach at Mumford High School in Detroit, but he has since joined Belleville as a play caller for the playoffs, okay? And he says that he took the job to help Belleville win football games, not to try to recruit Underwood to Michigan.
Just so happens to be a benefit to doing so. Very interesting. He's calling the plays. He'll be the one telling Bryce what play to run.
Right.
I'm sure. And by the way, it would be allowed for him to encourage Bryce to play collegiately wherever he wants.
I mean, he has... committed to LSU?
Yes.
Verbally, or I don't know how. How do you commit?
Verbally, nothing signed yet.
Nothing. I mean, nothing's set in stone, right? But that sounds like that's where he's planning on heading. But it sounds like Michigan is very interested.
So yeah, the reports are Michigan is pursuing Bryce.
Yes.
There were reports about trying to get the money together because that's college football now. And now, if I'm Sharon Moore, I'm allowed to reach out to high school coaches and talk about recruits. Does he call up Connor?
Yes.
Of course he would, right?
Yes,
and
he
it would
does.
all be allowed under NCAA rules, but it's clearly them kind of thumbing their nose at the NCAA at the same time.
Yeah, it's very interesting. A line of thunderstorms moved across Metro Detroit on Sunday and brought a short-lived, very rare November tornado to Oakland County. The National Weather Service confirmed an EF0 tornado struck Holly. This was right around 7 p.m. on Sunday night. Over the course, it was very, very short. Over the course of 2 miles, the tornado traveled about 2 minutes. Traveled about a mile, winds reaching 70 miles per hour, started in this wooded marshland area and then traveled into Holly. It damaged roofs of several buildings, knocked down trees, down power lines, but no injuries were reported.
Good.
Yes. Mattel, the big toy maker, is apologizing after they accidentally listed a porn website on the packaging for their new Wicked dolls.
How does that happen?
Well, let me tell you, I mean, I guess I can kind of understand a little bit, but they didn't proofread, right? So, on the back of their dolls packaging, Mattel put a URL to the website wicked.com. which
Okay.
hearing that thinks, okay, it probably is
Yeah.
related to the movie Wicked, right? Except it wasn't. It is a porn site. The correct website is wickedmovie.com.
Oh, boy.
Of course, parents are outraged, right?
Sure. Yeah, introducing a new generation to porn.
Yeah, exactly. So Mattel said, sorry, we deeply regret this unfortunate error and are taking immediate action to remedy this. They're pulling the dolls from the shelves. They're saying, hey, if you've already purchased one, you can discard the packaging, right? Take the doll out, throw that away, or you could, use a Sharpie and just kind of. Now, it's not something I think every parent, every child is even going to see.
Right.
It's very small on the
Right.
back, and it's like if you want to order more toys, you can go to
Sure.
wicked.com.
What kind of toys?
Just not the toys you were.
Yeah, exactly.
These are not the toys you're looking for.
Yikes. Whoop. Finally, this might come as a shock because it did to me. Danny DeVito. We all know Danny DeVito, right? We love
Sure.
Danny DeVito. But did you know he is one of the top 10 sexiest bald men in the world? All according to a scientific study.
Sounds scientific.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
So there's this marketing agency, and they use like a big list of criteria like smile analysis and shine factor on the head.
Shine
Yes.
factor.
Vocal attractiveness, media perception, and they created their top 10 most attractive bald men in the world.
Uh-huh.
Prince William came in at number 1. Now, he is not fully bald. Is he fully bald, or does he have got a little? Who knows?
Danny DeVito's
Danny
not fully
DeVito's not fully,
bald.
yeah.
No, but I meant like I feel like Prince William has like he still has a little.
A comb
Maybe he
over?
doesn't. No. He doesn't have a comb over, but I feel
Yeah.
like there's sprinkling of like a little bit of hair.
Oh, okay.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Like Doug.
Yeah, like Doug. Doug's not fully bald, but
I haven't
he
seen
shaves.
Doug's head in a long time.
Always wearing the hat.
Well, he comes in all the time.
I know, but he always wears a hat.
He does.
He
Very frequently,
always
yes.
wears a hat.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I've seen him without. Anyway, Prince William, number 1. The Rock, number 2. Shaq, Surfer, Kelly Slater, Terry Crews, all at number 5. Then, number 6, Danny DeVito.
One is not like the other.
No, it's not.
I don't get it. Okay.
Samuel L. Jackson, number 7. A French soccer coach, Thierry Henry, number 8. Stanley Tucci, and Vin Diesel.
So
Science.
Danny DeVito
Science.
is ahead of Vin Diesel.
And Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah.
Much like how Louisville is ahead of Georgia and Tennessee and Greg Palm.
Right, yes.
You don't understand it, but it's math.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. That's why I don't do math.
Science.
Yes.
All right, Heather with the news. 2 Grand Slam time.
Hey, I'm pumped to give away some money today. Let's do this, you guys. The rules are simple. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly, $2,000 if they can get all 10 correct.
Kathy in Pleasant Ridge, good morning.
Yes!
Good morning.
Good morning. How are
Kathy!
you?
Awesome!
Yeah.
Yes, I'm
Yes.
so excited.
Heather, not as excited as I am. Let me tell
All
you.
right.
Let's do this,
Yeah.
Kathy. All right,
All right.
I'm guessing you
Heather,
know
I
the
was
rules.
the first woman to ever play the 2 Grand Slam, and
Ooh.
Stoney gave me a bunch of shit trying to tell me, sorry, my language.
Oh,
Sorry.
wait.
Okay.
Stoney gave me a bunch of crap trying to tell me that the bar was different for women. So,
So-
I'm ready to prove Stoney wrong.
Kathy, I'm excited to have you back. You are
Yeah.
you are the original
You're
female
the-
contestant.
okay. All right. Yeah.
That's OG.
All right, let's do this. So your time is going to start as soon as I start reading. If you don't know one, you can pass. Here we go, Kathy. Who did the Detroit Lions play this coming Sunday?
Jacksonville.
What federal holiday was yesterday?
Veterans Day.
Who is the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys?
McCarthy.
This female artist had the 1996 hit Ironic.
Alanis Morissette.
This team currently has the most wins in the NBA.
Pass.
Who currently leads the Detroit Lions in tackles?
McNeil.
Stephen Vogt is the manager of this MLB team.
Pass.
He played Colonel Nathan Jessup in A Few Good Men.
Tom Cruise.
What is the state capital of Kansas?
Topeka.
Who won World Series MVP last month?
Jeter.
This team currently has the most wins in the NBA.
The Heat.
Stephen Vogt is the manager of this MLB team.
We got you with 5.
5, Kathy.
Yes.
That's great.
Well done. Well done.
Yes. Thank you.
$125.
A lot more than I had this morning.
There you go.
There
That's
you
for
go.
sure.
Yes.
We'll put you on hold. We'll make sure you get you paid, and we'll go through this. Redemption for her. How did she do the first
I don't know
time?
how she did the first time.
I
You
don't
know the
remember
story,
either.
though, right?
I know this. I've heard the
Okay,
story.
yes.
Oh, the Stoney.
It's
She
like,
calls in,
it's Kathy. Oh, never mind. She's
Yes.
not going to do very well.
No,
finds
no,
out it's
it
a
was-
woman, and lowers the bar.
Right, yeah. We used to set the bar, and I think, I wasn't here.
He's like, 8. And then he's like, oh, this is Kathy. I'm going to lower it to 6.
Well, she only got 5 this time.
I don't know what she got the first time, but
Okay.
5 is good.
So let's quickly go through this.
That's amazing.
The Lions play the Jaguars. It was Veterans Day yesterday.
Oh, she started off on a heater.
Mike McCarthy and Alanis Morissette. She was
Yeah.
4 for 4,
Yes.
I
feeling
thought,
good.
here we go.
The Cavaliers have the most wins. 2 guesses: Pass and Heat. Okay, next one. Who leads the Lions in tackles?
A defensive tackle, but not Ali McNeil. It's Jack Campbell,
Stephen Vogt is the manager of.
the Cleveland Guardians.
Nathan Jessup and A Few Good Men. John, is it painful to hear her say Tom Cruise?
I felt like this was going to be in her wheelhouse after she answered those first 4. She got Alanis Morissette. We're talking about kind of the same time frame. I thought, but at least she had somebody that was in the movie.
Jack Nicholson was the answer we're looking for. Capital of Kansas is.
Topeka, she nailed it.
And Derek Jeter did not win the World Series MVP.
No, he's been retired for some time.
Freddie-
She knew that too.
I
I mean,
know,
she kind of
she-
chuckled
yeah,
a little
yeah.
bit, but yeah.
It's Freddie Freeman. 2 Grand Slam brought to you by Femininio Law. Your next chance to win is Thursday this week. It's 97.1. That's how it went in the Heather household.
Exactly.
Abruptly cut off.
You guys are looking at me all confused.
Yeah, wait. Oh, is that touchdown? Oh.
Is that not what happened in your house on Sunday night?
It sounds very, very familiar. So, yeah, we had a little bit of a catastrophe while we were watching the game. We had a neighbor over watching it down in the theater, right? So, which is where it's best to watch a game. So you got
In the theater. Look at you.
That's what we call it. But it's
bougie.
like a big screen of the projector.
Yeah.
We got the surround sound, right? It's more fun to watch a game down there
Sure.
than it is
I
just
get it,
sitting
yeah.
in your living room.
Well, better in the theater than your bowling alley.
Exactly. With the bowling alley, the
Yeah,
acoustics
the-
isn't
yeah,
right.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
just it kind of stinks too,
slippery.
right? It smells
Too
like
slippery, yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Anyway, watching the game, right? It's like so into it, and we have our entire house. I mean, I know why we did this, but Colin set this up. Everything in our house turns off at 11:30. The lights turn off.
I get
the
it.
TVs turn off. The theater turns off. So we're sitting there, and all of a sudden the lights go out, and we're like, "What the heck?" And then the screen goes black, sound cuts off, and I mean,
You're in the
I was
middle
okay
of
with
the
it,
comeback.
but the guys
Yeah.
scrambling to find something on their phone to watch, like where's it airing, trying to find what's happening on
Yeah.
the phones, because it's different than a TV, like just to grab the remote and turn the TV back on, which does take a
Sure.
little bit of
yeah.
time. You have the projector and it takes a minute to like fire up.
Well, it's got to power down and then it's got to power back up.
Yes.
And so and you hear the fan going, you hear all that stuff,
And
right?
it was just mayhem at our house trying to got to catch the last, most
Final
important
moments,
part
yeah.
of the game, right? Like what's going to happen. Thankfully, at our house, they were eventually able to get everything back up when we saw the end of the game. But
That initial panic.
it was like our neighbor was like, I'm going home. Like I'm running to my house because I got to catch this. Like this is crazy.
Last time I'm coming over. Colin probably thought, fix that problem. Cost me a couple of minutes of the game, but now I don't have to worry about somebody else coming over.
Well, what's so fascinating to me is Colin's the one you said that sets up
Yes.
this timer.
Yes.
The smart home.
And yeah,
yes.
and other people have that. But Colin is the football fanatic, so my, if it isn't the consequences of his own actions,
I know.
he did it to himself. Because I know we've talked about it, how into these games he gets.
You guys. I mean, I've now seen the ending to this game multiple times because that's all that airs on the TV. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was almost a catastrophe. But I would imagine that maybe not this exact scenario has happened to other people because it's a little unique, but like really bad ways to miss the end of a game. Yeah.
Especially when you feel like you're in your safe place. You're at home.
You're in your
think
theater.
nothing could go
believe it.
wrong.
I couldn't believe
I have
it.
to listen to this other person mindless chatter, but I can still at least watch the game and focus on it. And I don't know that I've ever missed the end of a game like that because I've had it before where you're coming up to the end of a game. This is back before I was doing the Michigan broadcast, before I was even on the pregame, watching the end of a Michigan game, and one of the kids got sick.
Oh.
And so it was a matter, but I was still able to clean up while watching the game, and even taking them to the shower in the bedroom. Like I could put them in there, they could get hosed off while I'm watching the game on the TV in the bedroom, right? And so I never really missed anything. It just became somewhat like having a neighbor over that has too much to talk about. And I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying that would be the way I would feel about it. Yes.
The way you're talking about this neighbor who we don't know anything
No,
about.
I don't know him.
Do you
Yes,
not
yes.
like watching games with, like you are a solitude person, right?
I like watching it with my family. They understand how I like to watch a game. And I have become much more flexible in, like I always have the eye on the game, but I may be helping out, Lisa in the kitchen or one of the kids with, whatever's going on. But yeah, the game is always on.
Yeah,
And it's acceptable to be interrupted by family, but non-family, not acceptable.
Colin would prefer, he likes to watch it with his guys. Like he'd rather just have his guys over and watch it that are into the game like he is. Like he does not enjoy when I watch the game with him because I watch the game and I get into it, but I'm also like, oh, look I just found a great deal on a table on Facebook Marketplace. Hey, want to check this out? Like I do get like involved in other things while the game is going on. So
He looks like, what?
he doesn't like that.
What did you just say?
Yeah. I'm like, look
But
at this.
you also understand,
Ooh.
like he's probably not fully listening to you either. Like
No,
it
he's
works
not.
both
He's like,
ways.
okay,
Yeah.
go.
Remember, I told you this during the game.
What?
Yeah, I mean, Kelsey will watch the Lions. She doesn't like watching a ton of football. She'll watch the Lions with me, but it's the same thing. I'm watching the game, and then when the commercials hit, like she thinks, oh, this is a time to talk. And I go, no, I'm scrolling Twitter. I'm looking for funny stuff. I'm talking to people. I'm
You're texting.
I'm
yes.
texting. Yeah.
See, Lisa's the opposite. Lisa's really into the game, and she is questioning play calls.
wow.
She's, why are you doing this? Is stupid. They're stupid. And I'm like, wait, no, okay, I would call this. And then we start arguing about what we would call if we were the offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator, or what we would do on this, situation.
So you guys are like a broadcast booth.
Yes, very much, yeah.
From the living room couch.
Yeah.
But it is interesting because you had an interesting situation with your son. He didn't miss the game because the TV turned off.
No, he missed the game.
He missed the end of the game. Yeah.
He had a license to stay up if he wanted to stay up to watch the game. They're down at half, and so he chose at that down 23-7. Dad, I'm gonna go to bed. Okay, bud. We'll see you in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking, he's thinking, I just don't want to. I don't want to waste my sleep time by watching a loss.
Right.
So then last night I'm taking him to baseball practice, and he looks at me and he goes, "That's the best way to wake up." I'm like, "What?" He goes, I went to bed thinking that they were going to lose, and I woke up, I checked the score, I checked the box score, and they won. It's the absolute best way to wake up, Dad.
Did he go back and watch? Did he rewatch the ending of it?
He's watched some of it. Yeah, I don't think he's going to watch the entire second half. He's seen the highlights.
Yeah.
Did you say was he? How did he feel going into half? Did he think there was a chance they would come back, or was he kind of resigned to it?
I think he was kind of resigned to, this is going to be a loss, yes.
I don't think we would have killed him for losing that game, the Lions. I'm talking, in Houston, extra rest for the Texans. I don't think we would have killed them for losing that game.
Oh, I think you would have been killed for it.
I would have killed them for it?
No, you would have been killed for it. It would have been on you because of the whole 15-2.
Yeah, and then I would have had to come in and go, we're running the table. And
Yeah, but no, in terms of the Lions, no. I mean, we kind of all believe there's going to be a loss, if not two more, on the remaining schedule.
But to me, the way I felt at the half was, while they hadn't played well, they weren't out of it. Because of what we had talked about, because of Green Bay and the elements and Minnesota, they're down double digits early on the road. I just felt like, they're going to need some plays. Yeah. They're going to need some stops. They're going to need a couple breaks. They need to stop throwing the ball to the other team.
Yeah. I'm curious for our listeners, though. Did you turn it off? Did you lose faith? Or did you just simply resign yourself to, it's not our day, I'm going to go ahead and go to bed? What point of the game was that? And then what was your reaction in the morning when you saw that there was a magnificent comeback and you missed it?
Let us know. 248-539-9797. Phones and ticket text. How about this ticket text? Did you see this video? Delta Airline flights. There's a video going around. The final seconds of the Lions game, the flight attendant comes on and starts talking right before the field goal is kicked.
Oh, no.
The plane starts yelling at her to stop because it's going to cut out the TV. Signed Joel.
No.
Now, the video I saw, they did see the kick go up and through, and then the plane cheered. But could you imagine being in that spot?
Oh, my goodness. Who you're watching it. Yeah, there's nothing worse than, obviously there are certain announcements that they have to make. Hey, we're starting our descent. You could, wait.
Give us 30 seconds.
Yeah, give us 30 seconds. Wait for the kick so that the screen doesn't go blank and you have to listen to.
Announcement in progress. Your reactions, 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell at 802. It's 97.1.
I've been talking about David Femminino, injury attorney, and his team for quite a while now. Just listen to some of the results that he and his team have been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for an individual client. You need an attorney that will fight relentlessly for you and one that is used to success. David Femminino and his team are certainly used to success. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
It's a great call. That's how it sounded for the rest of us. If you're just tuning in, the fiasco at Heather's house, her smart home shut down at the end of that football game.
It was the worst time. Right around 11:30, everything in our house just goes black, including the game we were watching. Yep. And it was a scramble to try to find it on the phone so that they could see what was going on before everything got powered back up.
We'll get to Dan Campbell at 8:02, Lions coach. They just keep winning. Let's get to Mike in Waterford. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good morning, Mike.
Hey, so I was watching the game like the whole first half. The mood was not very good in the house. Wife was quiet. Baby's crying. Like, I'm just not having a great time. I got to put the baby to bed at halftime. I come back after doing that. She's about 2 months old, so it takes kind of a little while. Come back in the fourth. And I'm like, oh, my God, Texans haven't scored. We're starting to climb back up, and just getting the game back together. I was like, I can't believe what I'm even watching. I was so happy going to sleep, even though I was so tired.
Oh yeah,
but it was so great.
So Mike, no earbuds while you're putting the baby to sleep. You could still listen to the game. I've been there. I've been there. It's time. You can't miss it.
Yeah, when you're holding the baby though, and you're like, if I bend down and I go to grab those, it's over. Right. Yeah. So if they're not in previously, yeah. Yeah, that was my fault. I definitely probably should have popped them back in, but I kind of thought a little bit that this maybe might be our one of two losses that we were going to get coming forward, because I'm on John's bus with the 14-3.
Okay.
So.
It's a smart bus. Yep. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
but yeah, you guys have a good one. Thank you.
You too.
Ye of little faith.
There's nothing worse than holding trying to get a child to sleep, knowing that you want to be watching something, you're not, and that's when they just won't go to sleep. You play the Samuel L. Jackson, YouTube video in your head time and time again, because all other nights it feels like, boom, 5 minutes, they're out. Lay them down, you're back to whatever you were doing. But when you really want to watch something, those kids will just not go to sleep.
John, you brought up your son Jack, who made the choice.
Oh, yeah, he made the choice. Going to bed.
Halftime, going to sleep.
Up Monday morning.
Got to do it. Ticket Texter says, I'm a Ravens fan. I showered and went to bed at halftime last Thursday night. I feel your son's joy waking up the next morning. Texter says their buddy sent them a message saying, get Goff out of the game, put in Hendon Hooker. I made sure to remind him what a dumbass he was. Go Lions. That's from Quick in the Truck.
Put in Hendon Hooker like he's going to manufacture the comeback.
My 3-month-old woke me up to feed, turned on the game with 3 minutes left. What a kick. Thanks, buddy. Looking out for me.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Several people have said that they, quote, downgraded the screen. They went from like the 70-inch in the living room to the phone, kind of winding down for bed.
Oh, yeah, watching it in bed. Yeah,
just kind of, hey, see how this goes. Maybe keep the faith alive just a little bit before going to sleep. And, John, we talked about it. There were a couple moments that really were critical in that second half. The first interception by Carlton Davis, they didn't do anything with. The second interception from Carlton Davis, they didn't do anything with.
Right.
But it stopped Houston from extending the lead. The second Carlton Davis pick was in the end zone. If it's a touchdown, it's 30-13, and I don't know if they come back. Instead, you keep it 10 points, you score a touchdown, and when they made it a 3-point game, a one-possession game, we've watched enough football. We know how momentum works. We know the Lions are a good team, the better team. It was only a matter of time before they would win the game.
Yeah, the first one obviously set the tone for the second half for the defense.
Yeah.
Because the offense came back 3 plays later. Here's the ball back.
Yep, here you go.
But yeah, that's and after his second interception, it was 2 plays later, another interception. But defensively, it started the half of dominance. And they were good in the first half, but in the second half, they were unbelievably dominant, and having to deal with short fields, having to deal with shut and change, having to deal with a lot of different things, just keeping them in the game itself, while not allowing a team to score in a half, especially when they have the lead and all they're needing is a field goal here, a field goal there. They're not even, yes, they want to get in the end zone. They're trying to get in the end zone, but they're just trying to get in scoring range. To hold them scoreless in the second half, with an offense that can be, now I know Nico Collins didn't play. Mm-hmm. C.J. Stroud's a good quarterback. Second year, some bumps along the way here. but they were a team that have been able to score some points. Holding them scoreless in the second half was a great moment.
The Texans didn't have a drive over 40 yards in the second half. So they didn't march up and down the field on the defense. The drives went interception, punt, interception, punt, 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 missed field goal.
Yeah.
I mean, and Houston couldn't run the ball. Like, that's the way you put a team away, is you run the ball, and Detroit came up big in the trenches.
Yeah, I mean, Ali McNeil, when we talk about, I was disappointed Zadarius Smith didn't play. But guys had to step up, as they have throughout the course of this season. Now, 9 games in, Ali McNeil, he was at moments dominant in that game from that defensive tackle position, whether it was creating penetration in the run game, getting after the quarterback, flushing him out. I mean, he was having himself a night.
So pressures from the interior. I think it's like since week 4, he is in that like upper echelon.
Sure.
And it's crazy because I think that's right around the time where they paid him. Mm-hmm. Like, it just happens to work that way. Every time they pay one of these homegrown dudes, they take it to another level. Yep. And you know how rare that is in pro sports. We see this all the time where guys get paid and then the play dips a little bit and they get complacent. The Lions are hungry. These guys are taking their game to another level even after they got paid.
Well, they have the culture in the locker room, but they also have done their homework on guys that they've drafted, guys that they're developing, guys that they're letting know if you perform, you will get paid. And when you do get paid, we expect that you're going to take that play to another level. Because as soon as you sign that contract, whether you're working on a rookie deal or you're working on your second, third contract, whatever, the moment you take the field, there's going to be a brand new perception. Either you are underpaid or you are overpaid. There's never, I think he's performing exactly to his value. It just doesn't happen.
We're going to check in with Dan Campbell. I like that we can actually ask him about Zadarius Smith this week, and he can talk about Zadarius Smith this week. That'll be nice. We'll get into the game, all the storylines and more. The Lions 8-1, 7 straight wins. Lions head coach Dan Campbell is going to join us right after the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch up for American League Manager of the Year, a finalist announced by Major League Baseball. Also, as expected, ace Tarek Skubal among the list of 3 AL Cy Young candidates, along with Emmanuel Clase of Cleveland and Kansas City's Seth Lugo. Michigan coach Sharon Moore says that losing has obviously been tough, speaking with John Jansen on Inside Michigan Football. The Wolverines are 3-4 in Big Ten play and need to beat the Wildcats or Buckeyes for bowl eligibility. Lions tight end Sam Laporta not believed to have a major injury, being called day-to-day after hurting his shoulder on Sunday night. They're also hopeful for left tackle Taylor Decker, who is trending in the right direction. Pavel Datsyuk inducted into the Pro Hockey Hall of Fame during a ceremony in Toronto. He specifically thanked his opponents and rivals over the years who made him better. The Magic Man played 14 seasons for the Red Wings, and Monday Night Football, the Dolphins beat Matthew Stafford and the Rams 23-15, preventing LA from scoring any touchdowns while at home. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
8 o'clock on a Tuesday. Good morning. Bottom of the hour, we have Greg Hargrave's college football rankings. And we challenged Greg to nerd out. And this week,
he came through.
Oh, he did. A lot of numbers, a lot of math, but ultimately it gets you the 12 best teams in college football. We'll do that at 8:35. Talk about the Lions game a little more, plays that saved the game, a Goff MVP question still today, and James Houston. John, are you calling bull crap on his
careful with your words
explanation?
Yeah.
We'll get to all of that today and more. If you missed any of the show, Odyssey Rewind, go back, catch it. Talked about how Heather's household
Yeah, went dark. Yes.
Had a tense moment at the end of the Lions game, and not the same tense moment that the rest of us had.
No, we were just wondering, were they going to be able to come back from 16 down as they worked their way back? And I didn't have to worry about the lights going out or TV going
the
off.
screen going off.
Yes.
Nothing like
Missing
that.
everything.
The key moments that you almost missed.
Thank goodness we didn't.
Right.
They didn't miss anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't either, but more important to them than me. So,
Well, good. Let's get to Lions head coach Dan Campbell. Well, Dan, good morning. How do you describe a game like that?
It's a W. We'll take it.
You guys just find ways to win, it feels like, every single week, and it's not the same way every single week.
No, it's not, and it doesn't matter how it goes. I mean, that is the nature of this league and the opponents that you face and where you're at. No two wins are alike, and that's ultimately what it comes down to, is finding a way to win. And as long as you that's really part of your bedrock, is overcoming, and no matter what, you're never out of it, and let's just find a way to get it right. And we do that. We have that. That is part of us, and that's the most important ingredient in any winning team.
You have some halves where, you go into halftime, you're up, maybe things have gone well, maybe things haven't gone well, but to continually shoot yourself in the foot, what was the conversation? How do you handle a halftime like that? Because defense came out with their hair on fire.
Yeah, look, I thought our defense played pretty good. There was a couple things early. We had them, that first drive after a sudden change defensively, we had them in a 3rd and 18. They were already in field goal range. And man, we should have gotten off the field, and we make a little error there. And so a couple of these popped up. But you take that play away, you take another play away. For the most part, we played pretty dang good defensively. So we knew it was just, we were close to playing pretty clean. And then offensively, they just, they came out and we never really matched the intensity of that defense early. We couldn't find a rhythm. And then, look, the turnovers hurt. But here's the thing. Look, the first turnover, Goff's throwing it hot, and Petrie makes a hell of a play. Ball gets batted, they get a pick, right? And so now your defense is in a tough spot. The next pick that you have is, throwing to Laporta. It's a good throw, man. It's a timing throw. We just don't quite make the play. The guy makes a hell of a play on it. It was literally one of those days where, it just wasn't. You just felt like the energy was favoring them for that day for a while. But I also knew we would get out of it. It's just a matter of when. You got to fight your way out of that. Things aren't going your way. And we were able to do that.
They showed you coming out of halftime, and your face looked red. Were you emotional? Were you fired up? Like, the tone of that halftime, how did you get those guys ready to play the second half?
Well, look, I think we just talked about what we can do better. I thought the coaches hit them well. There's a couple of things that we made a couple of adjustments, but also I just wanted to see us come out and switch the intensity a little bit, particularly offensively. Let's take it to them a little bit, and that was really the gist of it. It's just clean a couple of things up. Nobody was frazzled. Nobody was. There's always going to be a little frustration with those things, but yet, man, that didn't put us in a bad way. We handle adversity pretty well here, so we knew we would get out of it. It's a matter of time, and so let's worry about the next play in front of us, and give that play your full attention and give it your full effort, and then let's see where this thing goes.
Kickers can be a different bunch. And I've talked about my experience with him. I'm sure you've had some unique experiences with him. But Jake Bates, as a rookie, the Minnesota kick, these kicks in this game, he has had some big moments for you guys. How do you help, or how does Dave Fipp help him approach the game and moments like that?
Well, I think we try to put him in some of these pressure situations. I kind of mentioned this a couple of days ago. We did this Thursday. We really put him in the game situation, the whole team around him, and it's for the win. And he nailed it. And it was a kick longer than the one he just nailed. Both of those kicks he made the other day in the game, So I think that's important. I try to apply a little pressure, and I have really since training camp, just in my own way, stuff that I know would probably irritate him, and just to make him not worry, but don't worry about it, block everything out, do what you do, and he's good about that. I mean, he really is. He's pretty good about just, he gets away from everybody, and he can kind of get in his own head in a good way and shut everything else out. And I do feel like there's something to him, when man, you put him in a competitive setting, and he's pretty good about that, and he just continues to get better and better. And he's a creature of habit. Phipp's done a great job with just, hey, man, trust your leg. Trust this ball's not going to move much because you got such a powerful leg. And, talking about like Green Bay last week in the elements, man, you kick it the same way. And if you don't make it, that's on us, not him, because we're asking him to kick it too far in the elements. Well, same thing here, man. Just trust your leg, push it. Don't worry about anything else. And, man, those were two huge kicks for us.
You mentioned Jared Goff's first couple interceptions. The third one, of course, was just a deep ball before the half. But 5 interceptions is a headline. Level of concern with the way he played coming out of that game?
None. I mean, everybody's going to think we're crazy. You're going to think I'm crazy. Anytime you have 5 interceptions, you're like, oh, I'm telling you, he didn't play a bad game. He played a pretty good game. And I mean, there's really not one of those. I guess there's maybe one, but he's going where we're telling him to go with the ball, and he's putting it where we're telling him to put it. And then there's a couple of these that get batted. I mean, and it's like, oh man, it gets batted up. Interception here at the line. He's getting ready to throw. It bounces off the D lineman. Interception. I mean, man, he's doing exactly what we're asking him to do. So I'm not worried at all. I thought he played pretty good. It's just, dude, that's the nature of this game sometimes, man. The ball doesn't bounce your way, and you just hang in there. Defense, we need a couple of takeaways. Keep giving us the ball back, which our defense did, and we'll work our way out of it.
You're killing the fans by not playing Zadarius Smith. What went into the decision to not play him, and then also how much are you excited to see him on the field and be a part of this defense moving forward?
Yeah, that's not an easy decision at all. But also, there's a couple of things. Number one, we're going in that game with 7 wins. Number two, we're getting Pascal back, which we did. He played well, by the way. Number three, this guy has played a lot of football. He's already played a lot of football in the 2024 season, and I just felt like it was right let's get him acclimated to what we do, how we do things around here, our defensive terminology, and give him a breather, because it is a long season. I mean, we got 11 games left here, and we're going to need him for every one of those. And every time we get a little bit closer to the end, they get more critical. So I just felt like it's the right thing to do. And then, yes, I'm excited to get him going. I think he's going to be an excellent addition for us. I think he brings a complementary piece to our defense in that D line. And I'm excited to see him play for us.
I think we're all doing the math on 11 games. Lions head coach Dan Campbell joining us this morning. A lot to talk about from that football game. Felt like the run game didn't get going early. Was there when you needed it late. What was the adjustment, and how did you get it going?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I said the run game. You finally got some success in the second half. What was it that finally got the ground game going?
Yeah, let me say this. I thought Ben Johnson did a great job of staying patient with the run. It's not, you get in a game like that, it's not easy to just, you start getting antsy. You need points, and man, I thought that was excellent. And so we leaned on the run game. We leaned on the offensive line. I thought we were much better in some of our combination blocks up front. We blocked it better, and then I just thought David and Gibbs really took that game over. They came on, and it was a 1-2 punch. Gibbs almost broke about 3 of those. Man, he is an inch away from taking it all the way to the house and really ignited us. And then once that happened, man, our guys really showed up. St. Brown makes big plays because now you're in the play action pass. J-Mo made some big plays. Golf was making big throws. Our guys showed up in crunch time. And look, I'll say this again. I don't want to say he ever gets overshadowed, but a game like that, you come out and he made these critical catches at the end. I'm talking about St. Brown, but I mean, St. played his ass off, and he does every week. And there's so many things that people don't even realize or see. I mean, he blocked from start to finish and mixed it up the whole freaking game, and you could just see when it's time to go. Like I love St. because when it's time we got to start finding a way to win a game. Things aren't going your way. He doesn't press to the point of making mistakes. He presses in the right manner to help us win. And he's. We got a group of guys like him, and our guys will find a way to win over there.
You've talked about the conversations you've had about winning the division, getting into the tournament at the end of the season. You mentioned the 11 games. How much of a conversation or awareness is there about getting the 1 seed?
No, I mean, our guys know that. That was one of the things I talked about in training camp, and because you got to work backwards. And I've said it before. You can't just keep saying that the end game is the end game. We all know that. So now what do you got to do? You got to win your division, and preferably you want to be the one, and that's kind of where it goes. And so that whole focus is the division and getting that 1 seed, because your odds go up. That only helps you. Doesn't mean you can't go all the way. If it's not that, and that's fine. You take it as it comes, but that's what we're shooting for, and ultimately that means you got to play each week one at a time, and you got to give it your full intention. It doesn't matter who you're playing.
Let you go on this update on Sam Laporta, Taylor Decker, just as you gear up for this week.
Yeah, I mean, Sam's day-to-day. Nothing's changed since yesterday. He really is questionable. I can't tell you where I would lean right now with him. Time will tell. And Decker is questionable. I know he's doing better than he was last week, and I feel pretty good about him. But there again, he's day-to-day.
He's Lions head coach Dan Campbell. Appreciate some of your time. Thanks, Coach.
Okay, thanks. Take care, guys.
It's 97.1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you, understands you, and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and I think you should be as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. How do they get it done? They're attentive. They take the time to get to know you, ask you questions, as they did me, and they're going to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes on a regular basis to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
not to gloss over it, thought it made sense. Took a second to do the math. 11 more games for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
That would mean
8 regular season games.
Plus 3 playoff games because you have a bye in the first round because you are the 1 seed. 11 games for the Lions would mean they're in the Super Bowl. I knew what Dan was saying. I'm happy you followed up on it. But for everybody ticket texting in, they noticed too, 11 more games for the Detroit Lions. This isn't a surprise. Brad Holmes said the goal is the Super Bowl. Dan Campbell's never shied away from what this team's capable of.
No, and it was very clear. What's your best odds? You get the bye. You get the 1 seed.
Yep.
You play all your playoff games at home until you have to go on the road for the Super Bowl. There's nothing cocky about saying it. They're in that position as we speak. And I know the Eagles, they're nipping at their heels, but they're 7-2. The Lions control their own destiny.
Yep.
That is the goal. And it's okay to talk about your goals.
Texter says 11 games would make us play in the Super Bowl if my math is correct. Another one says only 8 regular season games remain, question mark. Yeah, add 3 playoff games. He said after 11 games left, he's counting the Super Bowl. Anybody catch that? Jade in Ann Arbor. And love when MCDC says we have 11 games left, John in Fenton.
Yep.
Yes, subtle but not subtle. Everybody's on the same page. Everybody's thinking about New Orleans. Now they got to go week by week, and that's basically what he said to you on the follow-up is.
You got to take it 1 week at a time, which you want to put your best foot forward, I think is what he said. Or something I'm paraphrasing. And then you take it back to last week where they didn't play Zadarius Smith. And so the best foot forward would have playing Zadarius Smith, but it may be the best foot forward for the next 11 games to give him that 1 game.
You and I talked about it last Friday, that Zadarius wouldn't have a bye week if he played this week.
Yeah.
This is the Cleveland bye week.
And I heard him talking about he's got must have a home in Florida that was hit by a hurricane. It was his only chance during the season to go down and check on it. So that's part of the reason why he wasn't there until Friday. I get that. Mm-hmm. I think it's a class move by Dan and Brad Holmes.
You see why players love these guys.
Yeah.
You know, they could have said, hey, we need all hands on deck. Yeah. It's a Sunday night football game.
You can send somebody down there to check on it.
Right. And hey, it's his job. It's football. I think he would have played. He clearly was in a great mood and wanted to be out there. But it's about making sure that his body holds up for the long haul because they do have games in January and February on their mind.
Sure. Yeah. But
and it's that
body
balancing
and
act.
Mind. Yeah.
Yes.
You don't want him wondering, do I have an investment down in Florida? I want to be able to check on it. I had plans to before the trade happened. And so I thought it was a class move for them to consider the entire individual, not just what it would mean for this 1 game.
Also said no concern with Jared Goff.
No, I don't know why there would be.
No, I don't have a concern either. He said, you guys are going to think I'm crazy. I'm looking at you like, none of us think you're crazy. I mean, 5 picks is jarring. I think the 2 in the second half seem to be the worst 2. And he said there's maybe 1 that you could question.
Yeah.
The worst one to me was the 5th interception he threw, the one to J-Mo, where it looked like either they were not on the same page or he sailed it. Could have been more outside. Looked like J-Mo's route was supposed to. I don't know if it was maybe that's not the one. Maybe it was the one he threw down near the goal line, a ball to Sam Laporta, the 4th interception. But by and large, Jared Goff has played efficient football this season.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't have any fear that it's going to be a hangover effect, like he's going to have turnovers against Jacksonville. I still think the guy's good.
Yeah, he's still good. He's still can be a Super Bowl winning quarterback. He's already been there once. Now he's got to get the job done with the Detroit Lions. And here's a stat too I just thought was fun. And I can't remember where I saw this, so if I credit wrong, I apologize. I think it was Lions Wire. The Lions became the first team since the AFL-NFL merger in 1970 to overcome a deficit of at least 15 points while throwing 5 or more interceptions. It's unbelievable what they were able to do. And we go back to what Jared Goff had done last year in regards to throwing an interception and then coming back and leading a touchdown drive. Like, if you're going to have a quarterback that at moments is going to have a game like this, it's not ideal, but you also have to have a guy that can wipe whatever happened on the last drive, whatever happened in the first half, wipe the slate clean and still go out there and perform. If you don't have a guy like that, you got no chance to make that comeback.
Greg Hargrave gets really nerdy with our college football rankings this week, but first, let's go to Heather's news.
So a Wyandotte woman jumped, or I guess dove into action to save a dog in the Detroit River. but what happened afterward is not at all what she expected. So her, big hero story took a turn when she ended up in police custody. Uh-oh. So it happened on Friday morning. This woman basically came out of nowhere, jumped in the river when she heard this woman screaming about her dog. The dog got out of the harness, just went in the river. Well, this woman was able to kind of float on her back with the dog on her chest, got the dog to the shore. Dog is saved, right? She was fine. She got out of the water, and everything was good. But police showed up just to get a report.
Make sure everything was okay. Yeah,
make sure everything's okay, get a report. And as she started to talk with police, it was clear that she was highly intoxicated, and she became just uncooperative, didn't want to answer questions. She had some warrants out as well. So she didn't want to do anything with the police. And they even offered, you know what, we're just going to drive you home. We're just going to take you home and nothing's going to happen. Well, she didn't want that either. And they ended up arresting her for public intoxication.
That's a bummer.
It is a bummer because, great story. Woman rescues dog, right? But didn't go over very well. Let's see. Earlier this morning, I had a story about this investigation that's going on in East Lansing where police found a body inside the freezer of a home. Yeah, well, unfortunately, there's another story I have that now police are investigating a dead body. Another one. Michigan State Police are investigating after hikers found a body that washed ashore from Lake Superior along the pictured rocks. Yeah. Happened on Friday. Troopers responded to the lakeshore. This was near Miners Beach after a bunch of hikers saw this body and they called 911. Well, so far, the body has not been identified. Obviously, everything's under investigation, but police do say foul play is not suspected.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I know. Very, very sad. The toy company Mattel is apologizing after a misprint on its packaging for its new Wicked dolls sent some unsuspecting fans to a porn website.
Oh, no.
Yeah, on a children's packaging. So instead of pointing customers to the official movie website, because these were all dolls for the new Wicked movie, which is wickedmovie.com. That's where they're supposed to go.
Yeah.
The box printed the website as wicked.com, which then, of course, requires users to say, are they 18 years or older?
Oh, did you check it out?
I did not. No, I didn't. Did you?
No.
Oh, well.
Just asking the question.
I did not.
Do we need someone to do that? I can help us out. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Use a company computer.
Yeah, I was going to say, use your phone.
This is a laptop that is my laptop?
Don't do that.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So the guy at the center of last year's Michigan sign stealing controversy that obviously had everyone in a frenzy is back, kind of stirring the pot all over again. So Connor Stalions is now coaching the top recruit in the country and Michigan's primary quarterback target, Bryce Underwood. So he is now a coach at Belleville High School, right? You might remember he was actually coaching at Mumford High School. But now he's got a new job there for the playoffs, right? He's a play caller, and he's working directly with Underwood. And he says he's just there to help them win football games, right? He has nothing to do, not trying to recruit Underwood to Michigan.
Sure, that's not going to happen at all, right? Sure.
But he's there.
And it's not against the rules, but it's just like, of course, right? Of course.
Yep.
Heather with the news. It's 97.1. Fall is here. Don't be one of the millions of Americans that let their dental benefits go to waste. Give Brightside Dental a call. Get in for an exam. Get in for a cleaning. They've got appointments this month and next month to round out the year. And with 9 Metro Detroit locations, including the new one in Trenton, they can get you in. Give them a call today, 1-800-PAINLESS. Visit brightsidedental.com. If you're subconscious about your smile, it's okay. They're not going to judge you. They want to work with you. They've got orthodontics, which means Invisalign, braces if you want, and they've got great deals going throughout the rest of the year. It's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care.
Hey, why not dive into the best pool in history? That's Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. What makes it the best? It's 6 pools, 3 different levels, and it's a viewing experience absolutely built for sports fans. And it's all in front of a 40-foot tall, high-definition screen. It's America's favorite place to watch every single sporting event. And here's another reason why. They've got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and it's one nonstop party every single day. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy daybeds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
We're going to talk a lot of Lions to wrap the show up. Some ticket texts, some phone calls. One from our news story about Connor Stalions coaching at Belleville. Says, good morning. Isn't Belleville a football powerhouse contending for a state championship? Why are they risking that by giving a part-time, inexperienced, air quote, coach who had a horrible record at Mumford a job during the playoffs? They appear to be putting Michigan top recruits and their future ahead of the entire team goals, and it seems like Michigan hasn't really distanced themselves from Connor. That's Chuck at the gym. I think that's astutely said, Chuck. Ticket Texter says, University of Michigan is a trash program. Here's the deal with this. Connor Stalions is allowed to coach wherever he wants. It's odd to me that Belleville hired him. But at Belleville, he's allowed to have a relationship with Bryce Underwood. That's not against the rules. And Michigan is allowed to talk to high school coaches, so they can talk to Connor about Bryce Underwood. It just creates this S-storm in terms of perception.
Right. The perception is not great. But it also doesn't mean he was directed to try and get a job there.
Right. I think Michigan Manifesto may be doing this from an obsessive...
trying to insert himself.
Yes.
And look at me.
Why would Belleville do this? He wasn't a coach until he coached at Mumford.
Yeah,
That's the whole thing.
Right.
He didn't call plays at
What
Michigan.
was his track record at Mumford?
Yeah, well,
right.
They're a bad team, but yeah.
Since when is he a coach? Like the Mumford thing was kind of cutesy because they've been bad anyway. So what's the harm? Some way, you might as well. You could just take a dart at anybody. Jim Costa could go coach him and do just as bad as they have done or whatever.
Yeah.
But for him to be brought into the number one team in the country with the number one recruit that is trying to get the quarterback to flip, to me, is not a good look for Belleville. It seems suspicious from Michigan's angle as far as I'm concerned. And it just doesn't – weird.
Yeah.
I thought that text summed it up.
Chuck, it was really good text from Chuck. We got a lot of Lions to discuss here. Dan Campbell said that we have 11 games left. You asked him about Zadarius Smith, I think was the question.
Yeah.
And the planning purposes, and he said we have 11 games left. And I'm doing the math, and you're doing the math. And 11 would be 8 regular season, a bye week, meaning you only have to play 3 postseason games. 11 games would mean the Lions are the 1 seed and playing in the Super Bowl. And I don't think that that's shocking that Campbell would say that. They're one of the best teams in football. Of course, that's the goal, and that's how they have to run this team. They're preparing to play 11 more football games.
As they should.
Yep.
I mean, that's the entire goal.
He also said he had no concern over Goff. And we have some phone calls to get to, an MVP conversation to readdress. Let's get to Kyle and Howell. Kyle, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, so I wanted to say something about the interceptions that Goff had yesterday. Like, the first 2 are kind of unavoidable. It's just the defense being good, right? The third one's a Hail Mary, so that one's, whatever it is. And as far as, the deep one that he got in the second half, we were having trouble establishing our run game. And in my opinion, throwing a few deep balls that may or may not get picked off, may or may not get PI calls or catches is better than going 3 out on runs and then punting. That guarantees that Houston was going to get the ball. Deep shots, at least presents opportunities. So Goff MVP all the way. And hell yeah to the 11 games left.
Yeah.
I do think his point about interceptions, John, gets glossed over, that not all interceptions are created equal. What I mean by that, if it's 3rd and 15 and you throw a 30-yard pass down, it kind of acts like it's a punt with a chance to complete it. Not all of his interceptions were deep throws, though. No. And not all of them were third down throws.
And not all of them were tipped balls.
Right.
I mean, yeah, you start paring things down, and were 2 of them, 100% on Goff, 1 of them on Goff. That's where you got to ask the question.
Right. And MVP, he says, hell yeah on MVP. The odds for Jared Goff to win the MVP have plummeted. Remember when he was in that top 5? Right now, he's plus 4,000 to win the MVP. Quarterbacks listed ahead of Jared Goff: Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, Brock Purdy, Kyler Murray, Joe Burrow, all with better odds to win the MVP than Jared Goff this morning.
And ask Goff if he cares what the odds
are.
He
cares, but we've talked about the MVP.
Sure.
Do you feel like his odds plummeted with 5 interceptions in a primetime spotlight game?
Sure. I mean, it's 5 interceptions, whether or not they're on him, it still goes in his stat line, and now he has 9 for the year. He's averaging 1 a game. And so if you dig a little bit deeper, sure, things are different. And how much does going 18 for 18 or having a 75% completion percentage, does that all play into it? We all kind of felt like at some point there would be a return to a more normal level of play. Was this just the one-off of, okay, now all the stats are going to be to what they normally would, and he can continue being the exceptional Jared Goff that we've seen for the past, the prior 6 weeks?
So which name surprised you the most from that group? Like, to me, Brock Purdy.
Yeah, Brock Purdy, Jalen Hurts, but some of it's also when it happens. Like Jalen Hurts started off the season with a terrible turnover problem. But now over the past, 5 weeks, he hasn't had any turnovers. So this happens in the middle of the season, and all of a sudden everybody's like, oh, yeah, he drops right out. Jared Goff goes back to what he did the prior 6 weeks, and he'll start working his way back into that conversation.
Like even Mahomes has 9 interceptions on the year, just like Jared Goff. The fact that Mahomes is plus 650 and Goff is plus 4,000. Goff's thrown more touchdowns. He's on a team on the same caliber, right? These are 8-1, 9-0 football teams. I get it, it's Mahomes, but like in terms of playing quarterback this season,
sure,
Goff has played better than Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
And it shouldn't be how many multiples of it for him to win the MVP.
Once you get away, you get 3 or 4 weeks down the road from the drama of 5 interceptions in one game, then it'll
normalize.
It'll normalize.
Yeah, I don't think he's the favorite. I think Lamar is justifiably the favorite. Yeah, we thought though he could have been in the
1-2.
Yeah, 1A, 1B, or in the top 3, and I don't think he's top 3 right now.
The
season's not over. As Dan said, there's 11 more games.
Right. So
8
why
more in the
don't we
regular
just-
season. Yeah.
Why don't we just let it play out?
John, he's going to hit us with the let it play.
Let it play out.
Yeah, of course he does. All right, 248-539-9797. Some thoughts on Jared Goff, the MVP race. Is it over? Is his candidacy over after a 5-interception game in prime time? We'll talk more about that when the play that saved the game. John, what was it? It's 97-1.
On the ticket this morning, you hear the guys talking about it. Dan Campbell nonchalantly bringing up the 11 games remaining on their season. If you do the math, that does go through the Super Bowl. He called Taylor Decker and Sam Laporta still day-to-day and questionable going into this week, and bluntly put his concern over Jared Goff and his interceptions at none. Pistons fans got good news that Asar Thompson finally cleared to play after dealing with blood clot issues since earlier this year, missing preseason camp, exhibitions, and 11 games so far. Coach J.B. Bickerstaff is thrilled for him. A coach says the 21-year-old still needs to ramp things up, get into game shape. They have a doubleheader tonight and tomorrow at home and in Milwaukee. Tarek Skubal winning the Cy Young seems like a foregone conclusion, but his manager A.J. Hinch also up for Manager of the Year in the AL. Finalists for postseason awards announced with candidates from Detroit, Cleveland, and Kansas City in both of those categories. At Vegas odds also have pretty high odds of Detroit picking up infielder Alex Bregman as a free agent this offseason if he does not return to the Astros. 5-1 odds behind only the Nats for the vet who hit 26 home runs in 2024. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
$97.1. John, let's get into it. We have this conversation about Jared Goff and the MVP and whether or not he can still win it after a 5-interception day. Where are you at on this?
Certainly he can still win it. There's a lot to be said for what he has done through, the other, let's just say 6 games, 7 games, versus Maybe one at the beginning we could say is a one-off. This one's a one-off. The problem is Lamar just hasn't had a one-off. Now they've lost 3 games. They started off 0-2, but statistically, he's having a season better than anything he's had so far, and he's already a 2-time MVP. He's clearly the front runner.
It's his to lose.
And how much? So then you have to start weighing how much does the record follow along with what a quarterback has done. Because you look at Patrick Mahomes, I think part of the only reason, there's a couple reasons why he is, what would you say, plus 650?
Yeah.
Is one, his name, Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
He's won it before. He's won multiple Super Bowls, and they're undefeated. If they weren't undefeated with the same numbers, would he still be plus 650? Probably not. And so I think all that plays a part of it. I think that Jared Goff, as we start to get into December and then early January, will be back in the same conversation, and it's going to be the same characters. It's not going to be Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's in the mix right now because he's having a great season, but the Bengals suck.
Yeah.
And so it's Lamar Jackson, it's Josh Allen, and we'll get a chance to see a head-to-head comparison of what Josh Allen does for the Bills and what Jared Goff does for the Tigers. And that's going to help.
For the Lions. You said the Tigers.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the Lions.
You're good.
Yeah. Sorry, and Tigers on the brain.
And you're right. Well, we had Tigers in the update with the Bregman thing. Hey, fingers crossed. Petzold had an article the other day that's to the contrary, but it's very early in that process. So here's the thing. I think with opportunities against Josh Allen down the stretch, primetime Thanksgiving is a nationally televised game. Like Goff can still have, we used to call them Heisman moments in college. He still has a chance for some MVP moments. Part of the formula for MVP has always been, and maybe too much so, wins and losses. Like part of the formula is your stats,
sure,
your team's record, your role in your team's record. If the Lions are a 15, hell, even 14 win team,
yeah,
they're going to be at the very top of the sport at the end. They'll be one of the 2 or 3 best teams record-wise. And if Goff has 2 or 3 games in big spots, a primetime game on Monday night against the Niners in his home state, an opportunity against the Bills in a big 4 o'clock window. Maybe it gets flexed to primetime and Thanksgiving. He's got a chance with, let's call it, 3 more big spotlight games against good teams. If he has the games we saw the last few weeks where he's completing 80% of his passes and he is dead-eye throwing dots and throwing touchdowns and he's avoiding the mistakes, yeah, I still think he could get in the mix. I think, unfortunately, he's going to need Lamar to have a clunker or 2 to really open the door for him.
Yeah, and for Lamar to have a clunker or 2, it's simply going to be a costly interception or a can't convert when you need to win a game. Because on the flip side, okay, yeah, it was 5 interceptions in one game, but he also at the end helped put them in position to win.
Like, I don't know if people realize the season. Lamar has won 2 MVPs, and this year has been his best.
Statistically, it's his best.
Yeah, and again, stats are not everything, but it's one way we measure this stuff. And he's only got 2 picks. He's got north of 20 touchdowns. Then you throw in all the rushing stats.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, he's having a phenomenal season. And their defense isn't as good, so their record isn't as good. But he's been the most valuable player through, 10 weeks now?
Right, but it's also he has another weapon. Derrick Henry.
It helps him.
And
but Goff has weapons too, so we can't penalize for that.
Goff has more weapons than Baltimore has, which, again, you can't penalize a guy for having weapons, but how much of it is just Goff? How much of it is it's Derrick Henry or Lamar Jackson?
Ticket Texter says perhaps we can focus on the fact that Goff only had 4 picks the entire season before Sunday, as opposed to fixating on the 5 he had this week. His performance in that game should be like a bad shot in golf. Have the memory of a goldfish, forget about it, move on.
So that's why I said in another 5 or 6 weeks, when the drama of having 5 picks in one game starts to wear off and the numbers start to normalize a little bit, I think that, the odds or the perception will certainly change.
I love how you excuse all of Goff's interceptions, but crap over quarterbacks like Love, who have a lot of interceptions that looked like Goff's first 3. Jordan Love has some dumb interceptions.
Yeah.
Like Jordan Love's pick 6 against the Lions, that was not like Goff's interceptions on Sunday.
No, that was reminiscent of some interceptions we've seen from a quarterback that was here prior.
Right.
Where you just, scrambling around, trying to make something happen. I get that.
Doing too much.
But just, at some point it comes down to decision-making, and it's eat the ball at some point.
John, the Lions overcame 5 interceptions from Jared Goff.
Sure,
and you were not here yesterday, but Stoney and I spent a lot of time talking about the Lions game. I am curious to you, what was the moment where things changed? Like, how did you feel at halftime? And what was the moment where things became solidified? The Lions are winning this game.
It was, for me, and it's hard to say this because both Carlton Davis interceptions resulted in interceptions being given back to them, but it was the second one where they're in the end zone, and it could have been a deadly shot by the Houston Texans to go up. I believe they would have gone up, 30-13 at that point. And when that happens, the turnaround, you give them the ball back, but preventing them from getting in the end zone, to me, that was the moment where I'm like, okay, they're still fighting, they're still scrapping, they're showing everything that we talk about, the grit. Mm-hmm. And that was the moment where I'm like, okay, they're not out of it. They can actually come back. Now, it was dampened a little bit by 2 plays later throwing another interception.
And that was the really egregious one, I thought, to J-Mo.
Right, but there was this sense from the very first interception, the first play of the second half, where Carlton Davis comes away with an interception. And then it was, three plays, 1 yard punt for Houston. It was the interception that I'm talking about, the second interception from Carlton Davis, where it was 5 plays. It was their longest drive, 40 yards, but it ended up in a change of possession. And then it was a punt after, 8 plays, 8 yards. 3 plays, 1 yard punt. 4 plays, 4 yards punt. Missed field goal was 9 plays, 30 yards. Like, the defense was so dominant in the second half, and it was kind of the build-up. All of a sudden, the second interception by Carlton Davis, and it's like, you know what? Yeah, they're going to find a way to be in the mix at the end. And it was kind of just how are they going to get there?
His second interception, Carlton Davis. It showed that they were going to keep getting as many stops as needed. They were going to put it on a tee for the Lions offense. When the Lions made it 23-20, I knew they were winning the game. I didn't think they were out of it at the half by any means, but I needed to see the offense get going. When they had scored their second half touchdown, I go, okay, offense is awake. Defense has pinned them down, to use the stats you were just using, has pinned them down, and it's right there for the taking. And now the offense is revved up, and it's only a matter of time. Houston had what we have had before, the feeling of you're in quicksand. Yeah. It's inevitable. It's going to be slow.
Stop it.
Oh, it's just going to. You are not winning this game. You have the lead. You have the lead at home in the fourth quarter, but you have lost momentum, and there is a freight train bearing down on you, and the Lions would make 2 50-yard field goals, and I expected them to make them because I had felt the game was swinging their way, and it was only a matter of time.
Well, and it goes back to some of the different things that we've seen, and let's just take the Minnesota game. They spot them 10 points, yet in the second quarter they score 21. They give the lead back after a fumble returned for a touchdown, and they find a way to give themselves a chance at the end with the field goal to win the game. This is an offense that is scoring points at an almost historic pace. And so if you're down 16 at half, I don't think anybody looked at that and goes, it's insurmountable. The point spread wasn't what was insurmountable, how they were playing. But you also believe at some point in 4 quarters, it's going to click. They're going to get it right. They're going to score points. And the 16 points is it's nothing that they can't overcome. That's really what the feeling was at halftime. Nothing that they couldn't overcome.
Right. And we had talked about it. There were moments recently where this team has been faced with opportunities where, hey, if they lost the game, we'd understand.
We'd create excuses for them.
You lose to Minnesota the first week after Hutchinson on the road.
Right.
Nobody's happy to lose that game, but we would have said, all right, lick your wounds, trade for a pass rusher, it'll be all right.
Get it, yeah.
They didn't. They won the game anyway. Tennessee, no excuses. You had to win that game, and they won it easy. Green Bay in the elements. Oh, no, Goff with the gloves. It's raining and it's windy. Yeah. If they would have lost, we would have said, damn, well, good thing that they play indoors at Ford Field. Just win the home games, and you can avoid it. But they won the game anyway. And with Houston, the linebackers are flying around. They had extra rest because they had played on a Thursday night. You're going, boy, hey, that's a good Houston team.
You're down Decker.
Yeah.
You're down. Yeah, obviously, Zadarius Smith
not
didn't
playing.
play.
You didn't get your reinforcements, the shot in the arm from the pass rush. You would go, I don't like losing these games, but all right, I get it. They're going to John, they are not going to lose these games. They are not built to lose these games. They are built in a way where no matter what adversity hits them, they're going to rally. So at the half, was I happy? No. Was I concerned? to an extent, but I thought there was a lot of football left, and I wanted to see how they'd respond. Now, Houston getting the ball out of the half is a chance for them to drive a nail in the coffin, and instead,
one play.
There's Carlton Davis. How did he get the ball? He picked it off, and it was the way the TV broadcast did it, where they play Dan Campbell asking his defense to get a turnover.
And there it is.
Asking you shall receive. Yes,
exactly
there it is.
Yep.
248-539-9797. John, who do we have on hold?
We've got Greg on hold here. Hold on a second here. You're moved spots here, so I'm going to go to Greg in Detroit. Greg, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Guys, awesome show as always. I'm just a Jared Goff fanatic. He is just the greatest quarterback ever to me, and he's been an MVP for me ever since 2 years ago when they started the season against the Eagles. And, I mean, they had the potential to score 50 points, and this is after the Eagles had just came from losing in the Super Bowl. So he's been my MVP, and that's the point. I said, wow, we got something here. The Lions could have scored. If you watch that game again, they left some touchdowns on the field, but almost 50 points. That's when he became my MVP. But mostly the last game. Now, here's the thing. You throw 5 interceptions, MVP. It's going to stay there, stay focused, and when it's crunch time, that MVP, Jared Goff, it's going to get you the victory. That's what he did. He stayed poised. He stayed calm. He knew he had an opportunity. He didn't get he didn't get disgruntled or anything like that. He didn't lose focus. He stayed focused and I always said, give me 2 minutes on the clock and the ball in Jared Goff's hands. He is an MVP.
So I think that's an underrated point of the game. Like 5 interceptions is a headline no quarterback wants to see, but underrated in that he didn't stop. He didn't get rattled. He just kept leading this football team, and they needed those second half touchdowns. They needed him to distribute the ball, and they got it.
We got a little breaking news. I'll tell you what, when we get back, I'll tell you what's going on in division. Unless you want to say it now.
No, the TV's behind me. You can pay that tease off next, but I need you as a former
real
player.
Real quick, it's actually Connor Stallions is replacing him.
Just keeps falling upward. No, we'll actually break that news next. And, John, I need to know, as a former player, if you're buying what James Houston was selling. It's 97.1. All right, guys, we talk about winning. And listen, as Lions fans, you want to toast to the Kings of the North? Do it with 1800 Tequila, the best taste in tequila and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Make sure you grab the limited edition Motor City Jersey bottle. It's on shelves now. You'll see it. It's that black label. It's made for this season, and it's made to look like those alternate jerseys the Lions wore in Week 4. The bottles will be gone soon, so get yours wherever you normally buy 1800 Tequila and enjoy the #1 super premium tequila and the taste of victory on game day. 1800 Tequila, Proximo Spirits, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly. right, the Goff conversation today has been, is the MVP candidacy over? A 5-interception day is bad. When your team wins with you throwing 5 interceptions, how valuable are you? Right? The word is most valuable player. Ticket Texter says, unfortunately, judging by what the award means, I don't know that he can win the MVP. It shows that he isn't fully relied on the way that we had previously thought. It says, look at stats. Another texter says, Goff has something neither Lamar or Mahomes have, a receiving touchdown. Goff MVP, argument over.
He does.
And this one says, stop. Goff is not an MVP. Ravens can't win without Lamar. Lions apparently can win while injured and with 5 interceptions. He is not the MVP. Our point was, no, he's not right now. Season still has some big moments left and a lot of football left. No, he's not the MVP right now. He's not 1, he's not 2, and he's not 3 for me. You had some breaking news.
Oh, yeah. It was, you had switched seats. It was literally right behind you. It popped up. Shane Waldron, offensive coordinator of the Chicago Bears, is no longer the offensive coordinator of the Chicago Bears.
Saw that coming, huh?
Yeah. I mean, it's Eberflus is going to point as many fingers as possible. Yeah. You're gone. You're gone. You're gone. Before he gone. And it's a matter of time, right? I mean, by the end of the year, whether they or not they do it during the regular season, this is his final year in Chicago.
So this is typically how it goes. You fire the OC. Actually, the first thing you do is sometimes you'll see them take away play calling duty.
Yeah.
But firing the OC is like one step removed from cutting the head off of the snake there.
Yeah. There's been no development by Caleb Williams. You've got 3 really good, talented receivers. And I think the bigger question is you've had guys on both sides of the ball quit in the middle of plays. To me, that's not the OC. That's the culture. And the culture is always set by the head coach.
Yeah, they've never fired a coach in season in the history of their long and storied franchise.
Maybe he's just taking away whoever he thought was going to be the interim. They'll put Shane Waldron in here.
Yeah, take that option off the table.
Uh-huh.
This feels inevitable for them with 3 straight losses, 23 straight possessions without a touchdown. You got to get things going for your number 1 overall pick. They have enough weapons in that offense.
Yeah.
The line, I don't think is good. I don't think it's this bad to where they gave up 9 sacks last week. They got to get things cleaned up. The OC is got to be the fall guy here, but he won't be the only guy if they don't win.
This S show in Chicago is so it's like, I just love it.
Me too.
I just love it. And the preseason speculation of them, and it was all just hype. And I'm to a point now where I think the next move for the franchise, because I think this goes beyond the coach almost. It's like if they had their stuff together, they would have changed coaches last year and started fresh with somebody with an offensive mind with Caleb Williams.
Yep.
So at this point, I think the franchise, by the time they get here on Thanksgiving, you know who might be the head coach of the Bears? Olin Kreutz.
The old center?
Yeah. Just like Saturday in the Colts, because this is the Colts all over again. It's a 3-ring circus. You like that, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah.
I love that they were on Hard Knocks. I love that everybody got so hyped about this team. Everybody said they were going to be. This is what they are, and I love it. Okay, John, before we get to Heather's news, this is kind of a news story. We have James Houston.
Oh, yeah.
Who well, as Stoney put out, photo, appeared to have pooped his pants. The white pants are unforgiving for the Lions. James Houston sent out a message saying, hey, y'all, I had some Gatorade. I sat on some Gatorade. Just chill. Laughing emoji, poop emoji. John, you've played. Do you buy it?
I don't know what flavor of Gatorade or what mix of Gatorade. I don't buy it.
There's no way the Gatorade would be just right there in that section. If you sat on a liquid.
Yeah. Could you describe it a little better?
The stain, it was like yellowy brown right in the crack.
Right.
She's right, people.
So if you sat on Gatorade, it would kind of spread over your entire
butt. Yeah, it would disperse a little bit more.
There was no Gatorade.
No.
This was one targeted area.
I've always said I hate white uniforms. I mainly hate them because for big guys, they just make you look fatter than you already are, which you have to admit, right? Yeah, hey, at that level, you're, of body weight, you are somewhat fat. But there's no way to hide anything with white uniforms. And The hard part for James Houston was obviously the play that everybody is showing. Like they basically zoom in on it.
Yeah.
Because that's where it's the ball, the tackle, his pursuit of the play, but always facing camera. And as Heather so eloquently put it, it's all right there in the crack.
Thank you.
Also, how fitting is it that Stoney was one of the first people to point this out during game day? He tweets it out. Boom. There it is. He did.
Gosh, I guess I got to get in Twitter.
His attention.
I mean, we know this, John, working with him and Heather. He does have a tough time holding a fart.
Yeah?
I didn't need to know that.
Yeah. And as we all know, the number one rule, never trust a fart.
Yep.
I mean, that's the hard part is during the game, things happen.
Yeah, this was Stoney's tweet. James Houston needs some Charmin. And then the photo.
Some dude wipes.
And, something. All right. So that could have been one of Heather's news stories, but let's get to the rest of them.
Well, it actually was my leading news story.
But
we
can rehash it if you want.
I didn't look at the rundown, so I didn't realize you were actually going to talk about it right before my news. So that one's done, but that's okay.
Where was that staying again?
So let's talk about another story, kind of about the Lions, but not really. I mean, it is, but it isn't. So after their win in Houston, G-Mac Cash came out with a brand new song about the Lions. Let's take a listen.
It's like Mad Libs, right?
It's
Just
great.
Fill in the beat.
It's fun. Yeah, I mean, easy to do.
Yes.
Very easy to do. It was called We Run the North. And this is not his first song about the Lions. He also had one called Lions Won Again. Then he did one about the Tigers, too. So he's sharing his, fandom for Detroit sports through song, which is great.
It's awesome.
I love it. Keep them coming. I think it's fabulous. Let's see. In other news, DTE customers will see a slight increase in their bills this fall following an approved rate increase by the Michigan Public Service Commission. So customers are expected to see an increase of about $2 on their monthly bill. And then in addition to that, customers are also going to have a 66-cent infrastructure recovery mechanism surcharge that will increase. I know that will increase annually. So this 66-cent increase will increase to $6.28 by January 1st of 2029. So our bills are just going to continue to go up. Both the increase and the surcharge are set to go into effect on November 21st, which is, right around the corner of this year. DTE officials say that the increases are needed to pay for investments in the company's infrastructure, as well as rising operational and maintenance costs. The Batmobile from the Dark Knight trilogy can now be yours for just a measly $3 million.
That's it?
Yeah. Warner Brothers is now selling 10 fully functional, but not actually street legal replicas of this, iconic vehicle. So you can go online and, if you're interested, you do have to do an application. You have to go through an application process. You must be approved. And then it will take quite a while to construct the vehicle and then deliver it.
But then I can't drive around in it.
You can't, but if you have enough money, I guess, to spend $3 million on this Batmobile, you'll probably have enough money to take it somewhere
private
that you can drive it.
Yeah, first world problems.
It's exactly. The holiday season is here, and this year Gen Zers are expected to spend way more than any other generation out there. So according to a new survey, 28% of Gen Zers plan to spend $1,000, which is, like I said, more than any other group. Older generation, so all of us here are, I think this is low, but maybe it's just me, are planning to spend $250 to $500 on non-essentials. So on gifts and decor.
$250 to $500 on Christmas?
Yes.
That doesn't include, obviously, getting presents for your kids.
Feels light.
It feels really light because I was going to say, technically, I haven't really even started, but I have started and I've already spent more than that.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. All right. Coming up next, Lions head coach Dan Campbell. It's 97.1.
Hey, we're focused on football, whether it's college or the NFL, but FanDuel wants you to know NBA is back, and it's on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off or buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA, and you're going to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel, and that is everyone. All you got to do is place that $5 bet, and you get that 3 months of NBA League Pass. Here's how you sign up. Got to go to visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and make every moment more this NBA season. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month trial, the full price of League Pass will automatically be charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
How many games left, John?
11.
11.
Uh-huh.
Well, hold on. There's only 8 regular season games left.
We don't count just the regular season games. Come on. That's so 2021.
Well, most teams have to win 4 playoff games. That would be 12. The
Nope.
1 seed, Dan Campbell, eye on the prize, as he put it preseason, wants the whole enchilada. 11 games left, and they have to prepare as if there's 11 games left. I thought the answer made sense with Zadarius Smith, and he drops in the little nugget. Yeah, we're eyeing the Super Bowl. Always are.
Well, and I had forgotten about his answer preseason when we talked about, do you talk about Super Bowl expectations? Now it's, are you talking about having the number 1 seed? And
it's a good question.
Well, but the answer was consistent. It was the same. We got to work back. We got hey, the goal is the Super Bowl. You set that goal, you talk about that goal, and what do you have to do to achieve that goal? You work your way back. Well, what are the best odds? It's getting home field advantage. How do you do that? You get the number 1 seed. How do you do that? You win your division. How do you do that? You work your way back all the way to training camp, and now you can see all of the path is starting to crystallize.
Yeah, and I think people focus on home field. Huge deal. Lions fans have made Ford Field a really tough place to play. They've made road venues at times tough places to play where teams have had to use silent count. The other thing is just the simplest answer. It's 1 less game you have to play, right? Like home field aside, it's 1 less game you could lose. Someone could get injured. You could stub your toe. It gives Zadarius Smith and vets another
that's
week
the thing.
to make sure they're at their best.
When we talked about having the bye week so early in the season, what was it, week 5?
Yeah, very early, yeah.
And after that, it was, you're going to have to run straight through to the Super Bowl. Well, no, you can create some time off for yourself.
Earn time off, yeah.
And you have it with the Thursday night games. You have that kind of, there's a short week on the front end, but on the back end, you have 10 days between games. It's a way to heal up guys like a Frank Ragnow that's been dealing with the torn pec, like a Taylor Decker that is now dealing with a shoulder injury. I mean, you have that opportunity to create room for yourself to heal up, to get ready for a playoff run.
The Bills game, I think I'm right on this. They'll have 10 days to prepare for the Bills game. Little things in the schedule that will help this football team out. Because I think it's Thanksgiving, and then they play a Thursday night game after Thanksgiving. So they stay, and that's
right. There's 2 Thursday night games.
Yes,
yep.
And there's a Buffalo after that?
Yes, it is.
Thank you for that. So then that'll help them. A little extra breathing room before the biggest regular season opponent on the schedule.
Get fresh, and more time on film.
And when they play the Niners, it's a Monday night game, which gives you 1 more day to get ready for that game. And then playoff games are the biggest games. Make sure you get an extra week's worth of rest to get ready for that playoff game. Earn the bye.
It'll be interesting to see how they manage the roster. They manage the vets leading up to, like you mentioned, the short week going into Thanksgiving. And then it's a regular week, Thursday to Thursday. And then it's the extended week with the Bills. And then it's the extended, 1 day extra time for the Niners. But it's also a shorter day. And if maybe that's your second loss, is the Vikings when they do rest everybody, because it is a short week. Hopefully the number 1 seed is wrapped up by that point and you don't need it.
Yeah, think about this. If they win that Monday night game against the Niners and they've locked up the 1 seed, I don't think you sit the starters in week 18 and the week. That's 2 straight weeks off their feet. But they could start the game and then kind of just pull off.
Selectively pluck a couple of guys off.
Second quarter, second half. We don't need to see Jared Goff take a snap in the second half of a game that's irrelevant for the standings.
And Hooker, good luck.
Yeah, hey,
there you go.
Think about this. They've already gotten him into 2 football games this season. Yep. I mean, that's...
Sure, every rep is an opportunity. It's good rep.
It's not insignificant, especially when he missed his rookie season and you don't have the 5th-year option. So from a roster standpoint, it's good to get him out there. He said no issues with Goff in the 5 interceptions. He even alluded, some people are going to think I'm crazy to say this, 5 interceptions, but did you understand where he was coming from?
Oh, sure. I mean, it doesn't wipe away what you just witnessed for the past 6 weeks, 7 weeks. It's a bump on the road to, again, 11 games left. And not every interception is created equal. They're all counted against the quarterback, so the perception is not great. Some of those throws were not great. But the thing I like about Jared Goff, and we mentioned this last year, you throw an interception and then you respond with a touchdown drive.
Yep.
Now, in this one, you throw 5 interceptions, yet you still respond with putting your team in position when you need to, and you need to wipe the slate clean. It's hard to do, especially with 5 interceptions, but you wipe the slate clean long enough to be able to go out there and put together a drive that puts you in field goal range.
So 5 interceptions hurts perception, and it's why I do think his MVP case took a hit.
Sure.
But it doesn't have anything to do with next week and the game after that and the game after that, because he has been so much better than that.
Yeah, it didn't have anything to do with the fourth quarter.
Correct. Carson Anderson in the studio. What's going on, boys?
One of my favorite parts about that game is he's got 5 interceptions already banked, and he takes him on 3 straight must-have-it scoring drives at the end of the game.
Yep.
Now, one of them was pretty short, obviously.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He had to still make the throw, and we'll talk to him about it today at 10:30.
There you go. Regularly scheduled golf.
Yep, regularly scheduled golf. Yep, you got it.
Well, you guys moved him around a little bit, so 10:30, great. What else you got
Well,
coming
good
up?
to be clear.
He has moved you guys around a little bit.
Yes.
Which
You're
is
not,
fine. We'll
you're
do
not
whatever
pulling
Jared
the
Goff
car
wants
yet.
to talk. We'll
I
talk
didn't
with
think
Jared
I
Goff.
should phrase that correctly. I don't think you guys are bossing around the starting
We are not
quarterback of the
telling
Detroit
Jared
Lions.
Goff.
Jared, it's going to have to be 11:15.
We got an Are You Going to Eat That? Can you do it?
Yeah. Oh, hey, we did have a news story earlier about Danny DeVito and ranking bald heads, and Heather hasn't seen Doug's shine in a while. She wanted to know. Okay.
Oh, see, yeah, I kind of forgot. I forgot what your head looked like. Yeah, Danny DeVito came in at number
should I
6,
be
the top
offended
10
over
most
here?
attractive bald men in the world.
Yeah, Danny DeVito, 6th most attractive bald guy.
I don't.
What?
I mean,
It's according to science, so it's got to be real.
Yeah, it wasn't voted on.
Science.
Yeah, science.
Yeah.
Numbers.
Who was behind
data.
Danny DeVito on this list?
Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel.
Samuel L. Jackson. Some French soccer coach or something.
Henri, I think is who it is. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
I like
Who's
it.
number 1?
Prince William.
Followed
That's
by Dwayne The
what
Rock
brought
Johnson.
up
Yep.
the Doug Karsh.
Was Michael Jordan on the list?
No.
No. Science says no.
No.
Doug was not on the list either.
Yes.
He wasn't.
Chauncey?
Or Tom.
I actually love it. I really do.
I'm
My favorite
quite
thing
jealous.
to do is I mean, I have to let it grow out because if I try and buzz it before it grows out, I miss spots.
Yeah.
His hair has become like a subplot of your show lately.
I mean, it's not lately. I think since he and I were put together.
I'm jealous.
Well,
You
at the
just wake up
beginning,
and go.
We used to like to say that my hair was no longer in the ready position, and now we've evolved to this, and I'm a big fan.
Yeah, and a month ago we started talking about the isthmus. Across
Yeah, I
the
kind of
top.
got a little isthmus here. Like if you
Oh.
let it grow out,
yeah.
it kind of still connects right out top,
Yep.
way high in the forehead.
Yep.
We call it the Doug Isthmus.
Call our DJ, will hook you up. He's got it all
You know, it's so
figured out.
funny. DJ has also become a part of the show because he during the bye week. Did you
Oh,
ever
is
hear
that the
this?
dude that went
yes,
to Turkey?
yes.
Yeah, during the bye week, we
Yeah.
asked, what'd you do during the bye week? And this DJ calls up and says, flew to Istanbul, got hair plugs. We're like, what?
Wow.
Not hair
It's a
plugs.
thing.
Not hair
Sorry,
plugs.
not plugs.
The
Transplant?
the whole.
Yeah, it took his
Dr.
own
the
hair
Dr. B.
and
Yeah.
transplanted
Where they-
it.
Did he
to
say
the
exactly
top.
where they took it from?
I assume that they took.
Yeah,
from the
they
very
most
back,
likely would take it
the
from.
lower and
Well,
back.
come on.
Well, you
Where do
take-
you think, John?
I'm just asking the question. Why would you assume?
Because hair in the rest of your body is different than hair that grows on the
How
top
so,
of your,
Gator?
or the back of your head. Do I need to explain this to you?
No, he asked the question, how so?
Carson Anderson are coming up next. They'll solve this and so much more. It's 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch alongside that guy, Scott the Gator Anderson. How are you today?
I'm all right, Doug.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just all right?
Well, yeah, I was fine until this morning. I was eating my breakfast, had a cinnamon raisin English muffin.
Yeah.
And I took a bite, and at some point, I don't know how I do this. It seems like it is a physical impossibility to bite this part of the inside of my mouth. Like I'm chewing, and then the underside of your tongue, somehow I nipped it while I was chewing. I don't know how it happened.
You cut the underside of your tongue?
Like the bottom back right of my tongue. I don't know how underside of it.
You have years of chewing experience.
I've been around a long time, okay? Kind of know what I'm doing. Been chewing for a long time. But I don't get it. Has this happened before? I don't know. Do I just have a floppy tongue? I don't know what the hell's going on underneath there, but it stings, and I think it's still a little woundish.
Yeah,
but done this before. Don't know how.
I don't expect this out of you. I think I have high expectations for you when it comes to these types of things.
I mean, I guess I was really enjoying that cinnamon raisin English muffin. Yeah. Next thing I know.
Did you put some butter on there? Did you butter it up or did you toast it? No?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay, just making sure.
Oh, and you have to. You cannot. You cannot eat an English muffin if it's not toasted. You can't do it.
I agree with that. I agree with that statement.
It is the worst tasting thing ever if it's not.
It's almost like that's raw. It's not even cooked. Yeah.
What the hell did I just do? Like, you get a piece of bread, throw some butter on it, fine. A piece of bread, throw some peanut butter on it, you're fine. If you toast, it's even better. You know, same thing with like rolls and buns.
You can eat bagels without toasting.
Absolutely, 100%.
English muffin, though?
No way. Absolutely not.
I think this is a rare case where we're 3 for 3. I agree.
Yeah, you have to toast an
English muffin.
No one just goes raw on that.
No.
And I think we've all tried it to understand that you can't do it. Because once you try, you're like, oh, it's the worst.
Yeah.
It's just the worst.
Well, thanks for enduring and showing up anyway.
I mean, it's not like I was going to call in sick, but...
Do you need sunglasses or anything? Big, giant sunglasses? Or are you good?
It hurts. It's in pain, and that can taste blood every once in a while.
Wow.
I'm telling you, it hurt.
Well,
Dougie's questionable, but he's going to stay in the game.
I mean, it's your standard English muffin injury story.
It's, last week I tweeted out about you, True Grit, playing through the pain. So I'm going to have to do. And I'm not going to miss the first 2 segments to do it. I'm going to get in there and I'm going to do it.
Yeah. Well, suffice it to say, I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
How was your weekend?
Look, it was great to see that the Lions won that game on Sunday night, kind of treating Sunday night like it was a Saturday night almost, just that was outstanding. That game was so fantastic in so many ways. You're watching it and interception after interception after interception, and I don't think it ever really crept in my mind, take him out. He's got to come out.
It never came out.
When you're watching it, you're okay, tip pass, got it. Arm punt at the end of the half, got it, and then there's a couple passes like, what happened there? Was that did the receiver turn the wrong way? Was this a bad throw? What is he doing? Is it anything like that? I'm not sure. Definitely one bad interception in the group. But at the same time, I'm thinking to myself, they're down 23-7 at half. Now, for them to come back is going to be a Herculean task. Not only do they need to score, which is something we weren't able to do a whole lot of in the first half, but in doing so, they have to prevent the other team from scoring any more than they already have. And when they scored 23 points in the first half, you're thinking, okay, all right, so first team to 40 wins. Is that how this is going to go? But it's not how it went. The defense pitched a shutout. It was amazing. And the offense, came a little bit alive. I'm not going to say they came alive or on fire because they weren't. They kicked 2 50-plus yard field goals and, have another a touchdown in the mix. It was a great effort, a great team effort in the second half. I was not happy in the first half. And I don't think anybody was. I'm not alone in this, but I'm just thinking about all the things that were going wrong. And it was frustrating for a while. I mean, and having a game like that where they weren't getting home in the first half against a quarterback that has a very sketchy offensive line, and you're lamenting that Zadarius Smith isn't in the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
But then they start to put some things together. They were getting some pressure. They started getting more pressure. And then they started taking them down. And you have to give a ton of credit to Aaron Glenn and that defense for doing what they did. If you still are on the fence as to whether or not this secondary is better than they were a year ago, I don't know what to tell you. This secondary is, I don't think I want to use the word outstanding, but they are very, very good. I think the NFL world learned on Sunday night that Brian Branch is the best safety in the National Football League, and he's in his second year.
He's really good. He processes information and acts on it extraordinarily quickly, and that is one of those great intangibles that I don't know can be measured. Anything you do at the combine or anything, I mean, you can see it on the football field, I suppose, if you're really paying attention, and that's what scouting is. And then he's outstanding. He is just outstanding. And look, Carlton Davis got the first pick as a corner. First corner that got an interception this year came from Carlton Davis, and he got 2 of them. Defense got the stops when they needed. Defense forced field goals when they needed. And let's face it, the guy we're going to talk to at 10:30 totally brushed aside what had happened and led the Lions in their last 3 possessions on 3 must-have-it scoring drives. And we'll talk with Jared Goff coming up at 10:30. Gator, I don't know if you caught this yesterday, but Rico Beard pulled a gator.
Okay. I was driving around a little bit yesterday, and then as I'm pulling back into my garage, I'm like, wait a minute. Rico and Mike around at the same time. This is a holiday. The policy here at the station is that when you have the national holidays, days off, that one person from the show has to stay on, the other person gets the day off, and way we do is we alternate it. So this is why you were on yesterday, and I was not. So when I got into the house, I started thinking to myself, Rico and Mike were on together. Was this a mistake? Because it had to be. It had to be a mistake.
Rico had the day off.
Didn't look at the
basically
schedule.
showed up anyway.
Mm.
I think he
Pulled
knew,
a gator.
I think he knew he had the day off. He found out he was planning on coming in, and then he found out he had the day off and came in anyway. Whereas you, it's a little bit different. You didn't know you had the day off. You showed up. Kang and I looked at each other because we'd prepared to do the show without you, decided, let's not tell him. Then we got in the studio, got on the air, and broke the news to you then. You know today's your day off.
Yeah, like the third segment. You guys waited a while.
Did we hand him like the schedule or something?
Yeah, as I recall, Doug said, I want you to go out and look at the wall where we have the schedule printed out. And you said, just tell me what you see. I'm like, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, out there. Karsh.
Yeah.
Huh. So it just
usually
says Karsh.
Usually it says Karsh and Anderson, and it just said
Karsh.
And so you came back in. I think you maybe finished out the first hour and took off.
I did. Yeah. Probably went to the movie theater or something.
All right, we'll talk to the people. Jared Goff, too, at 10:30. It's Karsh and Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Because they specialize, Michigan Auto Law has received more million-dollar auto accident results than any other law firm in Michigan. If you do your research, you'll see it's the truth about Michigan Auto Law over any other law firm in the state. They got the largest auto accident settlement. They got the largest truck accident settlement ever at $14.3 million. They have the largest auto verdict of any law firm in Michigan at $34 million. Michigan Auto Law is nationally recognized for winning truck accident cases. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
Huh. Well, they didn't score all the points in the second half.
What?
Dan Miller there said they scored all the points in the second half. I thought that's what he said.
Houston didn't score in the second half, did they?
No, I thought he said the Lions scored all their points in the second half.
Oh, I guess maybe he meant the Lions were the only team that scored in the second half. They scored all the points.
There you go.
Or scored in the second
Fair
half.
enough.
Yeah.
Either way, it's a W, baby.
It is a big W.
I was watching Sportsworks on Sunday night, and they were obviously doing the Sportsworks without Dan Miller, typically, because obviously the show's on Fox too, and Dan's at the game. But they brought Dan in live, and it was really cool when they brought Dan in live because all the Lions fans were still there, and they start doing a Dan Miller chant, like a Jared Goff chant. It was great. It had to be pretty gratifying for Dan Miller.
It's incredible. Like the videos on social media, have you seen the Lions fans in the concourse?
I can't believe there were that many. I just can't. It's amazing.
I think this is going to get old to other teams real quick.
Well, I think
and I love it.
I think it's amazing that they travel so well, but don't discount also the transplants that Michiganders are around this country, because I know a lot of people personally that moved to Texas, and we all know the Florida, Arizona stuff, right? But I think it's all over the country that Lions fans have been dormant, and now the team's good. They're going to games, and
we've saved a lot of money over the years not traveling and not going to things like playoff games, and so now we're willing to spend it.
Yeah, you combine the travel crowd and then all the fans that actually live there. It turns out it's a pretty damn big fan base.
All right, 248-539-9797. John and Shelby are on 97 the ticket. What's up, John?
Hey, guys. I hate to bring the rain of the parade, but you guys are talking about the secondary, right? And I've been really happy with everything they've been doing. I mean, the two safeties have been unreal. But I'm really concerned about Arnold's progress. He's giving me Bryant Westbrook vibes. I feel like every single game he's got a massive penalty, pass interference penalty that kind of puts him in an awkward, bad situation. They missed a second critical one that he did interfere with as they went up to the officiating booth, and I'm just looking for progress, and I'm just not.
I'll give it to you because he doesn't make a critical penalty every single game. He committed 7 pass interference and defensive holding calls in the first 4 games. Then in October, he got 1 flag. It was an offensive holding, and it was a hold he had on special teams. The pass interference he had this past week was the first one he's had since week 4. So, you say you want progress. You say he does it every single game. Actually, he hasn't done it every single game. He had a bunch of them as a rookie breaking into the league in the first 4 games, and quite frankly, he went October free, penalty free. Then he had 1 special teams penalty against Green Bay, and this DPI was the first one he's had since the Seattle game.
So you feel good about his progress, because that's where I was getting a little bit worried, but I didn't do that research, so I appreciate that.
No, it's good.
So the other thing, John, John mentioned Bryant Westbrook. Bryant Westbrook, if you go back and watch those games, when he was healthy, he improved dramatically and was actually quite good, but he couldn't stay healthy. And that was a downfall of Bryant Westbrook, but that was a former first-round pick from Texas, I believe. He was very good if he was healthy.
We got a call yesterday. I'm not going to exaggerate this. Okay. It was near the end of a segment. I was at a loss for words. A guy called up to complain about Terrion Arnold and said, he's too tight in coverage. He's too close to the receivers. And I'm thinking to myself,
he's too tight in coverage.
He's too tight in coverage.
Meaning that it lends himself to be susceptible to offensive or to defensive pass interference calls?
I would rather have a defensive back that was getting pass interference calls because he's covering the receiver as opposed to getting burned and dragging a guy down. Benefit of the doubt is he can bump some guys, but if you're playing the football, it doesn't matter. Now, the letter of the law, yesterday we talked about the last pass interference that wasn't called. And I was on the crossing route on Houston's third down play right before Fairbairn missed the field goal, where he went through the back of the receiver. By the letter of the law, you cannot run through the back of a receiver. It is like article.
It was interference.
Segment B. But what I'm intrigued is, what if the receiver just stops, forcing the because that's what happened. The receiver stopped. It forced Arnold to run into his back. But I will give. I could say this from years of experience of being on the field. You sometimes see stuff on the field in real time that you don't have a great angle at from field level. It looks obvious from up above, but not all the officials are responsible for that call. It's usually one that's responsible for that call. And if a player is in your way or you don't have a great look at it, it looks like he went around him, because I'm going to guess that comes from the back judge, but I'm not totally sure on that one. But and other guys can flag it, but if nobody if nobody has a good look at it, it happens all the time during games.
I think they got away with it.
He might have.
They got away with it. I thought it was interference. If the receiver stops, it's up to the defender to stop as well, because the receiver is stopping because he's trying to make the catch.
But if the defender's playing, this is what I don't think is fair. If the defender is literally playing the football, and you know, he wasn't playing the receiver, he was playing the ball, and the receiver stopped. I mean, it feels like one of those targeting calls in college football where a ball carrier lowers his head into the helmet of the attacking defender, and the defender gets called for. But by the letter of the law, you can't run through a player's back. No. I'm not as worried about Arnold as I was in month one, and I don't think you should be.
I'm not worried about him at all. I'm encouraged by him, and I think he has gotten better.
Austin in Detroit. Hi, Austin.
What's going on, guys?
How we doing?
If you go on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and you search Detroit Takeover, it's a group of people, complete strangers at times, that's getting together and traveling in packs to go to these games. We did Dallas before, we did New Orleans before. But yeah, go take a look, and you'll see how and why that crowd looked like they looked yesterday.
They look crazy.
Well, Sunday.
Yeah, it looked absolutely crazy. And you know, I don't spend a ton of time on social media outside of work hours, but what I saw today, I was like, this is incredible.
So impressive.
Jeff in Detroit, you're next. Hi, Jeff.
Good morning.
Hey.
Just turned on the show, and the first thing I hear is another person questioning Arnold's ability, and it really is a sticking point for me because, look, everybody says the kicker is one of the most thankless jobs in football, but I believe that the cornerback is one of the most thankless jobs in football. And what I believe you see Terry Arnold doing is you see an amazing rookie athlete staying with some of the most incredible athletes in the world, and he picks up fouls because he's right there on them, and he hasn't quite learned how to turn his head and look for the signs when the football's coming, but he's not 3 strides behind him, right? He is staying with them. And I love that about him, and I think the coaches love that about him.
It's going to be the price of doing business when you're in the neighborhood. He has clearly gotten better. Has clearly gotten better at playing the football, and that's why he's, you know, the pass interference and holding calls have gone way down.
I appreciate what the caller had to say about the position. It's the toughest position in professional football to play or to be successful at, because there's nothing that sets you up for success. All the rules are stacked against you. You're a reactionary position. You can't touch the guy once you get past 5 yards. It's good. It's like good luck with that, sink or swim.
We talk with Jared Goff next. 97.1 The Ticket. Do you know your water score in your home? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, and dry skin indicate your water score isn't as high as it should be. Weather's turning colder. Our friends at CGC Water want to find out your water score. They'll test your water and survey your home to rank your water. If you aren't satisfied with your water score, CGC can recommend the Kinetico treatment solution to improve it. They did it for us. They'll do it for you. 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Tell them Doug Karsh sent you. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Lions with a unbelievable win down in Houston. But Gator, I made the comment yesterday that there are going to be probably games that kind of get lost in the wash during the year that are not as memorable as others. This one was a memorable one. This one feels like a point in time that will get referenced if this team goes on to get to the mountaintop, is what they were able to do in the Houston game, especially if what they're able to do in the Houston game in the end is one of the big reasons why they get home field advantage and get that 1 seed that they're going after.
Well, that'd be real nice. And it's 2 games in a row, and you go back to the Green Bay game as well. I don't think that's one we're going to forget anytime soon either.
Probably not.
Because of the weather and all that and the perseverance. And it's 2 weeks in a row now where this team has they totally, epitomized what Dan Campbell has preached about for years since he took over the job. It's just this team is pure grit. It's not always going to turn out in their favor, but just coming back and getting to a tie situation in that game was remarkable, let alone the opportunity to win at the end, which they did.
Yeah, and look, the regular season, when you have a good football team, is an exercise in a couple things. One is trying to position yourself as best you can for the most advantageous path to the Super Bowl, which I think last year the goal was to get a home playoff game, win the division and get a home playoff game. This year, and Dan Campbell had admitted as much when he was on with the morning show, it's about trying to be that 1 seed. And they're in a position to be that. But then the other thing you do in the regular season is you want to prove that you can answer every bell. And in the last 2 weeks, there was a weather game, and they answered the bell. And there was an off game, hostile environment, on the road, big deficit. Came back and won that one too. Like they're checking these boxes off along the way where if, they do have to go on the road into a weather game in, DC or Philly or San Francisco, hey, we played in these conditions, we know we can win. If they do find themselves down 16, 17 points, they know they can come back. And we know they can come back. They're checking boxes.
They are definitely checking boxes. They're fun to watch, and I know that game was not fun to watch for a while. I mean, for a long while. Even when they start the second half, like, come on, they just trade interceptions? What's going on here? But they settle down, and when you look at them scoring 19 points in the second half, that's a lot of points to score in a half of football. You'll take it. And now the 26 total is below their season average, but it's okay. You're going to have games like that where you're not playing your best and you're able to do enough to win. That's really what the character about this team is.
It's interesting because we went into this 4-game stretch where they had 3 of 4 on the road, and they were all tough opponents. At the Vikings, at the Packers, at the Texans with the home game against Tennessee. So you're talking about first-place teams with winning records. In the Vikings case, they were undefeated. And it was like, okay, this is the stretch where we learn a little bit more about them. This is the stretch where we get a sense for who they are. And they sweep it. They sweep the stretch. And they do it in a variety of different ways. They came from behind in the Vikings game and the Texans game, the weather game in Green Bay. They had special teams contribute a ton in the Texans game, the Titans game. So there's all 3 phases, at one point or another. If everybody's clicking, you win big. But if everybody's not clicking, you still got to find a way to win football games. And they've done that. And it's so reassuring. It makes this feel like an authentic Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, and they are. They absolutely are. And it's for most of that game, I didn't think the special teams was impressive. Jake Bates comes up with 2 kicks that are very impressive. So you're like, okay, that looked good. But the return game wasn't doing a whole lot. I don't think Jack Fox had his best game. He had one really good punt, but beyond that, didn't look like that was his best game. And the defense in the first half really, really kind of struggled with things. But in the second half, things tilted in the other direction. The defense was fantastic. Both teams, these are 2 teams that kind of mirror each other a little bit when they're healthy, right? Yep. Houston's playing with their 2 best receivers. They're both out of the game. But when they're healthy, That's a high-powered offense, get things going. Joe Mixon gets things going in the run game. But without those two receivers, you're pinning your ears back and you're saying, we're going to stop the run, which is what they did. Mixon had 46 yards on 25 carries.
Also, Houston had problems up front offensively. Their offensive line has struggled, and
they've got some injuries they're dealing with there too.
Yeah, I mean, but at this point in the season, everybody's got injuries. It's just part of the story.
Right.
You have to endure.
I guess my point is, I don't know if I'm going to be surprised if this is the matchup in the Super Bowl, because if things get the season progressive, guys get healthy, guys return to their teams. These are two of the best football teams in the league in terms of roster.
Yeah.
So they can get things done. And Houston drops to 6-4, which is going to hurt. That's going to hurt. It's going to stink for them for a little bit here. But that's still a really good football team they have over there.
But they're still a first-place team that the Lions beat. Minnesota, 7-2 in this stretch, a team the Lions beat. Green Bay, 6-3, a team the Lions beat. It is amazing. And now we get the test of, okay, here comes 2-8 Jacksonville. You want to be the same thing every week. It's really difficult to do, but they took care of 2-7 Tennessee a couple weeks back.
Do what you did against Tennessee.
Yeah, but I mean, look, it's the thing about the NFL is that seriously, bad teams can sneak up and beat good teams, and
it happens all the time.
It happens. I mean, you can make the case that it happened last night when a Miami team that was 2-6 went to LA and beat the Rams. The Rams were favored there. The Rams aren't great, but it's a 2-win team. They did get Tua back.
Yeah, I was gonna say Miami's getting healthy now.
Yep. So that always does help.
That could springboard them, but
Rams, you got to show up.
Terrible.
My point is, you got to show up.
Yeah.
You can't just roll out the helmets in the NFL almost ever and know you're going to win. And this team, Dan Campbell, I was glad they asked him about the 1 seed. He said, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the goal.
They talk about it. Yeah.
That is something.
When I'm watching the NFL on Sunday, I'm rooting, against, Washington, all these other teams, hardcore. I'm really on the edge of my seat. Just, I want that 1 seed.
Now that Washington has lost to Pittsburgh this past weekend, the Thursday night game is Washington at Philly. Go Commanders, right?
It's a real interesting game.
Pittsburgh hung an L on the Commanders, so now hopefully the Commanders can hang another L on the Eagles. And right now, for people who are interested in that 1 seed thing, Lions being 8-1, Philly's 7-2. They are the closest, but Philly has their 2 losses both came within the NFC. So the Lions hold the tiebreaker over the Eagles. So we are still efforting Jared Goff. We expect to have him here shortly. Stick with us. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Luke is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Luke.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
We've all been fans of this team forever, right? And, it's like we watch this team lose games in so many different ways, whether it be, Baltimore's got to go 40 yards in 17 seconds and kick a last-minute field goal. And we say, well, those are good teams. They find a way to win. And, man, it's like so refreshing now that we are that team finding ways to win. And not only are we, finding ways to win some of them, we're winning all of them. And I think that just shows that we're not a good team that's finding ways to win. We're a great team that's doing it in so many different ways, whether it be, Goff throwing 5 interceptions and still winning, or, the defense, not really holding well, but, the special teams is going nuts. So, we're finding ways to win every single week, and it's just a testament to this team and how diverse they are from, offense, defense, special teams, every way. They're finding ways to win. And it's like, I've been a season ticket holder since the 0-16. That was the year I bought my tickets. And it's like I can breathe, and my son's enjoying it, and it's so, so much fun.
You just said something here that's virtually unfathomable. You said they're finding a way to win, and they're winning all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
Yeah, I mean, they are, right?
Yeah.
Even good teams back in the day would find a way that they would just... You couldn't get that last... how many times do we watch... We had the lead with 2 minutes left, and the team just drove on us and scored and won the game. It always happened. Yeah. I remember Sunday Night Football, Andrew Luck driving on us, and I'm like, oh, can we win this game? It would be so nice. Just get a stop, defense. Just get a stop. And, of course not. We didn't, and he gutted us all the way down 80 yards in like a minute and 9, I don't know what it was. Maybe it was like 2 minutes, 9 seconds, and he drove the entire field and win.
Not up in here,
right?
Not up in here.
Not up in here. Not up in Houston.
No. All right, we got word Jared Goff, 1045. All right, so stick with us for the Lions quarterback. Hey, your favorite Twin Peaks lodges are rolling out all their new promotions. Like this one, Ladies Night, Tuesdays, all day, every week. Now your destination of choice for all our female sports fans out there. 20% off all food, $4 Happy Dad seltzers, twisted teas, mimosas, sangria, house margaritas, and Long Island's $5 lemon drop martinis, tea shots, and 10-ounce draft ciders. And if you're really looking to have some fun, check out their Mimosa Flight and Bucket of Bubbly. Perfect deals for all your favorite hockey and basketball action with their awesome happy hour. Why would you go anywhere else, ladies? Why not go to Twin Peaks for football as well? Because it's got a great atmosphere. It's the best apart from actually being at the game. Live DJs, giveaways, perfect viewing with wall-to-wall TVs, and the coldest 29-degree beer and best bar food in the state. Forget about it. Scratch Kitchen combined with frozen beer, extensive craft cocktail list, and the beautiful Twin Peaks girls gives you the best man cave experience around. Make sure you get there Sunday to see the difference. Find a location nearest you. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket. We'll speak with the quarterback here momentarily. 248-539-9797. Jeff is next. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
We're good, Jeff.
Good. Well, I'm just getting back from Texas, and that was the most amazing experience. It's unbelievable. Shout out to the Texans fans. I did my first tailgate. Thousands of Lions fans going crazy everywhere. But the thing that really stuck with me, even though Jared Goff was throwing those interceptions, he just did not look phased.
No.
I thought we were going to do it, and then there's an intersection, and it's like, oh, great. So, an amazing experience. And to come away with that win, just everyone was crazy.
Wait, what percentage of the stadium do you think was Lions fans?
Maybe 20%.
Okay. I mean, that's impressive.
Everywhere. There was groups everywhere. Behind me, in front of me. I believe that the Texans actually had a false start because they couldn't hear at one point.
I mean, that's something. It's funny because that's something that
Tirico
Dan
said,
Campbell and alluded to, was that the Lions fans impacted that game, and there was indeed a false start. You could hear him, and it's cool to have Tirico in that booth to be able to say, "Welcome to another Lions takeover," because he's dialed in. He knows what's going on. All right, let's talk to the quarterback. Jared, thanks for being with us as always. We appreciate it. Congratulations on that win. That was something.
Sure was, man. Yeah, it was quite the roller coaster of a game, but our defense kept us in it, our special teams as well, and we were able to finish it off there with those kicks.
You have you ever been a part of a game like that where so much seemed to go wrong and you just stayed within striking distance and came through in the end?
Yeah, I have. I've had games in the past where you just kind of on the wrong end of some things, and that's the way it works, man. It's the football gods. Things kind of go your way sometimes, and sometimes they don't. And I've experienced both, certainly in my time in the NFL. And you play long enough, you will. But yeah, I'm proud of our resiliency, man. We are a tough group, and it's hard to keep us down for long. And I thought we hung in there.
Not trying to be funny about this, but watching the game at home and watching you in the first half in particular, it seemed like things were just off, whether it was the offensive line not giving you enough time or every throw it seemed was in the ground, was throwing it away, or unfortunately was intercepted. What were we seeing, I guess, as fans? What was it like for you going through it? I mean, was it just you throwing the ball away, or was there an issue going on?
Well, I mean, every play is different. I guess, it wasn't our best first half, but it wasn't like there were bad plays on every snap. I think, the interception, the first one was a tip ball. The second one was really a fumble that went forward, and third one's a Hail Mary. Like it's crappy, but you deal with it. But yeah, I thought our guys hung in there, man. And at the end, we really settled in the second half and started to make some things happen. But yeah, the first half we'll get cleaned up and move on. And I think ultimately it's always, I mean, you're going to have games like that throughout a year where things don't go your way, but when you're a team who can find a way to win in games like that, when you're kind of off and things aren't going your way on the road against another good team, like that's when you got something brewing that's special.
Did you have somebody come up to you during the game from the defensive side and say, "Hey, man, we still believe in you. We know we got this." And obviously you're a confident player. Heard you talk after the game and thought that you were making the right throws and right decisions, just things weren't going the way. Was there somebody on the opposite side that came over to you and say, "Hey, we got this"?
No, not really. Those guys knew, and I told them, like, "Hey guys, I feel good. Like some things are kind of going against us right now. They're balls bouncing the wrong way. They're making a play or two on some things, but no, to be honest, I felt good and felt like I was seeing everything just how I wanted to. I was throwing it great, and some unfortunate situations. And again, I'd be on here. I'd be honest with you guys if I played, felt like I wasn't seeing things great, but I did, and it sucks. And I wish I had a better answer, but I'm glad we were able to pull out the win regardless. And I appreciate those guys, so much for sticking behind me. And they don't know what's going on out there. They see the ball keeps ends up in the defensive hands, and but they stood behind me, and we were able to make it happen.
Jared, we're going to have to reconnect with you. We got a bad cell, so can we, if you don't mind, we're gonna hang up and then try and have you call back if you don't mind, because something's wrong. And there's a lot more to get to here with Lions quarterback Jared Goff. Obviously, bit of a cell issue there, so we'll have him come through. And I'm really interested in, the last 3 drives. The last 3 drives, must-have-it drives, which are got to be the most satisfying things as a player on the field when it's do or die time to come through. Those are the times that you really get a sense for how good you are, how tough you are, how prepared for the moment you are, and they were. That was one of the biggest parts in that. Well, it was obviously a big part of the game. It was the end of the game. They had to have it, and they got it.
Well, I mean, it's the team attitude that they got this, right? Yep. And that they weren't going to get frazzled by it, that this is something they've been through, and this is what adversity looks like.
Yep. And I believe we have reconnected now with Jared Goff, Lions quarterback. Jared, you there? Jared, do we got you?
Hello.
Okay. All right, we were just talking about all that stuff happens, and yet your last 3 drives are must-have-it drives, and you guys come through. How satisfying is it? Touchdown drive, field goal drive, field goal drive.
Yeah, we started to kind of get our feet underneath us there in the second half, and I thought the way that we called it in the second half was awesome, and getting the ball into Gibbs' hand, letting him move. We got some good screens dialed up, and we just got a little confidence back. And I think once we got that touchdown, cut it to 6 points, I believe, and right then and there we knew, all right, this is a whole new ball game. We can go win this thing, and I think it gave our defense a little bit more juice, and they kept playing their tails off. And I think their performance in the second half can't be overstated. How great they played.
It's funny because Lions fans and everybody watching, you guys have a critical 3rd and 6. You're on the edge of field goal range. There's 1:40 to go in the game, and everybody is thinking Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I'm sure the Texans know it as well. But I feel like you guys have like this safety deposit box of plays for Amon-Ra that nobody can cover, that you break out at just the right time. Take us into that play. What made that play work, and why he's your go-to guy in those situations?
Yeah, he's obviously, everyone knows how great he is as a player, but they played zone coverage on that play, and we had a play up that works for kind of either man or zone, and he's got a few options of where he can go on that route, and kind of just found a space and put it on him. And when you got a guy like him who could play that way and is smart, and you can give him a route that has 3 different ways he can go, it makes my job a lot easier, and he got himself open and put it on him.
Do you wait for him to cut before you make that throw, or are you reading the same thing he is and saying, I know what he's going to do based upon what we're trained to do, and I'm throwing it to that spot, and he's going to be there?
That's correct. Yes. Wow. That's what we're doing.
Jamison Williams comes out of that game, and I got to believe he's bruised and battered, but I don't know if he needed to win anybody over, but my God, the respect you guys have to have for him. Going through what he did in that game, it was like a car accident every time.
Yeah, he's a tough kid, man, and he's a fun guy to play with, and I think that catch he had on that little curl route was indicative of that. It was a huge play for us. We were kind of still trying to get our feet underneath us at that point, and for him to hold on to that thing in traffic, that was one of the better catches I've been around, and he just keeps on coming along, and I think getting him back into the fold with us this week is huge.
Are you guys starting to get some Roll Tide chants going in the locker room, because you get some major contributions from the guys from Alabama?
Oh yeah, Brad loves those Bama guys. You know that, and those guys have been great for us, and obviously, yeah, it's been fun.
All right, so take us to the end of the game. You guys get into field goal range. Jake Bates and the field goal unit sent on to the game. Do you have a routine to watch a field goal like this? Do you go to one end or the other? Do you not watch? What do you do in those situations?
I don't have any weird superstition about it. I watch, and hopefully he makes it and the game's over. And if not, we go to overtime. And sure enough, he made it. And had a lot of confidence in him, though. He just made the one previously from further out than that. Makes a ton of them in practice all the time, and from way further out than that, which is hard to believe, but he does. And so we're inside. We're only 52 yards. Had pretty good confidence in him to make that.
When he made it, you immediately hugged Coach Campbell, and you guys said something to each other. Can you share that, or is that private?
Yeah, I mean, I just expressed to him that's why our team is different. Because we can handle stuff like that, and he agreed.
At the end of the first half, it almost seemed like we're going to take a chance and kick a 65-yard field goal if that was going to be possible. Was that something that was on the table if you guys got anywhere in the 60-something range?
Oh, for sure. We would kick it from at least, for sure, 65. We would cut, what were we on, the minus 45, so we'd have to get another 10 yards or so, maybe a little 7 yards or so. And, if we would have done that, we would have for sure kicked it.
All right, Za'Darius Smith, he got interviewed. We saw him during the game. He got interviewed after the game. He seems so fired up to be here. What do you see in your new teammate?
Yeah, a ton of energy. It's a lot of fun. I've only played against him for years now, and to be in the same locker room with him, you get why guys love him and guys love playing with him. A ton of energy, fun to be around, smart player, good leader. You can already tell he's going to bring some young guys along with him, and obviously hopefully contribute on Sundays.
Can you describe what it's like after a game like this and you're flying back? You're on the plane. You're there with all your teammates. You got a chance to kind of relax and maybe regale on it too. What's that flight like?
Yeah, it's fun. Those road wins are always fun, and sometimes you're kind of talking with guys about how the game went, where you could have done better and whatnot. But when it's overshadowed by a W, you kind of always end the conversation with a laugh, because it's like, all right, yeah, we could have done that better, but so be it. And we got the W, and we'll clean that stuff up this week and move on and be better. But yeah, there's certainly a lot of things that we can be better at. We need to be if we want to keep on going on the right track.
Final thing from me along those lines about being on the road, I just can't get over the fans. I mean, they are taking stadiums over, and we ask you about it every week, but they might have actually caused a false start in somebody else's building. This is incredible.
Yeah, they did. They did cause that false start. It was impressive. It really is. It's hard to believe and wrap your head around, but our fans are the best in the world, and I'm so lucky to play here in front of them. And the sport they show me and the sport they show us is second to none. And getting them on the road like that, it's really truly unbelievable. And we get one in front of them this week, and what feels like forever. So it'll be fun this weekend to be in Ford Field.
Got a little bit of off the wall question for you. Last one of the day. Dozens of monkeys escaped a research facility in South Carolina over the weekend. They've recovered most of them, but not all of them. What's the craziest animal encounter you've ever experienced?
Oh gosh. Oh, that's a tough question. Animal encounter, like in the like in just
in real life, yeah. Like I can't believe there's a peacock walking across here. I didn't expect to see that today.
That's a good question. Maybe like a mountain lion, I guess. Like in Northern California, there's some mountain lions. I don't know if I've been like close enough to be in trouble by one, but I've seen them.
Wow. I think if you can see them, that sounds to me like close enough to be in trouble.
Yeah, it's all right though.
Hey, Jared, stay away from the mountain lions. We appreciate your good work, and we'll talk again next week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
There he is, Lions quarterback Jared Goff, who joins us every Tuesday here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Wendy's. Lions fans were hoping they'd see new pass rusher Zadarius Smith on the field in Houston this past weekend, but instead he was roaming the sidelines and helping coach. Dan Campbell joined 97.1 The Ticket this morning, explained why he decided to have Z sit out even if he wanted to play. And notice he casually said 11 games left, which would put them through the Super Bowl. Coach also said that they put Jake Bates in pressure kick situations during practices last week before the game-winning kicks in prime time, and confirmed that Sam Laporta and Taylor Decker both still day-to-day and questionable as of this morning. Big night of college basketball. The Champions Classic will feature Michigan State down in Atlanta. They take on number 1 Kansas at 7 o'clock. Tom Izzo said they will not take it for granted. Duke and Kentucky are the second half of that doubleheader at State Farm Arena, and the crazy NBA floors will be back tonight. The NBA Cup is in action with the Pistons hosting the Heat in group play. It'll be a wild blue floor this year at LCA for the in-season tournament games. Mark and Rick will have the call right here on 97.1. I'll have your pregame at 6:35. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Hey, we got open lines, and there's a lot going on, so anything in your mind, let's go. 248-539-9797.
Just I want to add something to the the Pistons game tonight against the Heat.
Yeah.
Pistons are 4-7 on the season. They didn't get their 4th win last year until January 15th. They got their 5th win on January 24th. So if they win tonight, they'll do something that took them till January of this year.
I will tell you something that I think is absolutely hysterical. Do you have that in front of you, like this, MB? Do you got the Eastern Conference standings by chance?
I can, yes.
All right.
Yep.
Where are the Pistons in terms of the playoffs?
They're in the 10th spot, the play-in game.
And what's their record again?
4-7.
And how many teams in the East are over 500?
Over 500?
Yep.
2.
Yep.
With the Pacers at 5-5 would be 3 at 500 or better.
So in the in our football team, we have the best of a very good division right now in Detroit. In our basketball team, we have a playoff team in a pathetic conference.
Yeah.
In the early going here.
Cleveland's off to a record start. Nobody's really cares because it's Cleveland. And then on top of that, well, the Eastern Conference is pathetic to this point.
Absolutely pathetic. Okay, a couple follow-ups here to Jared, our conversation with Jared Goff, Lions quarterback. One is the fascinating part of that last third down conversion to Amon-Ra is just like the third down conversion to seal the Rams game. That is a choice route. The quarterback and the receiver have to be on the same page. That's why I asked the follow-up. He says he's got 3 different ways he can go. That was zone coverage, and so I asked, and we all saw the route, right? He starts an in route, and then he stops and comes back out, retraces his steps and comes back out. And Goff and Amon-Ra have to see the defense, understand what that means, understand what route he's going to run, and deliver the football. And I asked Goff, so you throw it, that's why I asked him, you throw it before he comes open, you have to know what he's going to do. And he said, yeah. And I think that stuff is really cool because, when quarterbacks, when you hear Jared Goff and had 6 receivers flown out to California and they, threw passes for 2 days or whatever. This is where it matters, is on game days when you hear that guys stay after practice or, I trust him. Like when players say I trust him, well, what does that mean? What it means on the field is that when you have a 3rd and 6 and you've got Amon-Ra lined up in the slot and you see a zone defense, you go, okay, I know how he's going to read it. He knows how to read it, and we'll complete this huge pass. And in the Rams game, it was run to the top of the route, and it was either right or left. And in the Rams game, Amon-Ra went right. Goff delivered before he made his break. And if they read it differently, if they see anything differently, if they don't have the experience and they don't know the offense and if there's anything lacking, there's always a chance that's a pass that gets delivered. And you go, why did he throw it there? There was nobody there. And this is sort of, I mean, look, this is kind of rudimentary football stuff, but I find it fascinating. The pre-snap communication and how you see a defense and the experience pays off.
The fact that's it exactly, because all the time they've spent together working together, they understand it. This is why it's not working with Aaron Rodgers with the Jets, because he doesn't put that time in with his teammates. You know, when he ran Mike Williams out of town. Mike Williams is one of the best receivers in the National Football League over the last dozen years. And Aaron Rodgers is like, oh, he can't handle it because he was supposed to run the red line and he didn't do whatever the hell that means, you know? Like, you need to spend time. You have to work with these guys in order to have that kind of, you know, relationship that can be communicated with just with your eyes, period. And it's amazing that what Goff has done with St. Brown. It's fun to watch. 6 of 8 in the targets in Sunday night's game. Ending that
unacceptable,
30, right? Ending that 30 for 30 streak there, but still at an incredibly high rate. You have to have that. You have to be that good if you're going to be that successful. And right now the Lions are this successful. It's for a reason. All these guys work together. Everybody does the little things that need to be done. You know, Jameson Williams hanging on to the football when he gets drilled time and time again is no small feat.
Nope.
You know, the first catch that he makes gets wiped out because of a penalty, and then he makes another catch where he catches it twice in and out of his hands, and then, okay, I got this still, makes the catch, and then gets just hammered. Watching St. Brown block is so much fun to watch. This guy, little number 14, goes out there, and he's just as fierce as Juszczyk is for San Francisco or anybody.
You can't stand him.
It's not that. It's the attention, I guess. Whoever the guy, what was the guy? Was it Kuhn, the guy from Green Bay? Corey Schlesinger, same thing with the Lions. I mean, when you get a fullback that really embraces that role and they know it, they don't care about getting the football or not, they just want to hammer the guy that's in front of them. St. Brown is playing, he's one of the best receivers in the National Football League. He's one of the elite receivers in the league. And oh, by the way, when he's not catching the football, he wants to put you to the ground.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
To have that mentality.
So that's one thing that stood out to me is that 3rd and 6 conversion. The other thing is when he said, I'm so lucky to get to play in front of these fans. This is still one of the most amazing journeys that we have had with a Detroit athlete. He was really the 3rd and maybe 4th thing that people were excited about when that trade was made. The 2 first-round picks would be 1 and 2. The 3rd-round pick might be 3, and Jared Goff might have been. I mean, everybody thought he was a bridge quarterback, and I don't know that Jared Goff, a California native who played college ball at Cal and then played with the Rams. I mean, how stoked was he to come here and talk about a fan base and a player that continue to learn to love each other. And so there's that, but there's also this is Darius Smith thing, who's stoked to be here.
Watching him on the sidelines communicating with the defensive linemen when they came off the field and like grabbing a tablet and showing the players on the tablet what he is seeing, I think that goes a long way with those players. You know, because at this point, you got a lot of younger players on this team because guys are hurt and you're having to go to practice squad players and all that. And to have a guy who's been in the league for, 10, 11 years, whatever it is he's been in the league, and done it so successfully, and he's able to communicate what he sees on a tablet to you, I think that goes a long way with this team. I can't wait to see him play on Sunday.
248-539-9797. So, Gator, yesterday we asked people, and I want to get and we tweeted out this question. What was the biggest play in that game or sequence of plays or moments in that game that, in retrospect, turned everything around or you thought they're going to win the game? And there was a lot of people saying not till Jake Bates kicked it through the uprights. I never even really answered the question. I thought there was one sequence that was so important and really kickstarted everything. And we will get to that today at 11:18. I want your answer. Kang, I want yours as well. Coming up here on Karsch and Anderson And then we'll get back to your open line calls and feedback here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. And right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA and get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. 3 months. Dude, so you can go watch those out-of-market games and do things like root against the detestable Celtics. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month trial, the full price of League Pass will automatically be charged. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay. So here's my moment in that game on Sunday where I was like, wow, this is, in retrospect, I think it's what turned the game around. Second half starts and CD3 gets the interception. And you're like, all right, here we go. 23-7. They're going to capitalize here, turn this game around quickly, put pressure on the opponent. And what happens? Interception. ball gets marked at the 1. I think the biggest sequence of the game was getting the 3 and out from the 1. Because they had to punt it back to the Lions, and the Lions went down the field and scored. And while it wasn't directly after CD3's interception, it was almost like a continuation of that same drive. Like the defense able to get off the field. I think the 3 and out when Houston had the ball. Remember, at first they said touchback, and then they went back and put him on the 1. That was a huge sequence. And I thought that is where, that to me, that was like the biggest sequence of the game, was getting the football back after the interception and then obviously capitalizing.
Yeah, I was looking at the beginning of the fourth quarter. Houston ran a couple plays but got stalled at their own 10-yard line, and then they have to punt it away.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions' next drive went for a touchdown, but the play that really made things was on 3rd and 1. They got 1 yard to get the first down with a 1-yard run from David Montgomery. As soon as that happens, I feel like there's a sigh of relief that comes over the offense. Okay, guys, we can breathe. Now we got 1st and 10 from our own 46-yard line. We're down 23-13 at this point. We're going to come down here. We're going to score. Whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, we're going to score. We've got a chance now. And because of that, Montgomery got just enough to give him the first down. Everything changed. And then 4 plays later, you got a touchdown pass to St. Brown after a couple of big plays. You know, the nice pass to Jameson Williams, and Montgomery had a nice big run there. But it was getting that first down, that 3rd down conversion on 3rd and 1. Because if they don't get it, you know, it brings up a 4th and short, and I feel pretty confident Dan Campbell was going to go for it down by 10.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't have to worry about that. You don't have to go into all that stuff where there's extra added pressure, and then obviously they were able to maintain. And when they do that and they score, it's 23-20, and there's 8 minutes to go. I don't think any Lions fan watching this is going, we don't have a chance. I think everybody's going, we got this.
Kang, what about you? What was the moment?
I actually agree with you, Doug. I mean, it's the sequence of because the Carlton Davis thing, the pick right out of the halftime, you would think, all right, this is it. But they didn't do anything with it. In fact, they turned the ball over. It's the fact that they spotted the ball at the 1 yard line and they were able to get a 3 and out with the Texans. It was like a continuation, because then, like, all right, it's a continuation of Carlton Davis's pick, essentially. We go down, and then the Lions score a touchdown, which was huge because out of halftime, Dan Campbell said it, the defense is playing great. The offense needs to wake up, and they needed that just to score, and then that kind of woke them up a little bit, like, hey, we can score. You look up, you know, they went for 2, didn't get it, but you were only down 10. This is very doable. It was very early in the second half. You know, because going into halftime, it seems like 16 halftime. That's a big number, especially the way that, you know, the game's going. But then a couple minutes later, you're down 10 the rest of the half. You felt a lot better. So I think that's what really started it for me, Doug, too.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 The Ticket. The other thing is, there's a couple things in that game that were almost like from a screenplay. Like you couldn't script it. When they played the tape of Dan Campbell at halftime, talking about needing to create turnovers, and Carlton Davis picks off a pass with that as the soundtrack, Campbell saying we need to get turnovers. It's just a coincidence. Like, I get, and it's no surprise. I'm sure a lot of coaches would have been preaching we need to get turnovers. But they got one as the soundbite's playing. It's almost like Dan Campbell didn't need the legend of Dan Campbell boosted anymore in this town. But that happens. Are you kidding me? Like, you couldn't script it. And that happened, A. And B, at the end of the game, if you had said, all right, how are we going to do this? What are we going to make this the most dramatic football movie ever that's about a kicker? We'll have him.
He's a rookie.
We'll have him in his hometown where he had some average everyday job, and we all know what it is now. And then 1 year later, he's back, and he scrapes the right upright to tie it, and then he scrapes the left upright to win it. Like, this stuff it's movie stuff. Are you kidding me?
It's great. It's so great. I love this movie. I want to watch it over and over again. I hope it ends with a really happy ending here. it's every little thing about this team makes you smile even a little more, and going through the adversity they went through on Sunday night and come away on top, great. It's watching the players develop as they have, seeing Pascal back out there. Dan Campbell's right. He's talking about Pascal and saying, we got Pascal back and he played well. He did play well.
Yep.
It was good to see him playing well. You're seeing Jack Campbell out there and he's becoming more of a force this year than what he was last year. He had a pretty good rookie season, but he's stepped it up a little bit this year. But then you're seeing other guys. I'm sure you did it too. Who the hell? What,
dude?
Okay,
Neiman's
out there making plays that you're like, why is Neiman even seeing the field? I'm never going to question it because whatever works. And then there was a play where Jamarco Jones. We had a Jamarco Jones sighting. I'm like, I thought that he was he off the team? I didn't think they brought him back to the practice squad. Was he a practice squad guy? I don't remember that.
Well, you saw how they used him too.
Yes, he played the Dan Skipper role.
He went in motion. Did you see this, Kang? He goes in motion, lines up as a wing on the end of the left end of the line, chips a guy, and goes out for a pass.
Brilliant.
I don't think the play worked, but it was.
But it's just the fact that they don't stop. This is what they do. They make you think every time. They're putting it all out there on film. You don't know what to expect with the Lions offense. And their roster is chock full of guys that they get a chance to play on Sunday. There's always somebody they're like, I don't know who the hell this guy is. Mm-hmm. And what does he do? Oh, he's making a play is what he's doing. Okay, good. Good for him. Nice.
I swear to God, I thought they're going to run the hook and ladder to get that first down the end of the game to put him in field goal range. Like I'm like this. He's going to pull something out. Ben Johnson's he's a sick bastard. And if you remember the Green Bay game, they did it with St. Brown and DeAndre Swift.
Yep.
And I thought, all right, here it comes. Here it comes. Like you have to be prepared for anything at any moment when you play the Lions. And you talk about being scripted, Doug, how that game was scripted and everything. Was just like it was like someone wrote this in a movie.
Yep.
I thought that was the perfect game for the Lions. Of course, it works out perfect game because they end up winning the game, but they needed a wake-up call. Like when they were getting spanked in the first half, and I didn't know what the outcome was going to be. It didn't look good at that moment, but I thought to myself, the positive out of this was they were cruising too much, right? Everyone was giving them their flowers every single week, top of the power rankings, everyone just saying how great Ben Johnson is, how great this team is. Sometimes you need this in the middle of the year to just be like, hey, remember, this can turn at any moment. You got to stay on top of it. They took their lumps, came back and won the game. And I think now that we know, hey, things are always, you always can work on something in this league, right? There's no given wins any given Sunday, like they always say. So I think it was perfect for this team where they're at.
There was one thing that I questioned at the end of the game. I don't know if you guys had the same thing. It's 3rd and 7 with about 40 seconds to go.
Mm-hmm.
And the clock is ticking. It's 3rd down. You've got 2 timeouts left. I was surprised they didn't run another play to see if they can get closer. But they thought 52 yards is good. We don't need to get any more yardage. I just thought that was strange. I don't know how many teams in the league would say 52 is good enough.
So here's the thing. I thought about it in the moment too, and the conclusion I came to is 52 they are very comfortable with, and you always run the risk of a TFL or a holding.
Yep.
And if you back it up 10 yards, now you've created, you go, okay, now we're on the brink of makeable field goal range. We should have just let it run down. So I think that the message that I got, and Dan Campbell talked about how they ran this end of game scenario with Jake Bates in Thursday's practice is they know he's going to make it from 52 way more often than not. And so why risk running another play that could be a negative play?
Which gets back to the point of how many other teams would do this? How many other teams feel that confident in their kicker? Because it feels like, Ken, you and I bring this up all the time, 50-yard field goals are going in all over the place.
No,
everybody's kicking,
Gator,
except for Jake Moody.
Yeah, exactly. I think we all thought the same thing. Why not run another play, get a few more yards? But 52 is the new 42, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's hey, 52, no problem. That's the entire league
Indoors,
for the most part. Yeah.
Although they had the roof open, but the elements aren't going to play a role in it. I mean, I understood it to a point. It's not what I would have done, and doesn't matter. What matters is what Dan Campbell's going to do. I thought it was a little strange they didn't run an extra play, but they have that much confidence in the kicker. And to your point, Doug, look, they don't want to take a negative play. They certainly don't want to take a penalty. Even if they did, though, they'd still have a chance to make that up because it's still third down.
If I heard this correctly, last night during the Monday night game, Josh Carty, the kicker for the Rams, was standing over a 55-yarder, which was going to be a career long. And I think Joe Buck said that now from beyond 50, as he was there, did you hear this by chance? He said,
I watched it.
He said kickers are now at 71% from beyond 50 yards.
Amazing.
And so I think you're right. 52 is the new 42, and obviously they were right too. Even if it just shaved the goalpost, it was.
I swear that
them.
hit the flag, the last kick. Dude. But Houston's kicker had made like 11 50-plus yarders, so it's not like this is normal, man.
And then he
missed the one.
He missed a 58-yarder.
You're gonna miss some point.
Was it Tirico or Collinsworth that had the line like if there was an extra coat of paint on that?
That was
upright,
Collinsworth.
That's not going in.
My son said to me, if the laces had been turned directly towards it, it might have hit the goalpost. But unbelievable. All right, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. All right, I got a couple follow-up questions for you, Gator.
Does one involve monkeys?
No.
Okay.
No, every once in a while you ask a question, I go, where the hell is he going with this?
Saw a story in the news last night.
I know. And did you immediately think of golf?
I was. Well, the funny thing was, I was sitting watching the news, and I'm doing some prep work and for the show, and I'm writing questions down for golf. It was literally the second to last question I had.
Gotcha.
Once I saw that, I thought it's fun to ask him the off the wall stuff.
Okay.
Which, by the way, his response.
Yeah.
Jared Goff may not know this, but he is living the Ricky Bobby lifestyle. He saw a mountain lion, is what he was mentioning. And, of course, Ricky Bobby had to deal with a mountain lion driving a car. And Jared Goff dressed up as Ricky Bobby for Halloween. They're more alike.
Yeah, seeing a mountain lion in real life out in the wild is a little sketch to me. I mean, he seemed pretty nonchalant about it.
Well, who knows?
Said it was far away.
Yeah, what the landscape is like there. If you're looking, you can see.
Yeah, I guess if it's like
a mile away or
across a canyon and he can't get to you from there. But
my buddy lives out in L.A. He kind of lives top of like a little bit of a canyon there.
Is your buddy a baller?
No, but it's just that subdivision. It's a nice subdivision, but there's a lot of hills in that subdivision, and the backyard. There's not a whole lot of backyard, and then it's just a monster drop off downhill.
Yeah,
says he sees wildlife like that all the time.
Okay, so a couple things here. Were you bigly mad that Zadarius Smith did not play?
Yeah,
because you said you were going to be pissed.
I was. I understand it. I totally understand what Dan Campbell is saying.
Okay.
He played a lot of football, man. He was expecting to have his bye week, and if you're not going to give him the bye week, okay, I get it. I understand it. But I'm putting myself in the fan's shoes.
Yeah.
As a fan, I wanted to watch the new toy.
Yeah.
Let's see how this works out. Fortunately for the Lions, they got the win, and they didn't have to break it out. So, of course, you're okay with it now. But on Sunday night, or Sunday afternoon when the news broke, I was kind of hopping mad as a fan.
There's actually argument, though, Gator, to be made that he could have hurt the team more by playing. And I think Dan Campbell played it perfectly. Obviously, he mentioned the days off, the body, everything like that, getting a rest, all that stuff. But I think actually, schematically, they had planned to play this game without Zadarius Smith. And they had guys that were ready for the game plan. And I think he even said it in a way, he's like, doing justice to the guys that are already here. You know what I mean? The Pascals, the Mohammeds, the whoever's that are ready to play, the James Houstons, that, hey, someone would have to sit if you played or activated Zadarius Smith. But they had already game planned without him. They had these guys been working all week getting ready for this week. I think it was kill two birds with one stone. Hey, let Smith rest the body. We're good to roll with the guys we got.
Well, fortunately, they won, so it all doesn't matter.
No.
But, you asked my opinion. That's what it was felt at the time. Now I'm totally cool with it because they won the game without him.
So that's one. But the other thing that I wanted to ask you is, did you watch the debut of Yellowstone?
Yes.
Okay.
I recorded it and watched it yesterday morning.
Because it was up against the Lions game on Sunday night. And I was thinking to myself as I was watching this game, and I knew Yellowstone was on, I'm going, this might be like Gator's TV nightmare, his favorite TV show going up against the Lions football game. Is he going to flip around? Is he just going to tape it? What's he going to do? And you taped it.
I recorded it and watched it yesterday morning. This was one of the things that if
we are with no spoilers here.
No.
To be clear.
Because I had Monday off.
Yeah.
I knew I was going to watch it Monday at some point. So it ended up being during the day when I first got up. But had it been a normal week where I was working Monday, I probably would have been really tired yesterday doing the show because
you would have stayed up and watched it
after the recording.
Okay, again, no spoilers. We don't believe we don't do that here. But were you happy? Were you entertained?
Was I entertained? Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Cool. I got some catching up to do. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Looky here. Albanian Martin joins us here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Albanian Martin?
My boys, what up? It's been a minute.
How are you?
Yes, it has.
Doug Gator.
Hey.
The hottest show in the world right now, my boys.
Well, I hope so.
Without question, Albanian Martin.
What's up, my boy?
Well, I don't know.
Hey,
you call us.
Everybody thought I was crazy, man. Everybody thought I was crazy. I told you they're not losing another game, man.
Okay, but Albania Martin, to be fair, you've called us for years and said they were going undefeated every season.
No, 14-2. Don't forget, Doug. Come on.
Okay, sorry, my bad. My bad.
You know, I let them slip out 1 or 2 games. You know, just like this year. But this year I said 16-1.
Yeah. Well, it could happen.
It's going to happen, Doug.
It's going to
Shout
happen.
out to Bates, Doug Gator. No question. I knew he was going to hit that, man. No question about it. 58, even from 62. Long as it was within 64 yards.
Well, he had plenty of leg. It's going to be interesting to see if they get into like an end of half or end of game scenario, and he's 60. How far back will they actually try a field goal? 65,
sure. You know what
67?
the funny part is they waived him. Didn't the Texans waive him or something a year or 2 ago?
I don't remember. I think they did, but hold on.
Yep. Hey, man, MCDC got these boys fired up, man. Unstoppable, Dog Gator. I'm telling you right now, man, sky's the limit. Take that 1 seed, man. Ain't nobody coming in Detroit and beating us. I'll tell you that right now.
Well,
nobody, Doug.
I mean, Tampa already did.
I'm talking about playoffs, Doug.
Okay.
Take that 1 seed. Nobody's coming at Ford Field. When we were there for the Rams in the Tampa game, that place was wild, man.
It was.
Nobody could win there. Nobody, boys.
Well, if you think about if you think about the fact that Lions fans are making opposing team stadiums difficult to play, you see that it would stand to reason that it would be even tougher to come here and win.
For sure. Yep. But they need to stop. They need to stop racking up those prices for those tickets, man.
Well,
hey, it is what it is.
No
boy.
guarantees on
it's
that.
Our year.
Yep. Hey, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. It's from Eric and Warren. Bates has been maturing as a kicker. If you remember, all of his kicks have been from the left hash. And also, I haven't heard anyone talk about the game winner from 52 almost hitting the flag on the top of the goalpost. A kick would have been good from 70. He's got a special leg. Well, we have talked about it almost hitting the flag. And that's at the top of the goalpost is where those flags are. But yeah, the first one was from the right hash, right? The 56-yarder, which was the longest in Lions. 58-yard was the longest in Lions history. That was from the right hash.
Third longest.
I thought it was the longest.
They said that, and then they corrected it to be
did they?
tied for the third longest.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, what did Prater have a 61?
Prater had a kick one over 60.
Yeah. I wonder why now you mention it, of course. Anyway, yeah, I mean, he does have a special leg. And he indeed was cut by Houston.
Yeah, there's a number of kickers in the National Football League that just it's incredible to watch these guys just line up and boot it. And it's exciting to see somebody knock it from 55, from 58, from 61. And yet, because now it's going at a clip of 71%, I mean, 3-2-1, wait for the extra point to be moved back another 5 yards.
Probably.
You know, because the league, I don't know why the league hates kickers so much, but they do. Or they'll make the kickers, if they want kick returns so much, they're going to move the kickoff spot back, I think. They'll keep the new format. I think they like the new format. But instead of kicking it from the 35 or wherever they kick from, maybe kick from the 30 or the 25, have these guys really put it in play. If that's what they want, because nobody cares anymore. They're still booing it through the end zones.
There was an announcement over the weekend. Want to get to that today at 11:48. And somebody on the show saw something Sunday that had them, I'm sure, running around their living room. We will get to that today at 11:50 as well. Here on Carson Anderson. Next hour, Dan Campbell, the best of what he told the morning show here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, we're just a couple weeks away from Thanksgiving, and that means you can have family and friends over. You're going to want to make sure everything is working right, because more people in the house means, well, more people are going to be using your plumbing. Make sure that you look for those red, white, blue trucks. They're everywhere for a reason. They're there to help people out, and they belong to Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're awesome. Not only are they going to help keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market, but they can also unclog a pesky drain just in time for that Thanksgiving dinner. And you don't want to take just don't take my word for it, I should say. I mean, they've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, or they've got a ton of 5-star reviews on Google. Check it out. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, whatever's on your mind for a game, 248-539-9797. All right, Gator.
What do you got there?
I got some hot honey chicken, some potatoes, and
smells pretty good.
Yeah, leftovers today for lunch. But anyway, so did you see they announced the halftime performer for Thanksgiving?
I did.
Do you care?
I do not.
You don't care. You know Shabuzi, right?
I don't.
Don't you?
At all? Like,
nope.
Never heard of him?
I heard him a week ago because he was in town.
Yes, he was.
That's
the bar
don't
song.
know
You
anything.
haven't heard a bar song?
But before that he was coming in town, you'd like never even heard of him, right?
Nope.
And so you don't know any of his songs?
I mean, I've been Shabuzi on occasion or two.
So here's the thing about Shabuzi and this
But no, I have
the
no
bar
idea.
song that everybody loves. It's so formulaic to me. It's like this one of these songs. It's like got this catchy chorus, and I just feel like it's they music out of a lab, and yet
AI.
I can't stop singing the damn song.
It's a fun song, man. There's nothing wrong with that. It's meant to get everybody going.
We got it, don't we?
Yeah, we got it.
All right, do we have
So this is Gator's first time hearing this song?
You've never heard this song?
I mean, I don't think so. Unless
Well, tell us
you
again.
if I
But it's
have.
all right, yeah.
I think this would be a good karaoke song too. Get the whole crowd going a little bit. But anyways, here we go.
I don't think it's that hard to sing. Go ahead and start. Do you have it queued up to the chorus, or
Do we have
No,
to
just-
watch for language in this or no?
Well, I hope not. I hope whoever put it in did the work for us.
sketchy decision here at the Carson Anderson program?
Here we go.
All right. Does this ring a bell at all?
Was this Oasis?
If they did country.
Yeah. So you
Today's gonna be the day.
nothing. This does nothing. You've never heard this?
Nope.
I couldn't stop singing it this weekend, and I started butchering the words just to make my kids roll their eyes. Everybody at the bar's named Nipsey. No, Dad, that's not it. I know. 1. Here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. No? You've never heard this?
No.
Should I be embarrassed that I find this so damn catchy? I love it.
No, but if you're embarrassed, then millions and millions of Americans are embarrassed too. Then
Whiskey. You don't know this song.
I don't listen to country, so I don't know this
Down
song.
on Fifth Street.
it's on every
Everybody
pop
at the
station
bar.
too.
I don't listen
Tipsy.
to pop music either, but
So anyway, he's going to be
this is so not in my wheelhouse.
he's going to be halftime.
Unless this ends up showing up on an episode of Yellowstone in the next few
Which
weeks.
it could. This is going to be the he will be the halftime performer at Thanksgiving. That's one.
That's a good get for the.
It actually
think
seems
it
like
is.
a huge get.
Yeah.
I never forget when Kid Rock played at halftime and played that Detroit, Michigan song. And I think that was the only time it was ever played anywhere. I never heard it after that.
Yeah, play the good stuff. Play the stuff at Free Bird.
Sorry, only 80s doo-wop Billy Joel. That's it. That's all
Yeah,
we
you
got.
can't try the new stuff on a national stage like this.
you
Give us
can't.
what we know you
You
for.
cannot
Except
do
for
that.
Gator. Gator don't know you, but
I will admit, I absolutely love that song. And whenever it comes, and my kids, it's only a matter of time that they turn on Shabuzi and a bar song because Dad likes it. They did the same thing with Post Malone. I like Post Malone, and they're like, yeah, okay, I don't. What's her name? Pops up all the time.
Shania Twain.
No. Another one that I really like, and I can't think
Somebody Carpenter.
No, she does
Ariana Grande.
the one that says the Minnesota Vikings song. What the hell's her name?
Carrie Underwood.
No. What the hell's her name? I'm completely blanking. Kids hate her too now.
Patti
because
LaBelle.
Dad likes it. No, it's not Patti. Lizzo. God, Lizzo. Sorry. Because I like Lizzo, the kids that don't like Lizzo. I ruin it for them. So I got Lizzo, Post Malone, and soon to be Shabuzi. I've ruined. Shabuzi have anything else? I'm not. Why am I asking?
What are you looking at me?
Kang,
like-
does Shabuzi have any other songs?
he does. But this is clearly the most popular song. I mean, you're asking Gator to go deep into his catalog or something? You
No,
don't know
I meant-
this?
no, I
Wait,
was
I mean-
asking you, really.
I would, It would be my assumption this is the first album he's released and he's got a big hit on his hands here, and then people will discover the other stuff.
Yeah. So I am
That's the
excited
goal,
about
man.
that.
Okay.
You should be in music management.
Probably should.
Second thing is, how stoked were you, Kang, on Sione Vaki's hit on special teams?
You guys already knew I knew this. Did you see he was still engaged with the blocker?
Dude.
And then his left arm reached out and body slammed that guy.
If we didn't, because we have an embargo on texting each other during games, I wanted to text Kang so bad. And just one word. Truth.
Yeah.
So I know you guys don't like Pro Football Focus, but for what it's worth and for those that like it, for like what he does on special teams, he's one of the top 10 players in the league, I guess. Like he is, when Brad Holmes drafted him, he knew he was going to use him in every role possible, not just, offensively. I can't wait till he plays safety at some point because that's his natural position from college. But yeah, he can do it all. He can sing too. I bet you can sing Shabuzi. Yeah. 1, here comes
a 2, to the 3, to the 4. It's not a hard song to sing.
Gator loves it when we do it.
Gator will be sick of this song by 4 o'clock this afternoon because you and I are going to keep. It's so catchy, and he hates that.
You think I'm going to listen to it at some point?
No, but I know you well enough to know that the shelf life on you tolerating Shabuzi isn't long.
You do know me well.
I do.
Might start with the name.
You literally have heard half of his hit once.
Yeah, I don't even know if half. Yeah,
probably not even half.
It's just it's not the style of music that's in my wheelhouse.
No.
I mean,
and I don't even know. Like this is pop country, whatever you want to call it.
He's going to sing Wagon Wheel too, or no?
He probably does. I don't know. Everybody's starting to sing Wagon Wheel. That's a covered. That's one that
I know. It's to get the acoustic guitar out and you get everybody singing with it. That's how it works. It's catchy.
Anyway,
Shabuzi. Why didn't you go to the concert last week?
Because I don't go to many concerts and I don't do anything during football season. I'm bye week. If it was a bye week, I might go.
It's true. I mean, you did miss Roger Klein and the Peacemakers.
I know.
Weeks ago.
I know. I swear to God, they're always here on a Tuesday.
Yeah, it's never
on
a weekend,
Friday or Saturday.
No, it's never.
But anyway, so your boy Vaki, Kang, as soon as it's funny, he makes that play, and I'm like, proud of you.
Talk about it.
Because it's like I made it.
Yeah, exactly.
Can Sione Vaki, can he sing Shabuzi?
Yeah, I just said, yeah. I mean, I'm sure he can,
He's got
man.
the pipes, right?
Yes. Voice of an angel, my friend.
Well, catchy
Fergie
tune.
and
I'll give him
Jesus.
that.
Tackle like the devil, though.
Look out.
We will we'll ask him if Vaki can sing Shabuzi. So the other thing I wanted to bring up is Albert Breer did a really good column in the wake of the Lions win over Houston. And he wrote, remember at the beginning of the Dan Campbell era, the coordinators were Anthony Lynn and Aaron Glenn. And when the Lions took over, when this regime, I should say, took over the Lions, they had the pieces in place to have a pretty good offensive line. They had Decker and Ragnow already, and they immediately added Penei Sewell. They trade for Goff, and they get Amon-Ra in their first draft. So you're talking about the groundwork was kind of there for a decent offense. Defense, they didn't have much. And that first year, 3-13-1, and then 1-6 to start the next year, people were calling for Aaron Glenn's head.
Well, remember in that first year, was it the start of the second year when they changed the defensive backs coach?
Yeah.
And Aaron Glenn said, I'm going to take this over. Was Dre Bly the coach?
It was Aubrey Pleasant.
Aubrey Pleasant, that's right. And they changed things up and took ownership of it, and things started to change a little bit. It also defensively started to change when you have the second pick overall and you use it on an edge rusher like Aiden Hutchinson.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get a contribution from James Houston in the second half of the season that was kind of out of left field. And you get Malcolm Rodriguez that, wow, who's this guy? He's kind of interesting to watch. And Alex Anzalone, as a free agent addition, ends up being as good as he has been and has gotten better every year and is kind of like one of the heartbeats of this defense. They've really vastly improved things on the defensive side. The offensive side feels like, okay, there were pieces there on the offensive line, and then you draft Penei Sewell, which was the smartest draft pick ever. And Goff has been great, and they've added some pieces here and there. Some veterans have come in, and some rookies have played roles too. But the defense feels like it's more growth.
Dude, you think, and he replaced the offensive coordinator. He stuck with Aaron Glenn, replaced the offensive coordinator, and now Aaron Glenn, he's got some pieces to work with. And look, I know in coaching everybody loves, look at the roster. They don't have anything. And look what this coach is doing. Okay, fine. That does happen every once in a while, but mostly you do need the players. And as they populated this defense with some talent, now Aaron Glenn is shining. And it's funny because they populated with talent, and then we've taken talent away. Guys have gotten hurt, especially up front, and they've still been surviving and actually, in some situations, thriving defensively in holding Houston to field goals and holding Jordan, the Jordan Love-led Packers offense off the board till a meaningless late touchdown.
They held Houston to 288 yards, 2 yards per carry on the ground. They had 2 interceptions and 4 sacks in the game, and they pressured the quarterback, or they hit the quarterback 7 times.
Here's my favorite stat from the game, and this is a Doug stat. I didn't see this anywhere else, so tell me what this is worth. In the first half, Houston ran 6.33 plays per possession. In the first 6 possessions of the second half, right up till they missed the field goal, they averaged 3.67. They barely were getting first downs. They almost averaged 3 and outs in the second half. That's incredible. Halftime adjustment.
It's a great job. And I think every team around this league, every owner around this league that's ready to fire their head coach is looking at Aaron Glenn.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be on the tops of a lot of people's lists, particularly those teams that had offensive-minded head coaches they're going to fire. Usually the next time they get a coach, they go to the defensive side. How do you not look at Aaron Glenn and say, that's a guy I want to talk to?
Open lines, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Here's your halftime performer Thanksgiving Day.
I hear he's going to play this 3 times.
Yeah, he might. It's funny because we asked the question, is there any other songs?
Doug, who cares about the other songs? Shabuzi, a bar song, also known as Tipsy, recorded a landmark 17 weeks in the top Billboard Hot 100.
Really?
That's a record for an artist with no accompanying acts. That's right, a record, Gator.
To the 3, to the 4.
Hot 100, 17 weeks in a row.
It's impressive.
Don said on Twitch here, when I asked the question, does he have any other songs? Don said, no, he doesn't, Doug. He played opening night for the Utah hockey team, and he just did a bar song over and over.
He don't need any other songs, man.
No. Apparently he did a Spider-Man song. I don't know. So maybe he does something from a movie. I don't know.
What's the best performance you saw live at halftime, whether it could be basketball, football?
At a game?
Yeah. Something related to sports, I guess.
And you know what's funny is, didn't a few years ago, like, remember that era where the Pistons were parading out Color Me Bad one night, and then here would come Boys to Men and like all these, hey, tonight, Snow, like all these performers from the 80s.
Raptors must have been in town that night.
All the performers from the 80s.
Yeah.
That was their big halftime thing. I don't know if I've ever seen one that really moved the needle.
Well, I saw Morris Day in the MF and Time.
Yeah.
At a halftime of a Pistons game. I was going to say Pistons show, but it's a Pistons game.
Yep.
It was amazing. They were awesome. They were so great.
Yeah.
And then I saw, well, this is a little bit different, but to open up the hockey season in the 2008-2009 hockey season.
Yep.
Def Leppard did like a 3-song set to kick off the NHL from the Fox Theater. It was pretty cool.
I mean, there's no like Ed Sheeran experience, if that's what you're asking.
Well, I mean, none of us have had that opportunity.
Well, those people in Tampa did.
Well, they were blessed.
Yep. That was for an NFL opener. For people who missed it, the NFL had a poster, a movie poster for the season opener. It was Dallas and New England. And in the background was Dak Prescott and Tom Brady. And in the foreground, in the movie poster, was Ed Sheeran, because he was doing a pregame mini concert, small show. And we were like, so Ed Sheeran is a bigger draw than the football game.
You get a satin jacket. I mean, yeah.
Well, if you're lucky, you're one of the first.
Well, yeah, I mean, good luck
So
getting
the NFL was then selling NFL Ed Sheeran gear, and I tried to buy Gator a Ed Sheeran NFL satin jacket, but they were sold out.
It was expensive, too.
It was $250, and I'm like, this will be worth it because it'll be good for the show to get Gator this Sheeran satin jacket, and it was $250
so great.
Sold out.
I would have rocked that jacket.
I know you would have. Sheeran.
In a world turned upside down by COVID-19, Ed Sheeran, one man stands alone.
So, no, I can't. So you saw Morris Day in the Time. Kang, did you ever see any halftime performer that was?
My favorite halftime performer is Red Panda.
Yeah.
She's on the unicycle with the porcelain soup bowls.
Amazing.
She's amazing.
I think that's
absolutely amazing.
That's AI. There's no way that's real.
Dude, she is. That's the best. You can't top that. Everything else is second place for me. But I don't know if you're just talking musical act, because that.
Yeah, I was talking musical act,
okay,
but that's don't apologize. That's a great call. Red Panda.
Red Panda.
The GOAT.
Yes.
Change
your name to Red Goat, right?
Do you think Red Panda is like a millionaire?
Yes.
I mean, Red Panda, every time she goes and performs at every game I've ever been at, it's gotten to the point now where people go, I'm not getting up. I'm watching a halftime show. That's one. And
She gonna break a plate? No.
Two is everyone's in complete and total awe of Red Panda.
The crowd is always oohing and on.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And Shabuzi's cool and all. Apparently they couldn't get Red Panda.
Red Panda is like Shabuzi and Blue Man Group combined. With the illusionary effect of David Copperfield. And what do you get? Red Panda.
Red Panda. She's on a unicycle, man.
Like a high unicycle,
And-
not like
yeah.
a little one. Like it's like 10 feet high.
It's like fall to your death stuff, and she's got 12 bulls on her foot, and she kicks them in the air and catches them on her head.
Ridiculous.
And I'm supposed to be impressed with like some backdoor lob after that?
Right. No.
She steals the show every time.
I think that show America's Got Talent, whatever, every week Simon Cowell is like, it's a fantastic act, but it's not Red Panda. It's a pass for me, dog.
And by the way, the rest of the halftime performers that do their cool, like here's trampoline dunkers, and I got a dog that catches a frisbee, and they must be like, this blank and Red Panda's killing us.
I mean, look, we've had Shakira and J-Lo and Eminem and all these Aerosmith and all these great acts we've seen at halftime of the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Really, don't we just want Red Panda? Do we need to see the musical acts get up there?
We've had hologram Tupac. And if you put up to a
Even
phone,
hologram Tupac takes a side. Whoa.
hologram Tupac's like, now that's impressive.
Yeah.
Red Panda makes like a Fiero in space seem believable. Right?
Yes. Yes.
Like, all right, I can believe a Fiero in space.
Yeah.
If Red Panda's real.
You do the math, I do the driving.
And he's turning the steering wheel.
He's turning the steering wheel.
Which Fast and Furious was
Fast
that?
9. Fast 9.
F9.
F9. Yeah, F9. All right. It was on like a week and a half ago, and I had to watch the last hour of it. I could not stop watching.
To see the Fiero in space?
Yes, to see how they decided that they were going to go with a Fiero in space because they had to alter the path of a satellite. We're just going to drive right through it. Like what? You're going to what in a Fiero? And you know, something that would take years to calculate and get all the specs together to strap it to the back of a rocket ship to throw it out into space.
Right.
Not when in the Fast 9 world. No. The Fast 9 world, you simply get permission from The Rock to go ahead and do something like this. Mr. Nobody says, yep, you got it. And then you strap a Fiero to a rocket and it goes into space and it saves the world. That's what happens.
All right. What
That's
happened?
a franchise.
Yeah, well.
And Red Panda outdoes it.
Red Panda outdoes everything. Okay, what happened with Jared Goff's MVP odds after Sunday night's game? We will get to that coming up today at 12:16. Also, straight ahead, Dan Campbell joined the morning show. We'll bring you the best of what he had to say here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Lions fans, listen up. UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions, is celebrating its partnership with our city's gridiron heroes, including Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch, and Terrion Arnold. And they got something amazing just for you, introducing the new Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. Lions are hot, the Black Unis are fire, and so is this debit card. This card just isn't for any fan. It's designed for true Lions fans who live with every touchdown and every victory earned. And with the Lions rocking their new sleek black uniforms, you can match their energy with this exclusive debit card only available through UMCU. Ready to rep the pride? Becoming a UMCU member is quick and easy. I did it. Choose the Lions Black Debit Card or select from one of 3 other bold designs. Either way, you'll be carrying your Lions passion everywhere you go. UMCU has been a trusted partner in our community for over 70 years, and now you can join the winning team. Visit umcu.org today for details and get ready to show off your Lion spirit. Some restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA, UMCU, where Detroit pride meets financial success. the best of what Dan Campbell told our morning show today at 12:30. So prior to coming out of the games the weekend of October 3rd, 4th, whatever it was, and they played the first week in November, Jared Goff's odds were 17-2. 17-2 to win the NFL's MVP, which maybe to make it a little bit more simple, if people aren't like really down with gambling, it's 8.5 to 1. Now, what do you think they are now?
I think it took a hit. When you throw 5 interceptions in a game, it's going to take a hit, but they won. But you said it was 8.5 to 1?
Yep.
I don't know. 12.5 to 1?
What'd you say?
12.5 to 1?
Well, it's 12 to 1. It's a straight up 12 to 1. So the crazy thing about it is, I think if you watch the game, you know this wasn't an authentic 5 interception game. Like the number looks awful.
Yeah.
But it wasn't really a 5 interception performance. I said it yesterday. Kind of the bounce passes bothered me more than the interceptions did. 2 of the interceptions he got hit one was tipped, another he got hit when he was throwing it. The third was a Hail Mary. None of those feel to me like they're particularly Goff's fault. The 1-2, you can make a case that the 4th and the 5th interceptions were authentic interceptions, but even Dan Campbell was like, well, we got to get our head right. Dan Campbell kind of defended him and said he even didn't look at those. And so, some of it's the price of doing business in the NFL. But, yeah, I think a close observer would say that's not a 5 interception game. That's one. 2 is, before people start saying, well, there goes the MVP, which, I don't really care about, but I know people do, so I bring it up. What if Lamar Jackson has a 3 fumble game or a 5 interception game? Like that, other people can do stuff too, right?
Well, yeah, and I mean, I'll talk about a little bit of college football here because I thought this was really interesting. Over the weekend, Miami loses to Georgia Tech 28-23, and everybody starts talking about the narrative now is, oh well, Cam Ward no longer the Heisman Trophy contender anymore. That just he lost it, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, I watched the game.
Mm-hmm.
He was pretty good. He threw for 348 yards and 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. His team loses, which isn't on him necessarily. But now you're saying he's out of the Heisman race? Because why? Because he fumbled once? People are really fickle when it comes to these postseason awards and how one thing can take you out of the running. And really what it is it matters when it happens, right? Like Gentry is still now Gentry might be the odds-on favorite, the running back to win the Heisman. And, he had a couple of mediocre games, I guess, if you want to call him mediocre. He still runs for 100 yards, but nothing terribly special.
Right.
But because they happen middle of the season or earlier, it's or middle of the season because it wasn't early, he still has time to make up for it, and it's okay. But you do this late, now you're out of it. So the same thing with Goff. Goff was fantastic, but has a 5 interception game, it's going to knock the odds down considerably. But are you going to be surprised if Jared Goff throws for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns on Sunday?
Not in the slightest.
No.
I think in long seasons, a lot of stuff happens. Hey, some of these shows are better than others. Some of you are more productive in your job one day than the rest. Like it's not, the excellence is something I don't think goes away because of this game. And I think the whole game was dramatically impacted by Taylor Decker not being in there. And look, Dan Skipper won the game, applaudable. I think it's very cool that he got to be a part of it. And I think he's a useful kind of guy, right, to have out there. But there's a reason why Decker's a starter.
Yeah, and what was interesting is that they chose not to put Penei Sewell on the left side for this game, which he has done before when Decker has been out. That they said, no, you know what? Skipper's been working the reps in practice on the left side, so we'll just keep him there. And they got away with it. Goff took some hits in the game and did not look very comfortable in the pocket. I question whether or not he was even hurt in the first half of the game because there were so many passes that he just threw into the ground.
Yeah. And then maybe some of them were definitely a couple of them were throwaways. But I don't think they all were.
Without question, some of those are just throwaways, and that's why I tried asking him about that. But there were a number of passes just they weren't catchable, whether by design or maybe just fell out of his hand wrong. I'm not sure. It was a strange game for Jared Goff to say the least. I think it's a yuck throw it in the garbage performance. Sure, he can be proud that when he did throw the ball towards receivers, he was throwing it where it needed to be, and Dan Campbell said he threw it where he needed it to be, and to the right places, and to the right players, and just didn't work out well for the Lions for a number of reasons.
I understand what you guys were saying about the MVP. Like, hey, he can continue to play well the rest of the year. Lamar could have a bad week as well, but honestly, I think it's a yuck throw the MVP award in the garbage game, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's an individual award. Some people care, some don't. They won the game. That's the most important thing. But as far as just the NFL MVP award goes, I think that's like what Brock Purdy had against the Ravens last year. Brock Purdy had a 4-pick game against the Ravens. They ultimately lost, so that probably hurt his case a little bit more for MVP. But Goff's 5 picks, they're not going to rationalize that at the end of the year, Doug, of how he got those 5 picks. It's just going to show up as 5 picks on his stat sheet, and you add it with the rest. And I think in the end, it probably will cost him the MVP. And for those that care, but they're gonna look at stats after that. And then Lamar, Derrick Henry, those guys. I mean, Josh Allen, by the way, is having a phenomenal year as well. So it's a tough race, man.
I just think one of those, a couple of those guys have a horrible game, and they could get dinged for it. Like
5 picks is a big number, man.
5 it is, but I'm asking people to watch the game and judge it based upon what they saw. That was not an authentic 5-pick game. He did not.
It wasn't. No, you're 100% right on that. And I think most people that come away from watching a game will say, okay, well, that one was tipped. That one was a fumble. It shouldn't even been called an interception. And then the other one at the end of the half when they're just throwing a Hail Mary because they screwed up the play before that may have gotten them an opportunity to get Jake Bates a 65-yard field goal attempt. So now they're further back, so now they just got to throw it up.
And I'll tell you how it's not an authentic 5-pick game. Did it cross your mind at any point to pull Jared Goff?
No.
Not 1 second for me. So I think that when because if a quarterback's playing really, really bad, it crosses your mind, right? You're like, hey, man, should they pull this guy at some point? But it never crossed my mind.
It didn't. And I think the number one reason why it didn't is because the defense played as well as it did. Had the defense given up a touchdown, or they given up 10 points in the second half, and now you're looking at a 30, let's say it's 33-7, and Goff throws his 5th interception. Maybe things change a little bit.
I mean, I guess at no point did I think that they were out of the game, A, and B, it is at best a 2-interception game, in my opinion, at best. And you wouldn't pull them after 2. The first half interceptions were completely either not on him or the Hail Mary, in the Hail Mary's case, inconsequential. But bottom line is, no, I don't think anybody who was paying attention thought put Hendon Hooker in there. I will say this, though. And, my concerns about the Lions are really just kind of where we are in the season. Seasons are long and things change. And when you're on a win streak, you feel like you're never going to lose again. And when you're on a losing streak, you feel like you're never going to win again. But as it stands right now, if you're to tell me that they're playing this way going into the postseason, then yeah, absolutely. It's a Super Bowl caliber team. But we got a long way to go between now and then. And that's always in the back of my mind. But the one thing, am I wrong? Goff has been taking too many hits the last few weeks. And it continued Sunday night.
I don't think you're wrong.
And I don't know why. I really, really love this O-line. Certainly, the Decker injury might have had something to do with it, but it just feels like it's been too much.
Yeah, I brought this up a little bit last week. I'm a little concerned. I think this offensive line is great, but I don't think that have they already peaked as an offensive line, I guess, is where I'm looking at. I know they extended Decker, and I'm not against extending Decker, but I am looking for getting other guys ready to go, and hopefully that's the master plan here, that guys that have been on the sidelines for the entire year, Mahogany or Sorsdahl or Manu, that these are guys they really truly feel are going to step in the next couple of years and play an important role for this team. But it's concerned with Decker, and Decker he's banged up. He's a veteran in this league. He's played in this league forever. So he's definitely taken he's a step slower, I think. And we're seeing it. I mean, he got owned by the pass rusher from Tennessee. Just came off Arden Key just came right off the edge and took down Goff a couple of times. And then, Dan Skipper, there's a bigger drop off with that too. So it is a concern for me.
Well, NFL, it's physical, it's tough. You need an element of luck, and part of that might be keeping your quarterback. Everybody wants to keep their quarterback healthy and upright. All right, straight ahead, the best of what Dan Campbell told on Morning Show. That is next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, these days it can be really hard to find reliable service. So when you find it, you want to let everybody know about it. And what I'm telling you is the Precision Garage Door, the people there are amazing. Here's where you talk about great service. When you want to schedule an appointment and have somebody come out and look at your garage doors because you got an issue with it, or any kind of issue when you call somebody and they say, okay, well, we'll give you a window of like 6 hours. That doesn't work for you. What works for you is if you can schedule it on your time. That's what you can do with Precision. You look them up at precisiondoormi.com and you schedule an appointment that works for you. The service is stellar. They come out and they will do wonders with what you have to work with at the garage door. Cold weather, it's going to cause problems for your garage door. All these moving parts, they're metal, they can get brittle, they can break, and quite frankly. So you want to make sure that you maintain them, and no better way to maintain them than to talk with Precision. Give them a call. If you want your garage doors done right, do what I did and give them that call at precisiondoormi.com is the website, or you can go to 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR and talk to them in person if you'd like, and schedule that appointment.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We were joking this morning, ESPN's Get Up. We watch, we have it on every day. Because they're bringing up breaking news and it's live and it's not about highlights. It's about stuff. It's hard to, highlights don't really translate in terms of like what we're going to talk about on the air. Every once in a while they do. But if a highlight's really super off the charts, they'll show it on Get Up. So we watch Get Up a lot here. But we've also become very accustomed to what the Get Up pattern is. And this morning there was breaking news in that the Chicago Bears had announced that they were going to fire offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. And my first thought was their topic is going to be, how does this impact the Dallas Cowboys?
They love themselves the Cowboys, don't they?
Oh, God. Are the Cowboys like 3-7? Bears fire offensive coordinator. How does it impact Jerry Jones?
Yeah, well, good news for the Cowboys. Trey Lance got a chance to play, King.
Hey.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Dude.
You got a chance to play?
In our wounded horses race, I've edged out into the lead.
Oh, you're way ahead of us. You are way ahead of us.
Well, this guy's not going to play again for a long time.
I don't know if he's way ahead. He's at, like, right now, if Malik Willis, if Jordan Love goes on to have a Hall of Fame career and Malik Willis spends the next 10 years
He's
as
the
his
next
backup,
Brian Hoyer.
and he's just a backup in Green Bay, I will claim victory. Because when he played, he won, damn it.
You should.
Yeah, you should. I mean, Zach Wilson's buried behind Bo Nix. Clearly, they're going to go with him.
Yeah, but Zach Wilson was the best quarterback the Jets have had in the last 5 years.
That's true. Instead of, Tribal Man or whoever they got over there now.
Mr. Diarrhea.
And Trey Lance can't get in unless they're down by 30. So,
Trey Lance may start a game down the stretch here.
I would
right.
be surprised.
No, honestly, Dak's done, and I don't know, Cooper Rush wasn't exactly,
Here we
thrilling
go.
people. Yeah.
Hey,
I think ESPN should do a segment on it.
On which one of our broke quarterbacks might
just,
make it?
Just Trey Lance.
Oh.
Because he's a Cowboy
Oh,
quarterback.
he will.
No, I agree. They should do a story on our three quarterbacks.
Our broke quarterback.
Well, that doesn't be 30 for 30. It can be an E60.
I'll have a good laugh about it. We don't. Hey, it's hard choosing quarterbacks in the NFL, just saying. And even we miss them.
I think Zach Wilson's in a good spot. Get back up Bo Nix. I like Bo Nix.
Why is he in a good spot if he's backing up a quarterback you like? It means he's never going to play.
Because I think,
because that's good
to
news.
your point,
it's good news he's never going to play.
No, to your point with Malik Willis, he could sit there and back up Jordan Love all these years. You could have it.
Yeah,
I can
but
always
Malik Willis. When we saw Malik Willis, he looked good.
When I saw Zach Wilson play with
BYU,
right, yeah,
He looked good.
BYU, he looked good. Maybe they'll build something in Denver that gives quarterbacks a chance.
Let's just say that this race for like 20th place is not over. Like, we are not racing for the top of the NFL. We're racing for which guy might actually be a serviceable NFL quarterback, and it's far from over.
Are we done with the Sam Darnold talk? About him resurrecting his career. I know they did come back and win. They won the game on Sunday, but they're not good. The Vikings with Sam Darnold at quarterback, that is not an answer. You talk about the ultimate stopgap, they'd kill for Malik Willis.
Well, you know what his MVP odds have plummeted in the last week? From 28-1 to 75-1. Sam Darnold for MVP.
Is he still up there for comeback player of the year?
Well, let me do a little search here. And he might be. And he might be worthy of it.
I don't know.
Although shouldn't it just be DeMar Hamlin every year? Right now, the leader for comeback player of the year is Kirk Cousins, followed by Joe Burrow. Kyler Murray, man, I'd argue Kyler Murray's strong. Darnold is off the board? They took him off the board?
Yep.
Wow. OTB.
Well, I'm looking at this now. It's Cousins, Burrow, Murray, J.K. Dobbins, DeMar Hamlin, and Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers. I mean, are you kidding me?
Come on.
You know who should be on there? The Cowboys for comeback player of the year.
Good call.
Aaron Rodgers is on the list.
Yep. Oh, he's on the list. All right.
Spare me. All right, we said we get to the best of what Dan Campbell had to tell the morning show. We start at the end of the game. The kicker. John asked the question. He said, they're different breeds. How do you get your kicker ready for these pressure moments? Here's what the head coach of the Lions had to say. So, look, him coming through in that moment, he came into the season, he was kind of an unknown, but when you basically don't use a resource and get a starting caliber player, that's a sign of great management. It's a sign of Brad Holmes killing it, because he's another off the street guy that's making plays for them. And then you get into the, wait a sec, might he be exceptionally good? He's not just filling a starter's role. And those are the kicks that you got to make, and to be a great one, and he made them.
Am I wrong to feel like maybe the Lions were pressured to even sign this guy? Like if he wasn't kicking for the Michigan Panthers at Ford Field, if he were kicking for the Memphis Showboats, I don't even know who's in the other football league. I don't know what the other football league's called at this point. But
it's the UFL.
Thank you. Well, they combine everything. I don't remember what it is. But if he were kicking for some other team that didn't kick at Ford Field,
yeah,
do you think he would even be on the radar?
I'd like to hope so. It should.
But I kind of feel like this was pressure brought on by Lions fans that saw the story of Jake Bates. Because if Jake Bates wasn't kicking in, we'd never hear the story. And now the story, kicking his 60-yard field goals, is amazing what he's done, and every week it was just building up. Remember when people were saying it's inexcusable the Lions haven't even signed this guy yet. Like they were losing their minds.
There was outrage.
and then he finally gets the job, and it's like, does he deserve the job? Okay, are they going to bring up other kickers to compete with him, because he's going to need competition, and he's been pretty damn perfect with field goals.
Yep, been impressive. More from Dan Campbell coming up. Matthew in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hi, Matthew.
Hey, y'all. Very stoked on this win this weekend. But I had a broader question about kind of the league in general. So when I was watching earlier on Sunday the Pittsburgh-Washington game, I was pretty caught off guard by the fake punt that Pittsburgh did early in the game, deep in their own territory.
Yeah.
And it reminded me of the fake punt that Detroit ran against Minnesota early in the game. And, obviously that's Dan Campbell's calling card. But as I was watching this, it started to occur to me, I was kind of like, is Dan Campbell actually starting to have an influence on the culture of fourth downs across the league?
Well, keep in mind this, Matthew, that play in the Washington-Pittsburgh game, nobody was on the gunner. So that's Miles Killebrew, former Lion, who was out there. Nobody was on him. The punter recognized it, and they're like, we got to do it. You got to do it. And he throws a perfect pass to him, and he dropped it, which was unfortunate for Pittsburgh. They ended up winning the game. But I think when you get into a situation, in a punting situation, and there's nobody guarding the guy, you better have a play designed where you have the opportunity to throw it to him. Is it a Dan Campbell influence? I don't know in that situation if it would be, but maybe he does have more of an influence. I don't know if there's data that shows that our team's doing more fake punts or not.
Or just, I guess just fourth downs in general, I'm curious about, too, that kind of being an example.
I don't have the data in front of me. I'd have to do some digging. I'll tell you what's interesting is just reading. I think teams are trying to mimic Dan Campbell. Organizations are trying to find the next Dan Campbell. There's some comps being made between Jonathan Gannon in Arizona and Dan Campbell, even though I don't see it. They're pointing out that, he did some things early in his tenure that are reminiscent of Dan Campbell. I think Antonio Pierce got the shot in Vegas as a real popular players coach because of Dan Campbell. There was a minute there where everybody wanted the next Sean McVay, who's the young up-and-coming offensive mind, and this guy worked for Sean McVay, and this guy drove past Sean McVay's house, and this guy delivered a pizza to Sean McVay. Hire him! It was everything about Sean McVay, and now it might be getting to be a point where it's all about Dan Campbell. And we'll hear more from the Lions coach next here on 97.1 The Ticket. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off or buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA and get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will automatically be charged. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. You gonna watch tonight's Michigan State-Kansas game? Champions Classic?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, been playing at Atlanta, I believe.
This is an interesting stat about the Spartan team. They're averaging, I think it's 88 points a game, all while shooting 25% from behind the arc.
Yeah, they've yet to find their stroke from 3-point land.
Mm-hmm.
But they are fun to watch on the fast break. Cohen Carr is
dude, he's
ridiculous
amazing.
to watch on a fast break.
I don't know if he's going to be good or not, but he's damn fun to watch.
He's fun to watch.
He can finish at the rim, they say.
Doug,
he finishes like 6 feet above the rim.
How old is Hunter Dickinson? 33?
He's 30. Actually, I don't know how he's mid-20. He was old when he got
That's
to
what
Michigan.
I'm saying.
This guy's still playing.
Yes. And if you're Hunter Dickinson,
It's like his third year at Kansas now.
you play in college as long as you can. He's making decent money and he's playing. And I'm not sure what role he has in the NBA.
Yeah, the old days you'd have to go to class. Now it's like,
I
like,
think
you get the extra
still-
year. You
look,
have
I
to go
mean,
to class. You have to be enrolled.
I think you still have to go to class.
Do you? NIL
I mean, if you're
world,
gonna
do you really?
You have to keep yourself academically eligible.
All right, Shador.
Look, Shador has said, basically, for people who miss what he's referencing.
I ain't going to be here.
Yeah, they were like, today's the day you register for winter classes. And Shador's like, I'm not going to winter
classes. What is that? I don't go to fall classes. I go to winter classes.
Hey, what are classes?
2 weeks from yesterday, Hunter Dickinson turns 24 years old. So he's not that old. Compared to, what is it? The dude
Well, it'll be 6 years in college.
Dude, the tight end from Miami is on his 9th year of college.
I got it. I'm just saying I mean, he's 24, but he's been there for 6 years.
Just to be clear, you don't have 9 years of eligibility. He has just somehow, some way gotten waivers for multiple injuries. He's a 30-year-old tight end or 28-year-old tight end or whatever he is.
Well, he's been in college so long, he became a doctor and signs his own waivers now.
I mean,
Right,
kinda.
exactly. I need a note. I gave you a note from a doctor. Yes, I've been here long enough to get my doctorate.
His stats, Cam McCormick, 2017, 2018, he played at Oregon. He was hurt in 2019 and 2020. The COVID year was 2021. He played for Oregon. Came back, played for Oregon in 2022. Transferred to Miami, played 2023 and 2024. This is his 8th season on a college team.
It's ridiculous that they allow that. It's ridiculous.
I
I get it. Well, I mean, the
I
rules used to
personally
be-
think it's awesome because I would want to be Cam McCormick and just keep playing in college. Eventually, they do say no. And if he's granted, look, COVID year, 2 injury seasons, you don't care.
I think it's.
I saw the eye roll.
Well, yeah, and it's probably audible too. It's ridiculous. They shouldn't be allowed to keep playing past 6 years.
No.
Oh, the COVID year. Oh, come on. I mean, and 2 injured years and then another year. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I don't
Isn't
know.
it too much?
No, I don't.
I mean, I get that it would be fun for you, Doug, but I mean, it's too much.
Because it doesn't impact us in any way. It has no impact on your life or my life. If this guy wants to do it, then go for it. And if he's allowed to do it, and he is allowed to do it by the rules, then go for it.
They should change the rules.
Well, believe me, rules are changing rapidly. All right, here's more from Dan Campbell this morning on the morning show. You heard him talk about how you get a kicker prepared. They mentioned the team's effort in the second half. What was the tone like in the halftime locker room? Well, they did overcome. The most amazing thing about that comeback to me was how many setbacks there were along the way. Get an interception, throw one right back. Intercept a pass in the end zone, be forced to punt. Have them in a 3rd and 18, give up a first down. Like there were a lot of moments that felt like they could have been backbreakers in the second half. And they just kept knock us down, we'll get back up and bite a kneecap.
That's what they do.
Yep.
Take another hunk. I'm watching Will Birchfield retweeted a highlight from the game along with a quote that we had from Jared Goff, from our interview with Jared Goff. And the highlight is on a 2nd and 6 play, Lions down 23-13 in the fourth quarter. Jared Goff steps back and then steps up into the pocket and fires a strike to Jameson Williams in a tight window. And Williams gets hammered from both sides.
Dude,
and
that
hangs
was an
onto the
incredible
football.
catch.
It's amazing. It really is amazing. We could talk about the immaturity off the field if you want. We've seen on the field that he's, maybe sometimes lacks concentration, doesn't know enough. But a play like that, I don't know how you teach that. Like he catches the ball, he knows he's going to get hit, but gets hit from both directions on a play that no one would blame him if he dropped it. But he doesn't drop it. He hangs on to it. I mean, that's growth, man. He's an interesting player.
He could see the hit coming from in front of him, and that hit drills him backwards. He could not see the hit coming from behind.
Right.
And I would have thought that is a sure dislodged football because you can brace for the one you see coming, but he managed to hang on to it after the one that he didn't see coming. It was an incredible catch. An incredible catch. And it's probably not going to be any Sports Center top 10. And I see this catch and I think, how does it impact the Cowboys? All right, here's more from Dan Campbell. Are you concerned at all about the 5 Jared Goff picks? Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with him. I wish people, I guess people aren't. They won the game. Had they lost the game, a much bigger deal would be made about the 5 in the interceptions column. But they won the game, so it's not. But I'm telling you, man, that was not an authentic 5 interception game.
I agree with you. It was not. They able to overcome that. But what's strange is that you had the 5 picks. It's change of possessions, obviously. But then you had all the plays that were just throwaways. The Goff just threw into the ground. It's not going anywhere. I'm not going to take a sack. And he didn't get sacked in the game, did he? I think it was 0 sacks, even though technically the one where he threw the interception, which should have been a fumble, could have been ruled that way, but it wasn't. So, statistically to look on paper like they protected him, and yet he was under duress. There was a lot of pressure all game long that resulted in either interceptions or balls thrown into the ground. And they're able to get past that and say, okay, fine, but what about our positive plays? And the positive plays that happened in the second half were good enough to lead them to 3 scoring drives in the last 3 drives.
No sacks, 5 QB hits is what he endured, but he was definitely under duress for much of that game. All right, you'll hear from Jared Goff at 1:30. Also, more from Dan Campbell, plus your open line calls and feedback mixed in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So tonight's game's an NBA Cup game.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it for the cup.
So here's what's weird about this. I think what happens is when your team isn't particularly competitive, it's, you're not following the sport as closely as you are when the team is competitive, right?
Sure.
You're not quite as dialed in.
Mm-hmm.
And so you get to this and you go, all right, our Pistons team has been bad the last few years. They've introduced this midseason tournament, the NBA Cup, where you play group games, round robin. They have the different looking court. And I go, okay, we're not very good, so I'm not really that interested. But I can't fight this feeling that even if the Pistons were good, I would not be interested. Like, do you think they care? Do you think Lakers fans care about the NBA Cup? Do you think any fan base, no matter how good their team is really stoked to win the NBA Cup?
I want to know what Shabuzi thinks. Does he care?
He thinks the people in the NBA offices are getting tipsy because this doesn't make any sense. Is this really a draw? Is this the most manufactured thing ever? The NBA Cup?
I don't get it. I never did get it. I mean, is this even a money? Like, where's the money grab out of this? Everything is about money. So where is it that this is just simply putting more at stake during the regular season? These are scheduled games anyway.
Well, yeah, these are scheduled games that count as your group games, and the Pistons group is, quick, name it.
Is the group 3?
Aren't we in the Metropolitan?
The Pistons are in the NFL's they're in the NFC North. I don't know, man. We're in Group B, apparently.
So not Group 3.
No.
Not the Metropolitan.
Not the NFC North. With the Bucks, the Pacers, the Raptors, and the Heat. And I may be wrong, but I think this is one even if our basketball team was good, we still would not give a flying you-know-what about this. This is the weirdest thing ever.
This is the second year. So it was called I think just the NBA Cup last year. And so now they've got, the Emirates Cup.
Oh, has it got a sponsor?
Yeah.
Oh, I was
It's
calling it the
being
NBA
rebranded.
Cup still.
No, it's been rebranded. Get on board, Doug.
So that's
Come
why
on.
that's why they do it, because they get money from the Emirates.
And then also, I think because the rest of the world loves soccer so much, they get the cup theory, the in-season tournament stuff, and maybe it's just Americans that aren't, hip to, this new thing. But as an NBA fan, maybe this is my fault. I don't even care to learn why the cup is going on.
Okay,
I'm like,
so
to me, it's just like another game.
Yeah,
And you're the guy that needs to tell us about it.
Yeah, and I don't even care to learn about it, the rules and the groupings. And the only people that care are LA if it helps LeBron's legacy. You know what I mean? To add to like why he's better than Jordan.
Did you say legacy or ego?
Right? Same difference over there. Other than that, yeah.
Well, let me put it
I
to you
don't
like
know.
this.
The final tournament games are in Vegas. That's another money-making opportunity where they sell
right.
packages and
Yeah.
everything like that.
So tonight, I've already decided I'm going to put a little basement time in and get the Michigan State-Kansas game on. I'll have Maction on a TV, probably BG and Western. And I'll have the Pistons and Heat on the other one. I will be rooting for the Pistons. I am excited to see if this Pistons team actually can make a playoff run in what appears to be a pathetic conference. But I will not celebrate anymore because they won a cup game tonight. It will not lead our show. 1-0 in Group B. Sorry, I don't mean to produce on the air. Kang, I'm assuming you're okay with that call?
Jeez, man. How about a heads up?
Yeah.
Come on.
Let the game play out first, Doug.
Should we lead with if they win, should we lead with a big Group B win?
Depends what happens.
Is this a quad one win? Does that count in the NBA Cup?
We like cups in this town.
Well, we do.
Usually Stanley Cups. But,
Doug likes the Stanley Cup.
oh, Doug loves that Stanley.
He accessorizes.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
That was an eye roll. Now, that was an eye roll.
I care about that cup about as much as I care about the NBA Cup. Excuse me, the Emirates NBA Cup.
Yeah, there you go. Get it right. If you want to lead with it, get it right.
Yeah, my bad. That's good producing right there. Okay, let's get to the final thing from Dan Campbell from the morning show. Zadarius Smith on the decision to sit Zadarius Smith and what they hope to get out of him. Yeah, I mean, this is a highly anticipated debut. We have seen midseason debuts really make a difference in terms of our teams and their chances to win championships. And this one could be an all-timer because if he's a significant player in a team that goes on to, dare we say, make and even win the Super Bowl, this and he's a big reason as to why. It's probably trump all the rest of them because we never thought we'd see this day.
Yeah, I mean, look, Snacks Harrison made a big difference to the defense when the Lions traded for him halfway through the season, and really shored up the run defense. The problem was that wasn't a very good Lions team. This is a very good Lions team that's winning and obviously needs a pass rush. They bring him in, and this makes all the sense. His reasoning, what Dan Campbell said with all that, completely soothes me as a fan who was a little salty that I didn't get to see the fresh new guy out there playing on Sunday night. I fortunately they won the game. And yeah, they had 7 wins going into it. So there really wasn't a ton of premium on them to have to win that game. No. But it's nice that they won that game and now everything else works. But the flex that Dan Campbell made, where he says we got 11 games left.
Oh, yeah.
And then maybe it just goes over your head, but start to think about that. The team is 8-1. That's 9 games.
Mm-hmm.
There's only 17 games in regular season.
Correct.
How many more games would you play if you got to the Super Bowl?
Well, you'd have the 8 regular season games. You'd have a first-round bye, 2 playoff games. That's 10, and the Super Bowl's 11. He's got a plan.
He's got a plan. I like that.
Pretty funny, isn't
it?
And
just slips it in mid-conversation like it's nothing. Hey, we got 11 games left that we got to worry about, and each one gets more important down the end of the season, down the end of the stretch. Yeah, particularly those last 3.
Yeah, well, Costa coming out of that was like, we're all doing the math here on the 11 games. We see what you're getting at here, Coach. We see what you're getting at. Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll get to some of your phone calls and feedback. Just a reminder, you can watch the show streaming. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Same thing on youtube.com. Search up 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. We've been made fun of today for dueling flannel shirts. Dueling flannel shirts. Gator.
Well, I mean, you called me up and you said we're going to play Shabuzi, and it's good old country fun.
Yeah.
And I said, let's get after it.
Is that what happened?
No.
Anyway, you can watch us. Go to twitch.tv, youtube.com.
You're going to see a lot of flannel the rest of the year. Just saying.
He's in a Shabuzi kind of place, people.
That's it.
Also, you can stream with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY, and streaming through our website, 971theticket.com. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is in feast mode, so get ready to gobble up these deals. Right now, lease a new 2025 Equinox LT for just $299 a month. for 36 months. You heard it right, $299 a month on a 25 Equinox with just $19.99 down. Activate the savings with a GM employee discount and a current lease in your household. Don't forget, a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinoxes, Blazers, Tracks, and EVs, hundreds on the ground to choose from. Go to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights to get the best deals this fall. Say Sarah. Call saysarah.com or go to saysarah.com or go call 87-SAY-SARAH, or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Feedback. The old Lions would have folded and got blown out. The defense, which people criticize all the time, kept them in it and held Mixon in check, which most haven't done this year. Mixon was at 48 yards on 25 carries, 46 yards on 25 carries, something like that.
Yeah, he was 46 on 25.
It's a hell of a performance and forcing field goals.
With a long of 8.
Wasn't that the touchdown run?
Yeah.
Yep. A jet sweep. So yeah, I mean, look, the defense is deserving, and Aaron Glenn's getting a ton of praise. Guys keep getting hurt. I mean, they had 4 sacks in a game, right?
Yes.
248-539-9797. Ryan, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, what's up? How are you?
We're doing good.
Awesome. Hey, I just wanted to chime in. So first off, I'm actually a Ravens fan, but also I live in Michigan, obviously, so I'm watching the Lions game in and game out. Just a potential threat I'd see for you guys, right, would be, as I was watching Commanders-Steelers game, Jaden Daniels is a baller. He threw a bunch of really good balls and had guys dropping passes left and right. I turned the game off at the end. I thought they were ahead. I didn't even know the Steelers came back, but I feel like they're a really good team that potentially Lions would see, down in the playoffs, deep in the playoffs. So just want to see if you guys caught that game and your guys thoughts.
We've been talking about them for a few weeks as a legitimate threat. They are a threat. Philly's a threat. If this is provided, let me be clear here. This is a caveat, is if the Lions keep playing like this, okay? If they keep playing like this, I still see those teams as threats. If the Lions come back to earth a little bit and lose a couple games and maybe don't play as sharp, and there's no reason to believe that they won't, but the seasons are long and things change. But yeah, right now I look at the Commanders and the Eagles as the 2 biggest threats to the Lions right now in the NFC.
Yeah, definitely. He just, and obviously they'll get it together too and not drop passes deep in the playoffs. Side note, Zadarius Smith is going to be a boss for you guys, so that was a huge pickup despite what, all the criticism and panic to get XYZ. I feel like that's a huge pickup, and I think people will start to revere him as he starts balling out.
Yeah, I think fans can't wait to see him play. It was the realistic target they could have gotten at the trade deadline. They did. They started working on it apparently from the moment that Aiden Hutchinson broke his leg against the Cowboys. They started talking about this, and they made it happen, and we'll get to see him Sunday playing at home against Jacksonville. The first images we got of him walking into practice, goofing around already loving playing here, and then the next images you see are him Sunday night coaching up his teammates on the sideline. It's this guy is hopefully he's as good as advertised, the perfect fit for this team.
More feedback here. That JMO play was huge, holding out of the ball while getting crushed by 2 defenders. A drop there would have killed our momentum. That's from Bob. Paul at Work says, we all know the Lions used to lose these games the same way Houston did Sunday in past years. Same old Lions is dead, burnt to ashes, and buried 100 feet under the ground. Lions are going to win the Super Bowl. Well, I hope you're right. I mean, it would be, if the playoffs started tomorrow, I'd feel really, really confident. It's just these are long seasons. These are long seasons, and lots can change between now and 8 weeks from now. But they look really good right now. Really, really good right now.
They look great. They look great. And they're going to look better on Sunday because we're going to see Zadarius Smith. And we're going to see a healthy Pascal again. Now he's, his second game under his belt since coming back. So there's a lot to like. There were images from the game on Sunday night. James Houston getting a sack where he initially drops into coverage and then comes back up and makes the play. And it's not that he just makes the play, but to me with that sack, it was a sure tackle. Like, how many times do you see the quarterback run and makes a guy miss? Mm-hmm. Houston wasn't fooled. He didn't make a miss. He took it to the ground, and it was great to see. It's great to see Brian Branch do the things that he has done, constantly making a play. Every time he leaves his feet, he's making a play, deflecting a pass, or he's making a tackle behind the line of scrimmage. I love Brian Branch.
You're the guy? No, I'm just kidding, man.
Right.
He's unbelievable. Gator.
Best safety in the game.
He is. He's the best safety in the game, and it's midway through his second year. He's all pro. It's unreal how good Brian Branch is at the line of scrimmage or 20 yards off the line of scrimmage. To have a player that can be able to do all of that, second round. He was in the draft room by himself when the entire first round was taken, and he was not picked. And he stayed the next day to hear his name called and go up to the stage. That's something there, man.
It's awesome.
Yeah, and Lee McNeil had a little coming out party on Sunday night too. He was really
They have so much talent on this team right now. And by the way, if the NFL were ever to widen the field like an extra yard, Jahmyr Gibbs would have like 3,000 yards rushing because he hits that corner and he's like one more 6 inches away from just turning the corner, right? And they just get him. But you could tell. I think Campbell spoke on it this morning. He's one or two every week away from breaking a long one.
And he's still good. And you know what the funny thing is the way this goes, next week David Montgomery will go for 110 and Jahmyr. But what was the stat you had earlier about Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery?
That combined touches, I guess, so carries and targets in the passing game.
Yeah.
Jahmyr Gibbs is 128. David Montgomery has 128. It's even. That's how you balance an offense. Halfway through the season, it's even with both guys.
That's amazing.
Yes, it is.
Just looking at this, it's got to be, well, is it carries? It's got to be carries. They each have 122 carries. Gibbs has 22 receptions and Montgomery has 18. So you saw it somewhere. I don't know who had it.
Yeah, it was on
but
Twitter. I have to see if I can find it again.
They both have 122 carries right now. And Gibbs is averaging 6 yards a carry. Montgomery's averaging 4.3 yards a carry. But yeah, they've both been incredible. Montgomery has 8 touchdowns. Gibbs has 7 touchdowns. Those are just their rushing numbers. Gibbs has a touchdown receiving. So
yeah, it's a total Dove Kleiman. That is it. Total carries and targets this season.
And targets. That's not accurate, but still
close enough.
It's 122 to 122 in terms of carries. They got nothing to complain about, and they seem to both be pretty happy with their usage and their usage rate. And all it does is extend their careers. And the other thing is, did you see that stat they had during the game that Houston was top 5 in the NFL in end zone touchdown percentage, and the Lions were forcing field goals? Now I think only one of them was a red zone trip. But when they got into the scoring area, when they got into field goal range, the Lions defense stiffened. And I actually think red zone touchdown percentage is way more important than scoring percentage. Because once you're in the red zone, you should be 100% in terms of touchdown or field goal. The teams that are getting it into the end zone are the ones that kill it. They're the best of the best. And Detroit kept Houston out of the end zone. Amazingly. On a number of occasions. And I talked about this yesterday, as long as it didn't take a miracle, I thought they were fully in the game. When you get into the point where you need multiple 2-point conversions and an onside kick and all this stuff, well, I don't think you're in the game. But as long as they were in easy math, I didn't think they were out of it.
I appreciate the easy math. It made it simple. You felt like, okay, the defense, they were getting a little bit of pressure on the quarterback, but they weren't quite getting home just yet. The offense, I thought, okay, they're going to go into the halftime. They're going to be pissed at what they've seen. They don't have much to show for it in the first half. But we've seen what this team can do. I expect them to be better offensively in the second half, and I expect them to be better defensively in the second half. I didn't expect the defense to pitch a shutout. That I didn't expect. No. And to be as dominant as they were, you said it was almost all the possessions in the second half for Houston were 3 and outs.
3.7 yards per possession, 3.6 plays per possession, 3.67 plays per possession in their first 6 possessions of the second half.
And that's impressive work, really, without a doubt. So, you see the defense doing what they can do. They were balling out. They got the turnovers they needed. They got to the quarterback. They stuffed the run game. Mixon was a complete non-factor in the second half. And it's just like, okay, offense, do your thing. And then they started getting St. Brown more involved. They got the running game going. And, J-Mo comes up with a huge catch. And, Sam Laporta is open. And everything starts to change. And you feel the momentum, just the shift was obvious. And then the kicking game, wow.
For the last 30 years, that's the type of game the Lions would have been on the other end of. We intercept the ball 5 times, but still manage to come up with finding a way to lose. The reason it is different is because we are now flipping those games the other way. Unnamed texter, am I in a dream? You're talking about the Lions being the number 1 seed instead of the Lions drafting number 1.
Yep.
And who would they take? Will I wake up Is this not real? Help me make sense of it. Oh, it's real. Hear what the quarterback thinks of all this next here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. didn't even get a chance to really get into the game this coming weekend against the Jaguars, who are a struggling team at 2-8. They just made the Vikings work, though. The Vikings to 12 points. But I don't know if that's more indicative of where the Vikings are than really comment on the Jaguars. Vikings are 7-2. They're still in it. If I were a Viking fan, I wouldn't be giving up.
Oh, no, you're not giving up. I mean, they're in good shape for a wild card spot, and they can win some more games down the road here. But the division, I don't know about that. I just, you watch them, and I think your eyes tell you one thing.
Yeah.
That that the quarterback's not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Everybody got on the Sam Darnold bandwagon, and unjustifiably so. He was so...
He's supposed to be the Messiah when he came to the league, right? I mean, this is the one. This is the next great, gonna hit the ground running in the NFL. Would have been the first overall pick as a freshman if he was allowed to come out.
He's the Carson Beck of the NFL.
We were told he's supposed to be good, Doug.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And he's clearly struggling, although he doesn't have a lot to work with there, right? Do you have his receivers in front of you by chance? I don't think this is much of a receiving core, relatively speaking.
The
Jags.
The Jags?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the greatest group, to be sure.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got a running game with Etienne and Bigsby. Brian Thomas, the rookie, is their leading receiver, and they have Christian Kirk. It's not a great group.
No.
Evan Engram, tight end, but he's only played 6 games.
Yep. Well, hey, good to see them. Good time for them to come along for the Lions. All right, Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket. Hey, Lions fans, listen up. UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions, is celebrating its partnership with our city's gridiron heroes, including Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch, and Terrion Arnold. They've got something amazing just for you, introducing the new Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. Lions are hot, the new black uniforms are fire, and so is this debit card. This card isn't just any card, it's designed for Lions fans who live for every touchdown and every victory. With the Lions rocking their new sleek black uniforms, you can match their energy with this exclusive debit card only available through UMCU. Ready to rep the pride? Become a UMCU member. It's quick, it's easy. I did it. Choose the Lions Black Debit Card or select from 3 of the any other bold designs. Either way, you'll be carrying around your Lions passion everywhere you go. UMCU has been a trusted partner of our community for over 70 years, and now you can join the winning team. Visit umcu.org today for details and get ready to show off your Lions spirit. Some restrictions apply, insured by NCUA. UMCU, where Detroit pride meets financial success. All right, so a couple of my favorite moments from that game on Sunday. One was they threw a screen pass to Jahmyr Gibbs on a 3rd and 10 in the third quarter. It's kind of one of these critical moments where they had to get a drive going and they got it going. They throw a screen pass out to Jahmyr Gibbs. And, he gets the first down, down the sideline. And who's downfield leading for him? 30 yards downfield? Penei Sewell.
Yeah, right.
I mean, 30 yards downfield, just burying people. Was that the play where the two defensive backs, the one trying so hard not to get buried by Penei Sewell, he ran into another one of his teammates?
Yeah. No, it was a great run. And Sewell leading the way. And Gibbs cut back up and got more yards on it. It was a great play.
Mm-hmm. On Amon-Ra's touchdown, I don't know that his block was particularly critical to the play's success. Oh, here we go. Anyway, the ball snapped. He runs out there, runs up to a defensive back, and engulfs him. The guy just disappeared. It was hysterical. He's so good. And, he got beat for a sack in that game.
He did.
And it was an authentic. Like, that wasn't, it's somebody tripped over him, right? He actually got beat for a sack, and it was stunning. And then they'd show other plays where he's taking out two guys. Like, boom, throws one defensive lineman to the ground, runs to the next level, buries a linebacker.
Most of the time, I don't think you would say it's fun to watch the offensive line, but watching him is fun.
Yeah.
Because he dominates. He just throws guys down the line into each other. It's like the Three Stooges, slapping three guys in the face. He lead blocks on runs down the field. He's going out for passes.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see him throw a pass. It's going to happen.
Yes.
I don't know if it happens this year, but we're going to see it.
And on the touchdown play that to Amon-Ra, where he engulfed the defensive back, just kind of disappeared beneath him.
Yeah.
That started with a pretty good block from Tim Patrick. Like, those plays are successful because, if you're going to go wide receiver screen, your wide receivers that aren't catching the ball better be able to block. And as it turns out, it was the same guy. Patrick held him up and he just engulfed him.
No block, no rock.
Well, and then Tim Patrick, I don't think he had a target in that game, did he?
I want to say he had one target, but I'd have to go back and determine that. But he was, let's see.
Pass receiving.
No, I don't see a target.
Like it. Anyway, but he impacted the game with a block. Are we worried about Laporta's shoulder at all? Doesn't sound like it's that serious.
I'm not worried about this week.
Yeah.
Forgive me for being chesty against Jacksonville, whether they throw you Mac Jones at you or if it's going to be Trevor Lawrence. Just don't care. This Lions team is dialed in.
Mm-hmm.
They can run. They can throw. Of course, you'd like to see Laporta out there, but if you can give Laporta a week off, I think there are several players. If you can give the guys the week off, you give them the week off. Like, you don't need to rush Taylor Decker back.
No.
I mean, I'm not thrilled how Dan Skipper played, but if you know that you're going to give Taylor Decker the week off, then you could put Penei Sewell on the left side if you think that's more important.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where Trayvon Walker lines up if he's on the left or right side, but you can adjust with that. But I think there are guys that you would look at. Do you need a rest? Do you need a week off? Can we maybe not give you 50% of the snaps like we normally would? I think they'll take a lot of that into account. But, of course, a lot of it depends in game how you're playing. You better get off to a pretty good lead if you're going to give guys some break. But you can't count the chickens.
It was funny.
Doug, you can't count those chickens.
No, there's a long way to go, and we do this because it's a fun exercise. We did it yesterday. The Lions are the 1 seed, and their first round, they would get a first-round bye, and their opponent would either be the 4, 5, 6, or 7, the lowest remaining team. They couldn't play the 2 or the 3 in the second round. But if the 4, 5, 6, and 7 are Arizona, the 4, Minnesota, the 5, Washington, the 6, and Green Bay, the 7. I mean, thinking Arizona is probably the team I'd like to play the most, and they're the highest seed, but they'd be the division winner. What's crazy is if you do this for the AFC, obviously the Chiefs are the 1 seed. The 4-5 game, the 4-5 game would be Baltimore at Houston.
That would be interesting.
That's an incredible elimination game.
That would be a real interesting game.
Yep. And if I were the Chiefs, I'd be like, there's so much time to go in this season. It's kind of irrelevant. But that right there would be, I mean, the Chiefs would probably love that. One of these two will knock themselves out.
Can't believe the Chiefs won.
So they kind of got that magical ride going on right now.
They do.
Finding ways to win.
Blocked field goal at the end of the game.
Yep.
That's how it works. I mean, getting past Denver, who's not very good.
No.
But this is the way the season works, right? Lions win 26-23 over Houston, overcoming 5 turnovers in the game.
And I want to give you a little bit of credit too, because years ago, and it's not brought up a lot, but years ago you were big time on the Kyler Murray bandwagon. And I mean, it's not like you were the only one, but
he was number 1 player taking the draft.
Exactly. But you thought he was totally worth it, thought he'd be a great quarterback, and he didn't get off to a great start.
No.
And now that team has rallied. He looks good. I mean, what was he, 20 of 22 in this last game?
He's been very good. He's had a real nice season. He's still not throwing up like these crazy statistical numbers, but they don't have to. They just have to be efficient. And I think he's starting to learn that. He knows when to take off, when not to. He knows how to protect himself. And it's they're playing pretty good football right now. They're not playing great football, but that division is completely up for grabs. The Rams losing last night. The Rams looked terrible last night.
Sure did.
Absolutely terrible. Seattle, don't know what Seattle is. You know, is that quarterback, is he the real deal or is he not? They seem to have a lot of weapons there, but are they going to get enough done? San Francisco is still the team to beat. They got McCaffrey back. They got some of the mojo back, although they had a little bit of sideline issue there with Deebo Samuel getting in.
Nonsense.
But I mean, I get it. They're upset with missed kicks, missed field goals. But that's a team that's going to get better as the season goes on because they are healthy, and you know how good they can be.
Yeah.
I still think San Francisco's team to beat out west.
Do you? Yeah, we'll see how that plays itself out. That's a little weird what's going on with the 49ers as it stands right now. But hey, man, at this point, big game for the Lions on Sunday is Washington and Philly. And the Commanders can hang an L on Philly. That would be
Thursday.
Nice. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's Thursday. It's a Thursday night game. That is a lot of local interest.
It does. It does. Philadelphia's playing very good football right now. And another team that gets it done by throwing it or by running it. Saquon Barkley's made a big difference in that team, and obviously Jalen Hurts can take off and go, and that's been a problem. Washington, with a rookie quarterback, has been awfully good this year, and they still don't have. I don't think they have a ton to work with offensively. They've got a great receiver, but beyond him, they're banged up in the backfield, the offensive backfield. But their defense has been very good, and the quarterback has been smart enough not to make mistakes.
Yep. Rico Beard has just meandered into the studio. How are you?
Meander. Oh, I hate this chair. Hold on.
It's all right. You got to switch it out.
Nobody likes that. That's a broken one. Nobody likes that.
Who broke it?
Oh, I don't know. You have to ask Rico if he knows who broke that chair.
It's not big fella compliant.
It's not any fella compliant.
How are you?
I'm good,
Yeah?
guys. How are you guys?
Oh, not bad. We were just talking about the NFC West.
What about it?
What do you feel? What is your gut telling you on this thing? Rico's a Niner fan. That's why we asked, just so people know.
I mean, I still think the Niners will end up winning. I mean, they're basically are starting to get the band back together. McCaffrey stays healthy. And, yeah, they're as bad as it was with everybody injured. They were one game out. They're still one game out.
What'd you make of Debo swinging at Tabor Pepper?
I understand the frustration because I have that frustration with Jake Moody. He was actually yelling at Moody. Pepper, I give him credit, stood up for his teammate and said, hey, You don't talk to us like that, okay? He knows what to do. You don't swing at your teammate. You just don't. I'm sorry. Now, because he's Debo, he'll probably get lectured behind the scenes, but that's a bad look. You handle things internally.
You know what he better not do?
They've already, I'm sure, gone past. I'm sure Debo's already got his apologies.
I don't know. He didn't really look like, if you saw the interview, they look like it's still some beef there. Like,
well, he better not drop a big pass now.
And that's just it. You're leaving yourself open. If you drop a touchdown, you drop a pass, are they allowed to come up and say, hey, get focused, get your mind right?
Yeah. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Talking a little Tigers, Scott Harris, something that he said, the Evan Petzel article. Plus, we'll also dabble into the whole, we have this argument all the time. College football, game times. I know you're a noon guy.
Yep.
I'm not. And, like Ohio State's complaining. They're the anti-Michigan State. They're like, we're sick and tired of playing noon games. Can we, for God's sake, play night games? And State fans are like, sure. Take
what you need.
We'll get into that as well.
Seems like it'd be nice to have there be some balance.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
There you go.
And we may even touch the table and talk a little Michigan football.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Lions coach Dan Campbell joined the morning show and addressed why they didn't give new trade additions Adarius Smith a go in the Houston game. After a 4-5 start to the year, the Chicago Bears have parted ways with their offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. The Lions play Chicago for the first time on Thanksgiving. The Pistons begin their NBA Cup slate against Miami at Little Caesars Arena tonight. Asar Thompson was cleared to play yesterday by the NBA's Fitness to Play panel. He still remains out tonight, however, as he ramps up to game readiness. Jimmy Butler will also sit with an ankle sprain. Pregame at 6:35 with Chris Villar right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Sticking on the hardwood, Michigan State takes on Kansas in the Champions Classic in Atlanta today. The Jayhawks are favored by 5.5. Tip at 6:30 there. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hi. All right, so we got a lot to do today. Kenny, David, how's your day off? Don't care. I didn't have one. So let's get to it, shall we? I waited all day yesterday because Rico and I did 4 hours of Lions pleasure. Take a black light to this studio after yesterday, I'll tell you. Like MTV's Room Raiders. So look, let's just get into it.
Waiting all day for Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah, because now this is something that is thought-provoking. I get to bring to you the latest from the Detroit Free Press and the angelic hair of Evan Petzold. Detroit Tigers expected to be patient in the offseason, but Scooble, clock is ticking. Well, what does it mean? Scott Harris was gracious enough to meet with reporters at the GM meetings. So let me read you words. Let me transcribe these for you, if I may. So Scott Harris received the same 3 questions about the payroll for the 25 season during his hour-long session with reporters. And, quote, yes, the payroll question, Harris said. Yeah, well, when your payroll's like $80 million below league average, you're going to keep hearing it, Scott. Time and again, Harris has told everyone what to expect. The Tigers won't commit to a specific threshold, but the team will be improved with upgrades from free agent and trade markets. All right, well, that sounds fun. We're going to just try to get better. Whose current payroll is $80 million. That's projected $80 million. One of MLB's lowest. Mm-hmm. And it is $90 million south of league average. So just for fun, I want to be careful. I just want to make sure we don't hurt anybody's feelings. I want to make sure I'm clear. Your payroll is smaller than the gap between you and being average. The totality. 80 versus 90. And a projected 170 to be league average. Okay? Now, when we really look at this, $25 million of your 80 is manure. It's the dead body of Javi Baez. Okay?
Wow.
So the world I live in, because I'm a bleep hole, is I look at it as your payroll's really 55 or 60. Sweet. So he says, we're going to try to get better. We don't go into the offseason with a firm floor or ceiling we have to get to no matter what. I don't really know where the payroll will end up, but we'll have plenty of support from Chris Ilitch to make the team better. We just have to find ways to do it. Okay. Now, I have said to you, I won't go chair slam because that's not fair to Scott Harris, and it's not fair to the Detroit Baseball Tigers today on November 12th. But what I do reserve the right to do is tell you I get uneasy about something, or I have doubts, or I'm skeptical. And remember my rule on something. I don't think you can be any good at any job in media, whether it's news, politics, local community affairs, sports. You gotta be skeptical. That's part of the job. If you are without skepticism, you are a propagandist. You are a content manager. You just drink the gruel because you just don't know any better. You never ask to stop and go, why? So the Tigers are prioritizing a right-handed hitter and a starting pitcher. Cool. We all agree on that.
Yeah.
No issue. Here's the interesting thing. Tigers are believed to be looking for short-term contracts in free agency. And away we go.
Yep.
I heard that before?
Let's rewind the clock.
Wait a minute. I know where I've heard that before. Steve Bott. Do you remember when we did the show where this bleep hole said, I think the plan for the Wings and the Tigers is basically the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to spend big. And in hockey, you do have a cap.
Don't want to give out term.
They don't want to do term. Oh, now we want short-term stuff this offseason. All right, well, right off the top, you are telling your fan base, if this is true, one more for the people in the back, if this is true, you're basically saying, we ain't going to get nobody worth the bleep. Because no elite free agent is taking short-term. Now, I have been an understanding person. See, I don't want them to spend like the Yankees or Dodgers. I know they can't. It would be financial suicide. I know they can't do that. Never asked it. I haven't even asked for a top 10 payroll. League average. That's it. League average. I have thrown out players that I think are realistic. When I brought up Christian Walker, it was because I said, you know what? 2 or 3 years at $45 to $60 million gets that done. And I get a Gold Glove caliber first baseman who'll hit 30 bombs and help the kids here. But when you start talking about I don't want term, man, you're at the bargain bin again.
You're talking about reclamation projects. You're talking about injured players who try to rehab. You're talking about like the Walker Buehlers of the world coming off of.
I'm sorry, Rico. No. Spinal cord. The Tigers are believed to be looking for short-term, specifically a starting pitcher on a 1-year deal. Do you want to know how the phone call would go if you called Walker Buehler and offered 1 year? Let me help you. Breathe in deeply. Oh, but wait, it gets more. Second prize is the steak knives. So far, according to Petzel, Tigers haven't prioritized Alex Bregman. An AL executive said, wait, I'm not done yet. Let me fill my diaper. Quote, I don't think they're a year forward. I think they'll probably be pretty patient and build and try to be a monster over the next couple of years. And when they're ready to push, really push. Then what are we doing? Because if I'm going to view what they did last year as meaningful and substantive and not just voodoo, and that Parker Meadows is really good, and that Riley Green is really good, that Kerry Bonds is unbelievable, then what are we doing? Quote, we're just in a much healthier spot as an organization, Harris said. Noting 11 Tigers made their debut in 24. We have a lot of opportunity in front of us as opposed to big glaring holes that we need to address. Really? First base is a big glaring hole. Shortstop is a big glaring hole. Third base is a big glaring hole. Not having right-handed bats anyone cares about. How about someone to help with Skubal? And I got to be honest, this is where I get nervous about things. When you hear this, oh boy, the Tigers like to boast about the future value of Class A position prospects like...
I'm not laughing at you. I knew this was coming.
Oh, Theron Liranzano, Kevin McGonigal, and Max Clark. The players are coming soon, just not in 2025 or even 26 probably.
I'm just waiting for you to say the phrase.
Here's what an AL executive said. The hard part for them is the Skubal clock is ticking. If you're going to push, it's for that reason. Now, here's the best part. According to reports, here's how I take it wasn't a competitive offer. A, in fairness to the Tigers, fair. Write that down. Fair. I don't ever expect Scott Boras to take the first offer. Fair. But when it's a non-competitive offer, here's how I view it. Just my opinion, not an accusation. Make sure you write that one down. Okay? I view that as a low ball. Fair. That's a low ball. So we've talked about it. Look, if you're not willing to go all the way and consummate the relationship with Skubal now, then you're under the gun. If you're under the gun, you have to spend. If you're not under the gun, I would still encourage you to spend because I will say it to you again in the 30-year data sample I provided you. There is one outlier that did not have a top half payroll to win a World Series. The 04 Marlins. Okay? Go look it up. You don't believe me. You think I'm a rat bastard. Go look it up. So if you're going to lose them or you're going to do a staring contest with Boras, spend. If you are going to sign him, then my question becomes, well, why wouldn't I spend? Because he's awesome, and I'm wasting his prime. Okay, so Petzold writes, it's unclear if the Harris-led Tigers will ever commit to a free agent contract longer than 4 or 5 years. Well, then you're not getting Alex Bregman. Forget about any other fantasies that are out there. And again, if you don't like Bregman, fine, I'm not mad at you. Bregman represents something. He represents, much like Rico, all that is good in this world and virtuous and wholesome.
Well, thank you.
Bregman represents a legitimate World Series champion, veteran bat, leader, high caliber at bat guy who knows and played for AJ Hinch. He represents an idea. So I'm asking, and this is the name they gave you, okay? An AL executive cited Miami Marlins slugger Jake Burger, who plays third and first. He's under team control through 28. You'd have to trade for him. Here's what Harris said about the plan for third base. And I want you to tell me if a team coming off of a playoff berth with a payroll the better part of, $90 million below league average should approach it like this. Here's the plan for third base. Quote, we could keep Vierling in the infield, or he could play there with Jace Young. We could add there, and then Vierling goes to the outfield. We could do a few different things. We're going to find a way to thread a needle to find a way to get better without blocking the young players. Ha! Ha!
That was the phrase I was waiting for.
There it is. If you had we don't want to block anybody on your bingo cards. B-43, you just sunk my battleship. Somebody get over to Gladys. I think she hit a bingo. Guys, it's simple. If you want to have a small market baseball team and you're happy with that, God bless. You can do that. But what you're not going to do, what we're not going to do, I am not going to, first of all, I'm not going to allow people I like Cookies and Rieger, to be vilified. Not doing it. Last year, they wanted Matt Chapman. Guy ended up being a 5.5, 6 WAR player. They weren't wrong.
Could have helped the team.
Third base was an abyss for you. They weren't wrong. I'm not going to vilify those people. And what you cannot ask me to do, you can ask, I'll hang up on you. Don't ask me to change the way I believe you need to run a baseball team, which is, I think, here, write this down. Get your pencils, or maybe your little typewriters. Write it down. I think Scott Harris is a very smart baseball man. I do. I have never acted that like he's not. But there comes a point. You cannot be rigid in the approach and just get high on your own supply. This team made the playoffs. They have momentum. They have a young core. They have people we want to see play baseball who need a little bit of help. Mm-hmm. Boy, if I sign a hammer to go with Skubal, not a 1-year rental Lorenzen. If I sign somebody that I make Skubal's BFF at the top of this rotation, Rico, World Series good, right?
Yes.
If I bring in a right-handed batter too, that is substantial. Don't. With this, we don't want to sign term stuff. That's how Kenny still has to watch Petrie on one leg because they didn't want to give out term. People, I need to know where you're at. I know we just bolted out of the gate today. I mean, we are clear by 7 lengths out in front. Rico is playing catch me if you can. He thinks he's taking it wire to wire, blistering fractions. I need to know where you're at with this. And while we will only judge Scott Harris by what he does, not what he says, in real time, we have a business to run. And I know some of you really appreciate running a business. So we have a business to run. And we're going to react to this today. That makes me nervous. And at a minimum, I feel disappointed. So I don't want to run a team that way. And frankly, I don't respect doing it that way when you're in a place like Detroit. Not Cincinnati, not Tampa with a hole in your effing roof, not Oakland when you're playing at a cow pasture in the California Expo. No.
Not Pittsburgh.
In a wonderful sports city with wonderful fans and a beautiful ballpark and momentum that we all are ready to end a 40-year curse of not winning a World Series. By Jove, if that makes me a bad guy, then I don't want to be a good one. So where are you at, people? Your fearless leader has spoken. Tell me what you like, don't like, believe, don't believe, react, do whatever you want. You want to have the Oakland A's? Go for it. I don't. 248-539-9797. Miss anything?
No.
Great. Super.
I was just waiting for the "we don't want to block the kids" line.
And Gladys hit a bingo. Bingo! Whee! If you're 65 or older, it's that time of year again. Review your Medicare health insurance plans. The annual enrollment period for Medicare subscribers goes till December 7th. All new changes to Medicare, you got to call Mike Purpura, National Benefit Plans. 30 years of experience in the health insurance industry. Him and his team shop the whole marketplace for you. Get you the lowest price guaranteed as well. Just call Mike Purpura today, 877-734-2200, or go on the web to nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Whatever. David, the ticket text coming in, and then we'll go to the callers. And look, we're going to judge the Tigers on what they do, not what they say. But it's Tuesday, November 12th. We have a business to run. We're going to talk about it in real time. Emotion is a part of sports. See, it's hard if you just it's why newspapers are dying. It's hard to read things and really get context. David, please.
I'm listening to this like I'm Logan Roy. I want to say, Scott Harris, you are not serious people. That is Matt in Wixom.
No, understand something too, Matt, and I want to be very fair person. I don't mind Jake Berger as a player. If that's like the second, third, or fifth best addition you make. Look, go get him, trade for him. But I know why they want to trade for him. He's cheap. And he's under team control through 28. And he can play first and third. Fine. But then that should open up a war chest of money to go and get a big-time arm to put with Tarek Skubal, take the pressure off of Job, take the pressure off of Olsen, and then it allows you to get into a sweepstakes for a big bat. And you know what we could do next year? Maybe have a parade.
Absolutely ridiculous that the Tigers lowballed Skubal. What are we doing? We are a small market team. Why in the world are we acting like it? It's despicable and maddening.
Well, let me just say in the name of fairness, I don't know that they lowballed him, and I know agents don't take the first deal. But when it is termed a, quote, non-competitive offer, I know where my mind goes to. Just want to make sure we're being fair.
Yeah, this is the Tiger MVP. You would figure, if anything, we got to take care of our own guy. He was the reason why we made it this far. We leaned on him. We came up with pitching chaos because we had no other options to go out there with this man. Let's make sure he stays happy.
I said this before, and I got killed for it. I'll just say it again. The comp I made was basically if Garrett Cole's making $36 million a year, and you believe Skubal is a better version of Garrett Cole and a lefty, well, I got bad news for you. I mean, that's probably $40 million a year.
I was about to say, it's not going to be cheap.
Oh, I got murdered for that. Oh, I got openly mocked like I was Willy Wonka. I'm like, well, no. I mean, it's just
because a lot of people in this town have believed the fact that we are a poverty town. A lot of people in this town really do believe, well, we're a small market. We can't afford to do what those other teams do. Like, yes, you can.
Go look at the payrolls. I'm not asking them to do what those teams do.
You're literally saying, can you be 16th?
Like, if I ran it, I'd be so excited right now about the ability to have a league average payroll and maybe a World Series caliber roster and have no real long-term commitments that I need to make other than Skubal till 2027, 8, and 9. I got so many years of arbitration left. I got so much team control and so many guys. You supplement.
Yeah. I mean, because think about it. 15 to 16 teams will have a bigger payroll if you're just average.
Correct.
You're not saying compete with the Mets. You're not saying compete with the Dodgers.
That would be dishonest for me to do that to my audience. And it would be unfair to Chris Ilitch and company. You can't spend top 5, top 7, top 8 in Detroit. You can't. Plus, I don't even know what a TV deal looks like.
Yeah. Can you fall somewhere between 18 to 14? That's it. That's not asking a lot.
I don't think so. David?
From Hunter in an Amazon van, he says, guys, this was my nightmare, running it back with the kids and not giving term. You can't believe you can run it back with the same kids and do something that hasn't happened in over 50 years. Short-term contracts is just code words for trades. Not so much free agency, but I'm not too confident we get trades.
See, I think the short-term contract, especially with pitching arms, you're going out there getting somebody who was injured, somebody who just had a horrible season, hoping that Federer can rehab him the way he's been doing. And you're right. Now maybe you got some trade bait come to trade deadline. Hey, we fixed this guy. Anybody want to buy him? Okay, sure. Let's make a deal.
I mean, I know one player who hit the market today, and I like him, and he bats right-handed, and he's a third baseman. I mean, I don't know what he's going to cost. I just know an old friend is the GM of the team. I mean, Alec Bohm is out there.
Phillies.
Alec Bohm, excuse me. I mean, he's probably, I don't know what that would cost as far as capital, but he's a good player. Third baseman.
Position of need.
I got to look at his contract. I do apologize. But yeah.
Dombrowski, yeah. You've made deals with him before.
Let me look at his contract. Let me just make sure. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
This makes me depressed. Why can't we try to win and spend some money? That's all I'm asking for. I was reading a report yesterday that predicted that we could sign Severino and Santander. That's okay. But given the payroll, it's not acceptable.
Oh, I'd love Tony Taters. I mean, again, that's a guy who had 44 homers last year. And even if I subtract 10 on surface based on career year, regression, 34 home runs at a corner outfield spot by a switch hitter. Yeah, that works.
I don't blame them for not giving Skubal a contract. No way. I would pay a pitcher, especially with injury history, for longer than 5 years.
Okay. Then you would have to spend because the Skubal clock is ticking.
Yeah, well, he does say at the end that he would then move him because of that reason.
Wow. So is he one of the people screaming at Rico when Rico said, hey, I might listen to offers last summer? There was kind of a reason.
Right.
I can't figure it out.
Right. That's what I was saying. If you can reset your team, make the trade.
Loser. All right, David.
By the way, Alex Bohm or Bohm, I can never pronounce the name right. 1 year, 8.1 is what I'm seeing right now.
And then he's got arbitration
Correct.
for one more. Yeah.
Yes.
Look, quality option. You don't want to give out term? I'll tell you what, if your offseason is Berger, Bohm, and then a legit pitcher,
I can live with that.
I'll defend it to the hill. Now, remember, trades are expensive in a different way. So all you people who like to sharpen your little pencil about your prospects, better be careful now.
You mean the kids? Oh. I'm with you.
You better be careful greasing the lamppost. You got to pay for those in a different way.
Correct.
Oh, my God, I can't believe we gave up Pete Lorenzo. Who cares?
You're right. People get excited about the 8.1, but you're other side of it, you got to give something up.
You don't think Miami's going to want legit prospects for a guy under team control through 2028 who could play first and third? Mm-hmm. So that's my whole point is, in free agency, can it go wrong? Yes, but the actual cost is just money. And in a sport that does not have a salary cap that you will ever need to worry about, you don't have to worry about the tax apron. That's never going to be you. When it's just money, it's a no-brainer. Then, in essence, it makes my trades of human capital cheaper. Whatever. I don't care. Go sign a plumber. Do whatever you want. David, go ahead.
The Tigers are a small market team. I hope you enjoyed the playoff run because it won't happen for another decade.
I'm not saying that. It can happen. But the history says you must have a league average payroll at minimum to win a World Series. 29 of the last 30 years. Okay? So I'm going to use history as my guide. And no, once again, in the name of fairness, there's not a certain number I'm demanding. And I'm not saying you have to get the league average all in one foul swoop. But the idea that I don't want to give out term to a pitcher, or I won't prioritize a Bregman, or Jake Berger is the name I'm being associated with, well, that does leave me wanting. There is a middle ground between $90 million under what a league average payroll is. Well, can you go spend 60? Let's get better. Let's get more baseball players that the hardworking people of this town want to go watch.
Yeah, but you knew the phrase, you don't want to block the kids. I don't get, you know what that is? That is
B17. Bingo.
That is the ultimate in kick the can. We don't want to spend too much because
it's his guy.
Yeah.
It's his guy right there. You. I'm looking at you, Kenny, in your hat that doesn't match your T-shirt, yet they're both blue. Steve Bott.
I'm no Steve Bott. You know this about me. And by the way, I called this. If they end up not spending, we will judge them based on what they do or don't do. But if they do nothing, I said this was going to happen. Me and Rico said this was going to happen, and we got called deflators.
Both things can be true.
Yes, you're right, Kenny. Looking at you, David.
What? What did I do?
Called us deflators.
248-539-9797. Now people are ready to talk. We go to the phones next. 97.1.
If you are, here we go. If your family's obsessed with Wicked, like Mike says, you're probably wondering how much streaming and memeing your internet can handle at your kid's next Wicked-themed sleepover. Well, Xfinity Internet is powerful enough to handle hundreds of devices, so you can get a magical connection with fast speeds and amazifying power, even when everyone is online at the sleepover. With the Wi-Fi that is truly thrillifying, one might even say Xfinity engineers are secretly wizards themselves. Now, through December 22nd, get a thrillifying, fast 150 megabit Xfinity Internet for just $35 a month for 12 months with a no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more and keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. See Wicked only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo regulated supply. Currently $66 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Straight to the people. And Brent is batting leadoff on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon. Brent, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing today?
Good, Brent. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to say, is it a coincidence that we have two teams in this town that are owned by the same person who refused to give out term to any type of player? Between the Tigers and the Red Wings, or the Tigers telling us last season, we're ready to spend when we have a core, and now all of a sudden we have a core, but now it's, oh, well, we don't want to give out any money to anybody. Pretty obvious who, the calls always come from Illich, but
okay,
it's pretty glaringly obvious.
Brent, listen, all I can tell you is I think the way you do. It doesn't mean you and I are right, but I said this months and months and months ago. The plan for these two teams it's mirroring each other, and it's just wait for the kids. And for the Red Wings, it's recycle in a bunch of players nobody cares about until the kids are here. And I mean, in the near term, by the way, the Red Wings are dreadful. I mean, they are nothing more than a boring 500 team that will not make the playoffs at their current rate, and they don't score goals. Shocking when you don't add anything. And then the Tigers, yes, we had lightning in a bottle.
They got rid of people.
Well, right, you let your defensive core fall apart, and therefore you had to change the way you played offensively in order to not get flatlined. That's how I view it, but I'm a hockey simpleton. So, Brent, I'm with you baseball-wise. It's like, yeah, I mean, cool, Jake Berger's a good baseball player. I wouldn't be mad to have him, but I think I know why they're into it. Dirt cheap, team control. Like, why does it have to be that way?
And they're all about the team control.
Yeah, I just feel like it's okay.
I mean, they're showing how cheap they are when they took Casey Mize to arbitration over, what, $25,000?
It's, Brent, like I said, buddy, that's all I can tell you. I'm with you. It doesn't mean we're right. I hope you're calling me in a few weeks and they've made a bold move. I want to stand and applaud. That's what people don't understand. It's crazy.
No, sometimes you just end up thinking like you think like the team. You think like that person who's making the call, and that's when you start getting depressed because you know what you want.
Yeah.
You know, I want them to spend. I want them to push the envelope. You don't have to be egregious about it, but you know the needs. You know the names out there. This would help the team. It seems like a win-win for everybody.
No, my job too. Look, this is how I view it, right? And I do come from a place that's far more competitive, right? New York, you're battling for the back page. You're battling the attendance. You're battling another major league team that is a stone's throw from your ballpark. It's a blood sport, right? I'm not saying you got to do it like that here. But if I owned a team, my decisions are going to be governed two ways. A, does this serve my ability to win a World Series? And B, does this serve getting 3 million people through the gate? That's what I have to do. That is my guiding compass.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's my North Star. So when you try to sell me Jake Berger and 1 year of Luis Severino, no, that's not getting 3 million people through the gate.
No, because what you saw, fans will show up. You
100%.
give them a product, they will show up.
Hey, they finally realized we had a baseball team last series of the year, and it's not the people's fault. The people had this team taken from them by a TV rights war. And they were a 90-loss pacing team for most of the year. That's not on the fans.
No.
Despite what some may say. No, I'm not going to hit the button. The point I'm making is, if you deliver a bold offseason on the heels of a playoff chase, that's good for your bottom line, and that's just good for the soul. So we'll see. Hey, I'm going to judge them on what they do. But when Petzold writes that piece in the Free Press and is citing AL executives and Scott Harris's words are in there, we got to react to it today. That's the job we do. Connor, 97.1. What's up, Connor?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How you doing, brother?
So I'm gonna piggyback off Brent a little bit. I don't really think this is much of Scott Harris's fault. I don't think Scott Harris is the one to blame here. Who I think is to blame here is the man who's committing grand theft of a baseball team and should be thrown in jail for stealing money from this city, stealing all this money that he's making off this baseball team and this hockey team, and it's not getting reinvested. He's a crook, and he should be thrown in jail. Just as Tommy Kilpatrick.
You can't do that now. Now, hang on. Listen, I don't like any owners,
but not thrown in jail.
But we can't use words like that. Now, you're breaking my balls. All right. Now, I'm fine. You want to tell me you think the guy doesn't want to spend his money. We can't be tossing people in jail. This ain't Russia. You can't call people a crook. Now, I mean, come on. Even I have a line. Even though some people don't think that I do. Come on. Christ. I mean, it's like I can say, Kenny, I think you're half an idiot. I can't call Kenny a fascist. There's a line. Like, Jesus.
Why am I catching strays? I'm just sitting here, man.
I just
Welcome
can't.
back, Kenny.
Welcome
Thanks.
back. How was your day off?
Went to a Wings alumni game. It was great.
You did not. That's
did.
what you did with your day
I
off?
did, absolutely.
I hope you never are given a company holiday again. Let's go to Nate, 97.1. Nate, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing great, but I'm very disappointed in what I just heard from you. I mean, seriously, it's like they're saying that the Tigers are going to be a minor league team. They're going to charge major league prices for a minor league team out there. They're just going to recycle the mud hens up to the freaking Tigers, and they should be spending something. Give me a name. Give me somebody that I want to see.
Nate, I said the same thing. I just said you can't have callers calling up the flagship station and calling the guy a criminal. You can't call him a criminal. That's like yelling bomb on an airplane.
No, I'm not calling him a criminal. I just want to see some name. I don't want to have a minor league team recycled up to the Tigers. I don't want to go out there. I don't want to spend money that for a team that, hell, it's not even a major league team.
No, I'm with
You're
you.
looking at
Nate, they have a duty. This is my approach as a fan. You have a duty as a team. It's like being a director or a movie studio. Your job is to make entertaining films, or don't expect people to pay to see them. They won't go to the box office. So you have a duty to spend money to earn the money of your customer base. That's how I approach sports.
No, yeah, 100%. I called you up in June. I said, I'm up out in Grand Ledge. I don't want to drive out to Detroit to have to see a minor league team that I have two minor league teams out by me.
And let's face it, for the vast majority of the season, right up until the very end, very few people showed up. And it was no one's fault. This team was not worth watching. Then they caught lightning. People caught on a little bit. The reality is, Nate, you don't have stars. Stars draw.
No, you don't. No, exactly. And then we're not going to have one. That's basically what I've been hearing.
It kind of sounds that way, and I don't like saying it. I'll wait. Want to be fair. Fair's everyone's favorite F word. Want to be fair. I'll wait. I hope I get to do a show where they make a shock signing, and I'm like, bravo.
Yeah.
But when you read the Free Press piece and you read the way it's being put out there of they want a 1-year pitcher. They don't want any. They want 2 or 3 years of term for a bat. That I got to hear about blocking the players again, and I'm going, okay, well, cool. Who's the shortstop I'm blocking? There's no one close. And Sweeney's a fun player, and I don't mind having him on the roster, but I need a right-handed compliment there.
Mm-hmm.
Third base, I got no one. Jace Young, if you're living your life because you want to block Jace Young, I can't help you. Because here's what happens. If I sign an all-star caliber third baseman, here's what Jace Young's not going to be blocked by. This city. He'll be somewhere else.
Great.
See ya.
I'm with you. The pitching, yeah, you're going to go and get a broken arm, and you're going to hope, hey, Chris Fetter, do your magic again. That pitching voodoo, can you fix this guy?
Well, and Harris talked about in here, well, I don't know if we can do it every year, but we're going to try. And it's like, okay, but wait a second. What if I could buy you some certainty? And the cost of certainty is price.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even your money. Like,
and once again, you're nowhere near league average.
Right, like I'm nuts because I live in a world where I go, man, Scooble has blossomed into something truly incredible. What if I paired him with Corbin Burns? Man, I'm a terrible guy.
You got a great one, too.
Yeah. Followed by Olsen and Job.
Now, think about it. You're going into every series thinking, okay, we can win every series.
Isn't that the design?
It's
My good man.
Yeah.
How dare you guys think like that? Come on, man.
I know. We're being so unfair. 248-539-9797. I want to talk to you more about it. We're certainly going to bring up the Lions, Dan Campbell talking Super Bowl, and college football. Oh, don't worry. We got something good for you two ways. We got a lot of cleanup to do after 4 hours of Lions euphoria, which was amazing. What a win on Sunday.
Did you see that? It was awesome.
You know what? I'm just going to tell you the NBA is back. Number one sports book. It is FanDuel. Everyone gets 3 months NBA League Pass. When you place a $5 bet on the NBA, simple, FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. With FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present Michigan. 3-month free trial, full price of League Pass, automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's touch table with some football, shall we? David, music.
Well, let's start with
let's start with me breaking my headphones again.
No. Oh, I see.
It's okay. Hey, it's all right. Hey, Dad, you can fix it after the segment. Let's go. One ear will be fine.
Let's get to an update for the Chicago Bears because they have done it. They have fired OC Shane Waldron this morning, which means, guys, they are doing it again, ruining another quarterback. And here's what I mean. The infrastructure just is not right around another quarterback. They have no offensive line. Sure, they may have more weapons than Justin Fields and Mitchell Trubisky, but this is what it is in Chicago. They never get it right. Let me give you something here, though. Every other potential OC that they interviewed, here's where their team ranks this year. Kingsbury, 4th in offense. Cohen for Tampa Bay, 8th. Robinson, 5th. Kubiak, 16th. And Greg Roman, 22nd.
All right.
They are 30th.
Let me add something that I said to Rico yesterday, and I want to share with you and our audience today. Every front office member who's a power broker in Chicago, including the coach, the OC, Ryan Poles, etc., all of the same agent, Trace Armstrong. So why is that relevant? Well, when the entire power base has the same agent, and Armstrong brings an OC candidate to town who's rep by him, interesting. You know who doesn't have Trace Armstrong as an agent? Cliff Kingsbury. Do you know who Cliff Kingsbury coached in college and worked with and knows? Caleb Williams.
Yep.
Look, that's the Bears doing Bear things. I said it yesterday. I'll say it again to you. Top of their list should be Ben Johnson at $10 million a year and full player personnel control. He don't want it. I'll go to Bobby Slowick down in Houston. Do for me what you did for C.J. Stroud. Otherwise, you're wasting the number 1 overall pick. Agree or disagree?
No, I agree. Come up with a system, but unfortunately what happened was...
System, it's not a system, but plays like a system?
Okay, I forgot about that. Caleb had that big game 3 games ago, and everybody thought, he's arrived. And then he hasn't thrown a touchdown since. Somebody had to fall on the sword, and Eberflus wasn't going to fire himself.
Well, he'll be fired real soon.
Right, he wasn't going to fire himself.
But he's not going to fire himself. You're exactly right about that. Another guy who may possibly be fired, I don't know, we can have a discussion about it. Is Shane Steichen the right guy for the Colts? I'm not basing this off of what they did last week. Yeah, sure, they lost another game.
Mm-hmm.
But he's an offensive mind, and they are middle of the NFL with just 20 points per game. They have benched their franchise quarterback. And, yeah, sure, they almost made the playoffs last year, but with Gardner Minshew. So is he the right guy for that job?
I think he is. I think this is what happens when you draft a very raw, ill-prepared quarterback to play. I mean, David, this is the issue I take. And Rico could probably speak on this to an even higher degree. We have seen a complete erosion of actual coaching in college. TJ and I spoke about this off air 2 weeks ago. It was just a very organic conversation. NIL has brought about something where you can't coach kids, you got to coddle. And when you talk about a quarterback, that's a hard road, right? That's a hard position to play. There have to be hard truths told. There has to be tough love.
Right.
Well, these guys aren't prepared for it. Anthony Richardson came to Indianapolis. He threw about 7 total passes in college. He played 1 meaningful year. You started him day 1. And it's been a disaster ever since. He doesn't know how to play the game of football.
It's actually a good way of looking at it because you're right. Quarterback is a position, it's like an offensive lineman. You need years in a system. You need years to learn the craft. And if you're constantly, I'm almost like if I'm a GM and I look at the quarterback, oh, wait, you played on 3 teams in college? I'm going to pass on you because you're going to get me fired. You're right. You need somebody who actually, it's never going to, well, I'm not going to say never, but most people won't sit there and wait and learn and take the hard knocks. And you know what? 2-3 years later, you got something.
Let's talk about the Miami Dolphins. They won a game last night. They sit in second place of the AFC East. And right now, in the playoff picture in the AFC, yes, they're 10th, 2 games behind Denver, who people think aren't that great. So can they make a run for the playoffs? Here who they have.
Aren't they 3-6?
Yeah, here's who they have in the next 4 games. The Raiders, the Patriots, at the Packers, and the Jets.
That's 3 wins.
I don't like them. They got gutted in free agency defensively. And again, guys, I'm not making a funny. I'm being very sincere with you. How can I trust that Tua on a play-to-play basis will still play?
Okay, the fact that last night after I think he threw a pick.
Tried to make a tackle.
And and he goes head first into
Hold
the
your
tackle.
breath.
And it's just like, okay, did you learn anything while you were gone?
No.
But that would make them 6-7.
I don't buy it. I'll say no.
I mean, I guess if you're a Dolphins fan, if you're Paul Serra, yes, you believe they have a shot. But no, they don't have a shot.
So let's talk about a team that actually could maybe be a threat in the AFC, and that is the LA Chargers. Harbaugh has them rolling. They are 6-3 and maybe under the radar here. So can they actually be a threat in the AFC?
You know what? They can. Because you know what they seem like to me, David? They're the West Coast Steelers. They're not flashy. They're not exciting. They're not must-watch television. But somehow or another, when the game is over, they won. And you're wondering how they won because they didn't score a ton of points. They just got the job done.
Yeah, look, they have a quarterback who, while he's not being asked to do quite as much, has MVP talent. And Rico's been on that since his days at Oregon when I just slandered him for the Redbox Bowl. Like, they could absolutely.
7-6.
God, how is this guy any good? Yeah, why not? I'll go with it because we know the Chiefs are frauds.
Is this the week, guys? We thought we had it last week with the Denver Broncos, but somehow, some way they blocked the field goal. But is this the week? Early betting line, Chiefs at Bills. The Bills are a 1.5 favorite as of right now. Is this the week?
Nope, kiss of death. They're the underdog. They don't like being an underdog. Chiefs win. They roll 10-0. You're taking the Bills?
Yeah, Mike.
Give me my favorite player, Josh Allen. Yeehaw, I'm a Cowboy. I'm in.
Really.
We've reached a stage where they had to block a chip shot to win 16-14. I got to do it.
No, I don't think either one of us feel that strong to put a bet up on the board, but Chiefs underdogs, I've learned, I've listened to Cash the Ticket, never ever bet against the Chiefs when they're an underdog.
He's not wrong.
David, I learned that from the Super Bowl. They were an underdog.
Yes, that hurts your heart. I get it. I understand. And then I'm going to close it out with this, Mike, by just simply saying, you're welcome, Mike. You are so welcome.
Oh!
I prayed for you.
Praise Jesus.
And it worked, man. It worked.
I tell you, all glory to whatever Jake Bates said on Sunday night.
They tried to win it. Tried to win it.
Greater Life Church is a great place, and if you believe in God, you need to go there. There's my sales pitch for you. David,
now, I don't need Tommy DeVito ruining this.
That's the next prayer. I need Tommy DeVito and Drew Lock on roller skates at the top of a staircase, and magically they have to be pushed down together. No effing this up. But David prayed for a Panthers win, and it happened. And it was divine intervention because it was the first play of overtime where the Giants fumbled the ball. So the broke bleep Panthers didn't even have to move it in order to kick a field goal and win the game.
Right. You don't have to complete a pass. Just take a couple knees. You know what? Let's just kick it now. Let's just kick it out.
What's the song about the thing with Christmas with sugar plums dancing in my head? I just have a vision of Shadur Sanders in the Big Apple.
Now, here's the thing, and we talked about this yesterday. I was like, you know what? I was like, Mike, you're still not number one for the draft pick. But, yeah, they're going to get, because I think it's Jacksonville.
But it's better to be in 7.
Jacksonville just paid Trevor Lawrence. They are no threat.
And that's what I said.
We're good. Because here's what I can do. Shadur or Milroe. Go ahead and trade up. I don't care. I'll take the loser of those.
You have a choice at that point. You're not 7-6. You got to trade all the way up.
And here's the thing. After the last couple of years, you actually want the second pick. Because that's a good quarterback.
From the word, he may be the walking embodiment of Jesus right there. I love what this man is saying.
I mean, think Bryce Young or the CJ guy who, you remember his Wonderlic score was a 4.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, mistakes were made. That is in football today.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The NFL released their top-selling jerseys between April 1st and Halloween. C.J. Stroud was the leader, while Aiden Hutchinson came in fourth. Amon-Ra St. Brown was the sixth most coveted jersey. The Pistons kick off group play in the NBA Cup against Miami tonight. The Heat are one of 4 teams in Detroit's group, with a matchup with once each. Bucks, Pacers, and Raptors represent the rest. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Jimmy Butler is out for Miami. Michigan State getting ready to face Kansas tonight in Atlanta. Tom Izzo weighs in. Michigan Athletics has partnered with Passes to aid in their name, image, and likeness efforts. The new deal will allow student-athletes to sell exclusive content and merchandise. It allows for a different revenue stream for players besides a donor-led collective.
And Michigan State has partnered with my niece's lemonade stand.
Former Red Wings GM Ken Holland has a new gig. He's been named a consultant within the NHL's hockey operations department. In case you missed it last night, Tarek Skubal was officially listed as a finalist for the Cy Young, while AJ Hinch is up for AL Manager of the Year. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Great off-air conversation with Jeremy Otto. So we've lost Rico for a minute. You going to be okay?
I am. I'm good now.
All right.
I had to get some of that lemonade.
There you go. So if you want to hear a conversation about Scott Harris, the Free Press, Tigers, Odyssey.com Rewind. We did 4 hours of Lions yesterday. We will mention it a little later today. Unbelievable victory, truly. And if you want that, Odyssey.com Rewind goes back 24 hours. It's one of the most impressive regular season wins that I've ever seen from any NFL team. It was truly awesome. But we have a lot of other stuff to cover. And I have to bring this up because nothing in this world upsets me more than what I call coaching malpractice. I'm just a big believer that beyond wins and losses, your job is never be the story for hurting your team, ever. Can we have a conversation about Sharon Moore? Can we do that for a moment? So I thought they played a very credible football game, and let the record show I was the only one Friday who felt they would play a credible game. But Sharon Moore, he did something like he channeled his inner Jim Caldwell. At the end of that game with about a minute and a half to go and having 3 timeouts, Indiana gets a first down. Called a timeout. Tick, 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 tick. Gary Danielson is having a meltdown on the air. I mean, he was just like, zappity-doo-dah, I don't know what's going on here. You got to call the 28 or 29 seconds goes off the clock before Sharon calls a timeout. Mm-hmm. After the game, his answer was, in a word, na-na-poo-poo. We were having conversations about play calling. No, Sharon, I didn't ask you, why didn't you answer my phone call during the game? I was a little busy.
Right.
You were having conversations about play calling? Here's an idea. Timeout, conversations. Not conversations, timeout. Okay, now I am saying, if I were a Michigan fan, that's the red flags with Sharon are just about everywhere. I think there's been a complete mishandling of the quarterback situation, both in the offseason and in season. However, you've ended up with Kirk Campbell as your offensive coordinator, all the way to some challenges that resemble Kenny at the bar, hammered. It's a fumble. Wait, what? When the announcers are making fun of your challenges, you know it's bad?
Right.
Into Caldwell time management malpractice. So, Rico, may we ask the question?
Yes.
Michigan fans, what do you want to do with this guy? And that's before 3 dirty letters that are 9 days away, potentially, NOA. What do you want to do with this guy? Because I'll tell you, what the hell, man?
I'm watching the game Saturday. Not a Michigan fan. I know,
I've
breaking
heard
news.
that.
And I was shocked because I was one. I thought it was going to be orbital ramming speed when it was 17-3. I'm like, yep, this thing is just going to go off the rails. And then Michigan came back. And then Indiana's panicking. And Michigan seemed like to be the better team at the end. And Indiana kicks the field goal. I'm like, okay, you're still within a score. They didn't score a touchdown. You didn't give yourself a chance to win the game. You let 28 seconds tick off the clock before you finally realize, oh, wait, timeouts. Use one. Come on, man. You have to be better than that. It was a one-score game. If they were down by 10 points, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. I'm not a Michigan fan. I'm at the TV yelling, Sharon, call the time out. Call it. No? Are you just gonna consider? I mean, it almost felt like the Bucks last year against the Lions when the coach just said, well, we're not gonna even try. We'll just go ahead and let the clock run out. We'll just take this L.
Michigan fans were upset with Sharon Moore 6 weeks ago. And since, they got flatlined by Oregon, you lose to Indiana. Look, I would like to know where you're at with your coach. What's your belief in this guy? And I'd love to bring up Michigan State, but that's just not going to really draw much of a response because we have a dead program right now.
But see, I think it's different from Michigan State. I think Michigan is too big of a brand to have a coach learning on the job. Michigan is a brand name. It's Blue Magic. When you go to Michigan, you're already established. Now, you may have to establish a different culture. You may have to establish a different system, but it's a system that you've run before. Moore is literally, I mean, it's almost like the water boy. I just see him with a book saying coaching for dummies. Like, well, why did you make that move? Well, it was in the book. Like, it's too big of a brand to have somebody this new, and he looks unprepared. Let's just call it what it is.
So my question is, what do you do? I mean, if you're a Michigan fan, and it depends how invested you are, but I mean, who's your quarterback? And who's your quarterback next year? They lost the only one they had, and it doesn't look like Bryce Underwood's going to go there. It seems like he's going to LSU. All right, you're going to go to the portal? Oh, okay. Very risky. I mean, obviously, if you spend $3 million and go get Cam Ward 2.0, respect. But go look at the portal. Go look at the amount of quarterbacks. There were 67 of them in the portal last year. Not everyone walked away a happy buyer. A vast majority didn't. So my question is, what's your faith in Sharon Moore moving forward? I mean, David, your head is down like you're Nona died. You're the Michigan fan. I'd like to hear from you.
Well, here's why. Because we use the F word on this show. Fair.
Oh.
And I've tried to be fair. And Mike, Rico, you brought it up. Yes, 6 weeks ago, there were inklings from Michigan fans saying, oh, he has to go. He has to go. And I was trying to be fair. Whatever. Let him have his time. Give him a chance. First-year head coach. But every step of the way, he's shown more and more that he doesn't know how to do the job. That is a simple mistake. You cannot make that mistake. That's something that you say, oh, I'm never going to do that. I have 3 timeouts. You call one. You have a chance to get the ball. You call one. That's an easy coaching decision. We were trying to decide on the play call. And what is that? That doesn't, I don't get that. And every week he's on the morning show and they've asked him about play calling and Kirk Campbell. And his answer every week is, well, I'm not ready to address that yet. I'm not ready to deal with that yet. Well, when are you going to deal with it? You're the head coach. Yeah. You are the head coach. Deal with it. Either tell us I'm just fine with Kirk Campbell being our play caller, or, we're going to look at some things. We're going to tweak some things. But don't give me, I'm not ready to deal with that yet. That's not acceptable to me as a fan. That's not acceptable for the Michigan program. I'm trying to be fair, and I think right now where I'm at, move on.
Just move on.
God.
I think I'm ready.
248-539-9797. David, so you're saying just at the end of this season, just be done and go. I normally am you got to give a guy a try. And maybe it's because I got too much respect for your school. Michigan is not a school where you go to Eastern, go to someplace else. You go to Bowling Green as a first-year coach and you make your mistakes. You're not allowed to do that at Michigan because everybody wants you. You're the circle game on everybody's schedule. Oh, we're playing Michigan. Oh, we got to get up for this game. You can't walk in there saying, hesitating on your play calling. A challenge. It was an incomplete pass. Everybody saw it was an incomplete pass. I'm going to challenge you. Why? Okay, hold on. Let me review it. It's an incomplete pass still, and thank you for that timeout. He doesn't appear to be ready for this position. I'm not mad at you, David. I just didn't know if Michigan fans are willing to give him another year. I'm not blaming him for the fact that you got to beat Northwestern to be bowl eligible, because I think that the previous coach really put him in a bad spot. But I am questioning the fact of why didn't you go – well, actually, take that back. I know why you didn't go out to try to hire a real coach, because of the cloud over your head. So never mind. Strike that from the record.
Rico would like a do-over.
Sometimes you just get to talking, and then that's why.
I almost slipped up and slandered Michigan State, but I'm avoiding it because I don't want to confuse the audience.
But see, like I said, I think it's at least you, especially you watched him at another school. Now, it may not work.
I know. Rico,
but you don't get to just – Ohio State can't hire somebody.
When you see a University of South Florida logo ahead of Michigan State in recruiting rankings, none of what I like about you matters.
Understand.
I just gonna stay on task.
Stay focused.
But you have a point there, Mike, because that's how I am with Sharon Moore, and I'm just gonna put it out there. As a black man, I want to support him, and that's why I was being fair, because at Michigan, I seen it at Texas, where they let the black man have the job, and then they immediately went after him on the first mistake. So I tried to be fair on that.
Timeout. The man was wearing a mock turtleneck in Texas. You got to fire him. That's psycho behavior. It's 95 degrees.
David, trust me, he ended up shooting himself in the foot for doing something totally different. But after Tucker lost to Rutgers the first game, there was a lot of people already saying, oh, we hired the wrong guy.
And I was trying to be fair with him, too. I was trying to support, but it's just, at some point, you got to realize maybe this person can't do the job.
Kenny's getting yelled at, apparently. All right, 248-539-9797. But it was really the malpractice of the weekend on a coaching level, and want to know where Michigan fans are at with it. I mean, it just, I don't know what to say, because I was the person who went, guys, you're crazy wanting to get rid of this guy 4 or 5 games into his career. But in the last 3 weeks, I mean, the challenges that are just like drunk guy at a bar, the quarterback shuffle, and now really just malfeasance on the sideline with timeout usage.
Right, and you're also benching your best running back because he didn't practice hard in practice, Khalil Mullings.
Or it was a faux suspension.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But I'm not allowed to say that because I went to school somewhere else.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll just be a good little boy and just sit here.
Yeah.
Go
How
Blue.
about this?
Okay.
You know what?
Be curious.
Let's be curious. Specs at LTU. Hey, you hear what Mike and I are doing on the radio and say, you know what? I want a career like that. You can. And this can be very simple. Let Specs at LTU be the first steps on your journey to your new career in radio. If you want to go into television or you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you as well. It's very simple. You just got to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught like people like myself who actually work in the business. So from day one, you're going to learn everything you need to know to get your new career started. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
You've heard us talk about David Femmininio for some time now. Just listen to the results David and his team have gotten for injured clients. $3.5 million, $5 million, up to $11.5 million. You're injured. You need an attorney that will fight for you, but also one you can talk to. Call David right now. He'll answer 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, ticket text, and then we got a drove of Michigan fans that want to talk, and I'm asking the question, what do you want to do with your guy? I mean, Rico's right. You can't treat U of M football like an internship, and it Sharon looks like it. The mistakes, the ridiculous burning of timeouts, then not using them when you need to. He mishandled the quarterback thing. I think it's pretty clear. So, all right, what do you want to do? Because I'm only going to sit here and have you guys call in every Tuesday or Wednesday when we get to U of M football, yell and scream about Sharon, until I'm going to ask you the question of all questions, which is like, guys, are you serious? Like, what do you think they're going to do? And second of all, I don't know how to get rid of them before the notice of allegations comes out. I have to see what, if anything, is in there. Do I believe the NCAA is worth a damn? No. But, I mean, this situation could be very complicated depending on what's in there. And depending what's in there, it could help or hurt your job pool. Think about it. So I don't know. Hey, it's your program. I hope you give the guy an extension because so far I don't see a whole lot. I got my own problems, namely the fact Cincinnati's out recruiting my school. David.
I think Sharon needs to go. He is in over his head. Someone else says, I want him gone. I was on board with the hire, but it's clear it's too big for him. This past game was my first time calling for his job. I tried to support him and give him grace, but the Indiana game showed me he's not ready for this job.
The problem I would see is if we're trying to, and I know, Rico, this is a fool's errand in today's college football, but if we're trying to project next year, how is Michigan any better?
Well, that's just it.
They lose their best, I mean, obviously, Will Johnson, gone. Loveland, gone. Grant, Graham, gone and gone. Dono, who cares? He stinks. The point is, okay, you go, well, they'll just go to the portal. Will they? Now, even if they do, are you going to be Miami or Oregon? Are you going to spend $20 million? Plus, what about the admission standards? Like, so I'm asking, what exactly is the way out?
I think you're missing the biggest thing is who's your quarterback next year? Because
you will have to spend $2 million to get one that people would be excited about.
Because you have a quarterback that hasn't played yet that I guess if you make a bowl game, which you should beat Northwestern, he gets all 15 practices. He gets practice. He plays the bowl game. That's what I find out what I have.
Oh, okay. Yes, you're right because of the redshirt rule. So What is it, Jaden Davis?
Yeah, Jaden Davis can play now. You get 4 games plus you get the bowl game because everybody opts out. So, yes.
Why don't they put him out there against Northwestern? Oh, they got to make a bowl.
They have to.
Okay. I hate to see it. 248-539-9797. I mean, my team's, don't even get me started. Tell you what, if you want to talk about Michigan State, I'll give you a full monologue on them, but you got to call in to get it. Don't even get me started on my football program. Let's go to the people, shall we?
Yeah.
Dave is going to bat lead off in the 3 o'clock. Dave, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you doing, Mike?
Good. What's on your mind?
All right, Mike, listen. Just give me 1 minute. He's got one more year if he hires 2 new coordinators. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I'm good. But watching him and what he's doing, I wouldn't make these mistakes on PlayStation 5. I wouldn't do it. He blocked Bob Costa, I believe, for saying something on Twitter. Like, instead of watching what people are doing on Twitter, why don't you fix your football team?
Did you just combine Jim Costa and Bob Costas into one person?
Did I?
No, Dave, I love it. He's now Bob Costa. I love it. It's perfect.
That's funny.
No, it's great. No, Dave, listen, and I know, Jim talked to him about that. I don't know. Look, bottom line, it sounds like the guy blocked everybody.
Yep.
Dave, I think you're right about the coordinator thing, but you got to remember this. No coordinator worth their salt is going to attach themselves to what they view as a sinking ship. So you got to be very careful about, okay, well, here's the ultimatum. Because the problem's going to be, Dave, I don't know anybody worth their salt is going to attach their wagon to Sharon. Especially, and again, I don't know what's going to happen. But once the NOA is out, then it's like, all right, I'll have a clearer mind about this. But if there's really, look, if the NCAA is straight up trying to drop the bomb on you, I mean, it's not about what should happen. What should happen is they should have burnt you to the ground. What will happen? I'm skeptical because I think the NCAA is a pile of vomit. My point is, I'd be very careful about this whole, well, fire everybody. Who are you getting? I mean, think about it. You couldn't get anybody last year. Who'd you get? You got an unemployed, angry old man from the NFL, and you got a guy who had 1 year of calling plays at Old Dominion. All right, you want to whack those two? Who are we getting? No offense, you're not going to call Georgia and get Glenn Schumann to run your defense. You know, you're not going to go down to Texas A&M and go get Colin Klein for Mike Elko. Right. Who are you going to go get? So I think they're in a tricky spot. Let's go. I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
No. I was going to say, that's just it. You got to find out what the allegations are going to be. What does the NCAA say? Because I think that's how you ended up with Sharon Moore right now, because he was the only person who was willing to take the risk because we don't know what's in there about him. So you know what? It's kind of like, yes, the night's ending and you're the last two at the bar. So I guess we're going home
could
together.
ride it out. You could sell me that maybe there's going to be a total ideological shift in how Michigan does business, and that if you're ready to open the checkbook, not for Bryce Underwood, but if you're ready to open that checkbook for legitimate college transfers, and I don't have to hear about your lies about your admission standards, no one cares. We all have the same clearinghouse, okay? The only ones that are different are like Army, Navy, and Air Force. The point I'm making is, if you're willing to change, I have to give them another year. But if you're not willing to change, how does next year look any better? That's a scary thought. And before you laugh, I will just tell you, it's great to have a young, exciting quarterback who's inexperienced. Cutscene, Aiden Childs. You will have growing pains. You don't have wide receivers. You do not have tight ends. You're losing every player anyone cares about. So it's a very tricky spot, but I would be lying to my audience if I said, okay, I am now getting to a point where fans were 5 weeks ago, where I look at it and I go, man, there are some red flags here. You can't mismanage games this way. You can't.
Yeah.
And that's before we get to the idea, why is he not running the offense? With the way that offense looks, why didn't he just strip Campbell to play calling?
I can take it a step back further. Why didn't you actually have a plan for quarterback going into the season?
Well, we were winning too many games. So we didn't have time.
From the propagandists, that's what you'll hear. All right, 248-539-9797. Guys, sit tight. We'll get right to the phones with you guys. A little football today coming up in a bit. 97.1. All right, Moran Buick GMC, it's football season, and it's tailgate time. 24 Sierra 1500 four-wheel drive elevation. $259 a month, 24 months, $999 down. Moran also has GM employee pricing on all 2025 Encore GXs. 0 down, 0 first payment, 0 security deposit. New stock arriving daily. Just go to MoranExpress.com for any and all certified service. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price, period. It's on Telegraph just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. I'll get right to the people. If you're looking for our conversation about Scott Harris's interview, Free Press, Evan Petzold wrote a really nice piece, credit. Odyssey.com rewind. And if you want to rewind to yesterday, we've got yesterday's entire show up there. It was 4 hours of Lions, and rightfully so. Incredible performance against the Texans. And we'll touch table on them a little bit later. Dan Campbell had something interesting to say. Right now, ask Michigan fans what you want to do. Like, I don't have a strong opinion because, I've been honest about it. If everything but the hospital disappeared for that school, I'd be good with it. I hate you. And your struggles are all I have because my team blows. But I'm not ready to do anything because I need to see what's in the notice of allegations, which is due in about 9 days. And I need to see how your year wraps up. But I would be lying to you and just, oblivious if I didn't acknowledge, yes, there are red flags here with Sharon Moore. And to Rico's point, like, Michigan football is not an internship. And this looks like a guy where this looks a little big for the moment. And I want to know where you're at. Because fans all year, there has been this weird drumbeat of people wanting Sharon Moore gone. And it's been irrational to me. But I'm understanding more of it the more that's happening in real time. The timeout, Dinder Mifflin at Indiana, unbelievably horrific challenges that are costing you timeouts. It's all of it. It's everything. And the fact that you're going to need to win your last 2 games to make a bowl. Think that over.
Well, you got to at least win one. You got to beat Northwestern.
Oh, yes. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I apologize. Do what you want with it, and we'll go to the people. A lot of people have something to say about it. I'm here for it. Bernard, 97.1. Bernard, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
How are you, sir?
Go.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm trying to stay calm, and deliver this message. Sharon Moore has to go. I've been a Michigan fan, avid, for multiple years. This is the worst I've seen. Rich Rod, Rodriguez. There comes a time in a Michigan season, and we've all seen them. We don't always have the best teams. We don't always have the powerhouse team. We don't always have the team that's going to play for the Natty. But there comes a time in a season, and I've seen it even with Lloyd Carr, with Tom Brady, where you got to win a game. That Indiana game was a game that Sharon Moore had to win, and he couldn't get it done. In fact, it was his to lose. He couldn't get it done. And that damn 2-point conversion was the worst freaking play I ever seen in my life.
So you're ready to you're ready to be done.
You got to be done with him. Cross him out, X him out, and be done with it. I get the African-American thing. I'm an African-American, and I've had some African-American friends say, oh, no, give him a chance. No. Let's speak football. This is not Michigan football. He did not come and lay the base. He came weak with no quarterback.
But you believe? Okay, but Bernard, and listen. Hey, man, I treat my own program the way you treat yours. I'm passionate about it, or used to be, and it's like, but don't you think the man was set up to fail a little bit here now? I mean, Jim Harbaugh gutted you. The scandal, all at Harbaugh's behest. I don't care what anybody says. That's how I feel, because I use common sense. You couldn't hire any coordinators worth a damn. I don't know. I mean, Bernard, the guy's in the middle of his first year. It's like, geez. He did take over a mess.
Absolutely. Again, I'm going to try to stay calm. Absolutely. But you have to establish a foundation, a strong foundation. It starts with the quarterback situation. If you don't have a quarterback, and I said this before the season started to my wife, who's a football avid. By the way, she's a MSU alumnus, so I'm getting it every day. But you have to establish it. Bo Schembechler did it with 2 quarterbacks, Michael Taylor and Demetrius Brown. If you don't have one that can do it, you got to work both of them until you can work something out.
No, that part I agree with. They didn't have a plan. Bernard, they've mishandled the QB thing all year long. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah.
And even the fact that Davis Warren is back and the way Orgy started, and you're like, hold on, how did you not have specific packages built in for this? Where it has been done. And I'm not saying you need to be 2007 Florida with Chris Leak throwing and Tim Tebow running. You don't have that. But it's been done. And you see colleges do it often. So that part I get. But Rico, when you're listening to these fans, I'm going, wait a second. You want to fire a guy in year one?
Yeah. Because, Mike, it's Michigan. I'm not trying to be funny, but it's a brand. It's Michigan.
So let me tell you what Michigan is the last 25 years. I hate to break this to you. This is going to be heartbreaking for you because I know secretly you're a big Go Blue guy. Outside of their 3 years of rampant cheating, they're basically a 3-4 loss program a year. Okay? Mm-hmm. That's what Michigan is. You're 8-4, 9-3. You had a decade of darkness. Even before that, go to it. Go to Lloyd towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm making a point. The idea that Michigan is the last 3 years, no, you cheated. It's the outlier. You haven't had a 3-year run like that since 1901, 2, and 3. And you beat the Michigan School for the Deaf and a collection of cooks who are on their lunch break.
No, but I think it's you're correct. It's the brand, though. It's certain schools. You can't go to Tennessee and have no head coaching experience. You can't go to Florida. You can't go to, heck, Oklahoma State with no head coaching experience. You have to at least run a program, a system somewhere, and he has not done that.
248-539-9797. We have a VIP in our midst. I'd like to welcome the number one fan of your playoff-bound Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Rob in Brighton joins us. Rob, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, Mike. I hope you and Rico are doing well. I don't understand these people, and as you guys know, I can't stand that school in Ann Arbor. But there's a very strong comparison here that you can make to Marcus Freeman in the fact that they're obviously both two very young black men. These are both their first head coaching positions. They're both at institutions that are top 10 brands in college football. I don't know how Michigan fans can say to just get rid of him now. Because in defense of Marcus Freeman, I didn't really have an opinion, but I'm glad they kept him through. This is his third season now. Mm-hmm. I think Michigan fans need to be patient. I think he needs to clean house. I think that he needs to go get a quarterback. Marcus Freeman brought in Sam Hartman, Riley Leonard to just stable the masses, right? And he's added in recruiting with C.J. Carr and Kenny Minchie, and they have depth at that position. But you look at Michigan, he needs to go get a quarterback. He needs to go get some coordinators. Marcus went out and got Mike Denbrock from LSU. I just think Sharon Moore needs to go out and get a staff and go out and get a quarterback.
Yeah,
and
Rob, I've been surprised by it. I've been surprised by it all year. And I'm just listening. I'm not the one saying do it. I'm saying, are there red flags? Yeah. Is it bizarre? But Rob, it has been something spectacular here, how quick Michigan fans are ready to turn on one of their own. And I can't figure it out.
Yeah, and somebody that's been there, through all of the crap that he went through last year with Harbaugh, being suspended for 6 games and him stepping in, and he obviously, stepped into a puddle of mud with, the NOA that's going to come out, and Lord knows how much he's involved. But
Rob, wait a minute. See, you just said it. See, I've said, let me see what's in that, and this might be a totally different conversation. Obviously, if Sharon's involved, here's the canon. I need you to jump into that, and goodbye. But if he's not, I don't see how you don't show a little patience here.
But if not, Rob, you brought up a great example. If Marcus Freeman, you know what? Did not have head coaching experience. They went out and they got him. I don't know.
Similar situation, though, too, Rico, with the fact that Brian Kelly just up and left to LSU, and I can't remember how it went down with Harbaugh, but it's kind of the same thing about how Marcus was there as the defensive coordinator, and he was just kind of the heir to the throne there. Kind of similar with Sharon, how he was just he was there at the right time,
right
the right
place,
moment.
right time, yeah.
And remember, Marcus Freeman was a big name, a superstar, rising, future coach when Brian Kelly, to his credit, sniped him and brought him in. So it felt more like a natural transition. There was no world Sharon Moore was going to be a head coach this year if Harbaugh didn't leave. It's a little different.
No. Well, then there was no world that Marcus Freeman was going to be the head coach if Brian Kelly stayed.
Not at Notre Dame, right. Now, Rob, before I let you go, I just got to ask as an advance preview, okay? And I know I'll hear from you before this. I just need to know scale of 1 to 10, level of concern when my boys from West Point arrive on your schedule? Is it a 0? Is it a 1? Can I get any respect for my guys or no?
Of course, yeah, but like that's I want to say it's a Yankee Stadium, isn't it?
I believe so. I believe it's one of those neutral site Notre Dame, specials.
Yeah, so that's why it's kind of like a neutral field. Yeah, like their defense is obviously I think they're the number 1 scoring defense in the country. Notre Dame is number 3. So I'm really worried about their defense, but our defense is pretty darn good too.
They're
so
awesome.
I would say worry factor 5. I'm kind of half and half.
All right, that's all I need. Rob, that's all I need. I just want to make sure we weren't going to be slandering the Black Knights of the Hudson here and my man Bryson Daly. I want to see a good, clean football game, all right?
When I pick the Army team, they
You
lose.
stop. Because you're a communist.
It's just like, you know what?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to phone calls coming up. Next time you're outside, go look up at your roof. Oh, wait, you can't. You need to call Victor's. Have them get up there. They will do a full 21-point roof inspection and check everything from the top all the way to the attic, even the tiniest issue. Write up a full report, show you in video what exactly is going on here, and then they get to work with a perfect installation every time and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. No more wondering what the hell's going on or waiting for a call back or it's some guy with a pickup truck and a ladder and he calls himself a roofer. Victor's, they're ready to roll. 734-773-1100 or visit them online at victors.com. All right, I got a feeling I'm going to end up talking to Rico this segment. We'll see what happens here. Hit the music. Oh, boy. Huh? Sorry. All right. I can't keep it straight. Are we talking about the Big Ten, national? What are we doing here?
Oh, no. It's national
And if
now.
you ask me to say something nice about BYU, I'm leaving. Now let's do this like adults.
Okay. See you.
I can't stand them.
Okay. All right. Week number 2 for the college football playoff is going to come out tonight.
Can't wait.
But I'm giving you mine right now.
Okay.
Honorable mention at 14. I'm going with Colorado. Colorado may end up winning the round robin that is the Big 12. They're playing the best football.
It's a horrific conference. It is. Yeah, that's fine. Put them in. They're interesting. Like I don't have to like Dion to say that he's interesting. Yeah. I love Shador, but they're not good. The Big 12 is not good. In fact, the Big 12 is a joke. Go look at it. Watch it. Do what I do. It's an awful football conference. But hey, let's give one of those teams a bye. Nice playoff, Rico.
I think they'll tweak it. Next year, you won't see the automatic bye. At 13, boy, it's a gigantic fall from grace. Kenny, got your Georgia Bulldogs.
Bring Kenny in to talk about this, and do it in a professional manner. Now, Kenny, what are we doing with your Georgia Bulldogs?
We're beginning to panic. I to be honest, I got nothing. I couldn't believe what I saw on Saturday. I just couldn't believe what I was watching. Every phase of the game that could have gone wrong went wrong.
All right, here's how I see it playing out. You guys can both laugh at me. Go ahead. I'm sure you'll keep your little bitch-made receipts.
Wow.
I think Georgia will drop a bomb on Tennessee this weekend and reinstill Kenny's faith. I think they will make the playoff, but I don't. Obviously, they are not the Georgia we're used to. They got, but I picked Ole Miss, and I wasn't being a penis to you. I never expected what I saw. That they bodied Georgia.
Right. As of right now, no, I don't have them in there, and
You
I
think
would.
Tennessee beats them?
No, I'm saying in the playoffs right now.
They got to
what just
earn their way
happened.
back in your
Yeah,
world.
and if tonight, if they were honest, they wouldn't be in the top 12.
But they're not honest. They're scumbag executives.
If they don't put that bomb on Tennessee, by the way, I mean, just cancel Christmas.
What you're saying, Ward Manuel is not an honest man?
No!
That's a shock. All right, at number 12. I'd like to welcome Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss sitting in at number 12.
Got to win out. They could be a team that vaporizes with another loss, but their back is against the wall. They responded, and they look good. And guess what? They did it without Trey Harris, and they did it without their starting running back. And my mind is mush because I'm forgetting his name. That was an unbelievable performance. Now the hardest part, back it up.
Yeah.
Come down off the emotional high. Be adults.
At number 11, kind of like Georgia, had a horrible day. The University of Miami.
Okay, so here's how I think this will play. These are your rankings.
Mm-hmm.
With Miami's loss, that's a one-bid league. I mean, right now, do you realize you could have SMU as a bye team? It could be SMU Miami in that championship game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Miami loses, they're out.
Right.
Miami beats SMU, they're out. It's a one-bid league. Miami's problem, they've been flying close to the sun for a month.
Why.
And defensively, they're not good. So they're fun. You know what they are? They're a rich man's Colorado.
I like that.
Highly flawed, highly entertaining.
Yeah, always have to come back, and then, okay, Cam Ward couldn't do it. He fumbled this time. At number 10, Boise State.
All right, here, loser alert. Because the LSU game was pretty bad, I watched more of Nevada, Boise State than I care to admit.
Why is that a loser alert? There's nothing wrong with watching Boise State.
Thank you for building me up. Rico, I wish we could have a poverty playoff play-in, a PPP, where it would be Boise versus Army, and we just settle this, and the winner gets to play.
A play-in game.
A poverty play-in game. I have major doubts about Boise. And it does start at the quarterback position with Madsen Maddox or Maddox Madsen or whatever his name is. He's a rat. He looks like Purdy's younger brother. Man, they're not
How Purdy
performing.
just take a stray.
He had a nice game this week. Okay.
All right, sticking with that mindset, Mike.
Yeah.
At number 9 is BYU, an old man strength. Shout out.
They're fake in every way. Go look at their metrics. Go look at who they are. Go look at how they play. It's a joke. They're defying all reality. And look, people can say, well, it was defensive holding. Look at this angle of this video. It was 4th and 10 on their own 1.
Okay. All fairness, somebody called the pregame show sounding like that. I thought it was you.
Thanksgiving. They should have lost to Utah just like they should have lost to Oklahoma State. I don't think they're very good. And guess what? 9-0 BYU is only a 3-point favorite against 3-6 Kansas this week. The power rankings in the marketplace is telling you what they think. I would much rather see Colorado in than these fake old men with 3 kids and a mortgage at BYU. Get out.
At number 8, we have Notre Dame.
Balanced and boring.
They just keep winning.
Yeah,
they're going to stay
balanced
under the radar.
And they're boring.
Yeah.
Good defense, good running game, snooze fest. But my God, what, did Florida State sleep with their sister? 52-3.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I expected them to win, but dear God.
But you know what?
I enjoy watching Florida State lose that bad. I can't stand Notre Dame, but that was fun.
If Florida State's not going to put up a fight, that's not Notre Dame's fault. Okay, guys, we practice all week for you. Don't know what you did for us. I don't know. At number 7, Alabama.
2 words. Milroe, healthy. What did we talk about? I said to you for a month, I go, this kid, something's wrong, including that Tennessee game where he was running like Kenny after 7 drinks. I go, something's not right here. He came off of that bye week and he looked like he looked like Milroe jumping off your screen, electric.
Bro, he had SEC speed. I mean, when he turned the corner for that 75-yard touchdown, it's like, and gone.
Speed and speed. Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're LSU, that's back-to-back years this man has done this to you. Blake Baker, what would you say you do here?
Yeah.
Can't look that way.
When they line up in that formation, you know what they were about to run.
And it doesn't matter.
Just sell out. At number 6, still undefeated, but did not look good doing it, Indiana.
I think they're completely fake. And I stand by it. I don't care if people get upset. Is it a fun story? Yes. Can I root for them? Yes. Do I love Cignetti as a beautiful psychopath? Yes. But guys, what you saw Saturday is what happens when you have a strength of schedule that's ranked 109th in America. Yeah. Michigan might not be great, but that shows you Indiana's played no one.
Right.
And the minute they felt pressure, they had that tight booty hole syndrome.
I wonder
they were puckering hard.
Well, see, I wonder will Cignetti be able to use that? Say, hey, guys, when you play Ohio State, it's not going to be easy. You can't just choke the way you did. Like the wide receiver, I forgot it, Savat dropping 2.
Right, yeah. And again, just like we had the poverty play-in game, I'd love to have the fraud play-in game, the FPG. Colorado or BYU versus Indiana for the right to go to the playoff.
At number 5, we have Tennessee. Big game this weekend.
Enjoy your spot. Georgia will fix that this week.
At number 4, speaking of the fraud alert, put Indiana with Penn State. At number 4, Penn State.
This is, by the way, Rico is basically proving my point, even though he doesn't realize he's proving my point. This sport is ass. I mean, listen to these teams that are up here. Who the hell's any good? Put Penn State and Tennessee on a field. Do you have a good team?
Yeah, but I think it's one of those styles makes the fight.
No.
Who gets to play at home? We'll see.
Listen, this is like watching 2 turtles fight.
What's your alternative?
Honestly?
You want to go back to last year with just 4 teams?
No, I have my alternative. I stopped caring. Go ahead.
At number 3, Texas.
I mean, yours was really good. They played a dead Florida team, did what they were supposed to do. I think, do you believe that was a little bit of a beauty contest?
Yeah.
Like you're positioning for some seeding and doing some stuff?
You want that number 2 seed tonight.
I don't know. Yeah, just one of those deals. Yeah. So they did what they needed to do.
Because speaking of beauty contest, Ohio State made sure that Purdue didn't score anything. The Buckeyes are in at number 2, winning 45-0. Not that Purdue was going to put up a fight, but when you get the goose egg, that's impressive.
Ryan Walters. Hope you had fun in West Lafayette. For sale sign. Make it happen.
And then number 1 is Oregon. looking like the most complete team.
Yeah, but guess what? I want to give credit to your guys, and it's also a problem I have with Oregon. For most of that game, Maryland outplayed them. They were moving the ball up and down the field. I like Turtles.
You know what the thing about Oregon is? Oregon doesn't seem like they're focused to just go out there and destroy a team. They're out there just like, we'll do just enough to win, and we'll move on to next week.
They are the best team. I think they're vulnerable. They're not what they're built to be on paper. So I think they're vulnerable. I do.
All right. It's your college football playoff blitz, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Pistons take on the Heat tonight in the first game of NBA Group Cup play at Little Caesars Arena. Miami beat Detroit in the fourth game of their season, 106-98. They were paced in points by Jimmy Butler. Butler will miss tonight's game with a sprained ankle. However, coverage begins at 6:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Red Wings prospect and star Michigan State goalie Trey Augustine has picked up the Big Ten's second star of the week. He's topped 51 of 54 shots in a sweep of Ohio State over the weekend. The Tampa Bay Rays will officially not play at Tropicana Field next season. This after Hurricane Milton ripped off the stadium's roof October 9th. The repair bill is said to be around $56 million, but the project will not be able to be completed until 2026. Fans in Germany may be able to catch an NFL game in person again soon. Berlin's city government officially kicked off a bid today that would include hosting games over a 5-year span. Munich and Frankfurt have been past stops for the league. The NFL also reportedly taking back a $16,000 fine to Roquan Smith after he ended Chris Godwin's season with a hip drop-like tackle. This will be the second fine appeal win for Smith on the year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so we are going to return to the college football stuff here, and we've asked a question because it's just been a weird drumbeat, and it's nothing Rico and I are putting out there. But every week, Michigan, whether they win or lose, people have wanted Sharon gone. I know it's reached a bit of an inflection point with his routine at Indiana where he looked like Jim Caldwell. I mean, you have 3 timeouts, a minute and a half left, and they burned 30 seconds, and his excuse was I was having conversations about play calling. But no, you don't get to say, I was busy, I missed your phone call. You called the timeout. You're a head coach. Look, I'm trying to figure out why it is you want this guy gone this fast. And all Rico and I are saying is this. A, I think it's crazy to fire a coach in 1 year. Unless when that NOA comes out, I believe on November 21st, notice of allegations, well, if there are things in there, well, then it changes the conversation. And I'm not saying one way or the other there are or are not. I don't know. And frankly, I don't care anymore. I don't. Like, this is easy for me. You cheated. Oh, no, we didn't. Great. 2 + 2 is 5. I don't care. Like, I don't trust the NCAA to do what needed to be done. They never should have allowed you to play in the playoff. But I digress. Your AD is the chair of that committee. So the point I'm making is, why is it you have it out for this guy to this level? Firing a coach in under a year is, in no uncertain terms, insane behavior. So I'm asking. Now, do we see red flags? Rico has pointed out a number of things that Michigan football's not an internship. Rico's right. I'd be irate if I were a Michigan fan. Hell, I'm irate at Jonathan Smith, and I like the guy. But no one cares, and that Rico told me we can't do that topic. I'm kidding. I said we can't do that. The point is,
do that tomorrow if you want.
And
equal time.
And get 2 callers.
Not to say.
Can I just say this about our program? And then I'll move on. There's never been a time in my life where Michigan State football had less juice, less buzz, on and off the field. Dead.
Unless you get the big win over Illinois this weekend.
Grandma's sex life.
And
there isn't one.
Wow.
She's dead.
Wow.
Dead. We're getting out-recruited by South Florida. And I don't mean Miami as a general geographical region. I mean the Bulls of South Florida. So, don't even get me started on my program. David, some ticket texts, and we go right back to the Michigan fans. And I want to understand where you're at. How have you arrived at a point on November 12th you want to fire your first-year head coach? That just seems odd.
But I understand it, though. Because like I said, it's not an internship. This is not a job you learn on the fly. This is Michigan. You're supposed to be able to hit the ground running because everybody is gunning for you. You're a brand name. If you do this right, everybody wants to go to Michigan. Everybody wants to play for Michigan. You should be able to call up a kid and say, hey, come here. And they show up. But when you're playing like this and coaching like this and really just looking like you're lost at sometimes, that's a problem. Like if we were talking about a MAC school, okay, this is what you deal with. But this, no, you're one of the top teams in the Big Ten, and you're struggling as a head coach. You don't know when to challenge things. You don't know when to call timeouts. These are basic coaching things, okay? And he doesn't have it. Go ahead, David.
I'm giving Sharon one more chance. Beat Northwestern, and I'll let this season go because of the situation Harbaugh put him in. but lose and go 5-7, and he needs to leave. Losing record is inexcusable.
I can't see how you lose to Northwestern.
It's an impossibility. Seriously, that's like college equivalent of BOGO. Northwestern is morbid.
And it's here. So it's not even there where maybe it's some kind of freak storm coming off of Lake Michigan. You're at home.
Give me a break. Sharon won all the big games last year. Now he can't coach. He lost all his good players. I am keeping him.
Okay, just factually, guys, don't attack us, attack your fan base. Your fan base has been the one doing this since the USC game. I don't understand it. But you do have a team that has 4 to 5 first-round picks on it, and you're about to go 6-6. And look really bad doing it because, frankly, I know shoulda, coulda, wouldas, but the reality is you should have lost to USC minimum. You should already be not making a bowl.
Yeah, and Minnesota got the onside kick. Oh, wait, they didn't.
I know.
Oh, wait, we're going to make a rule 24 hours later saying.
I didn't even want to include that or the MSU game. I was just leaving it alone.
USC, a tackle made and
Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
All right.
But I want to say something off of that text there, because what big game did he win last year? Because
Penn State.
You mean the same game that Harbaugh coached all week and just not Saturday?
Well,
which means the game plan was Harbaugh.
Hold on, everybody stop. Is it a big game when it's against James Franklin? I'll hang up and listen.
Well, he did say we're going to run the ball 28 straight times.
Did he say that, or was that the game plan that Harbaugh set up for him?
I want to give Sharon enough respect and credit. It was his call.
Or was it the burner phone?
Okay.
See, you can't do that.
I mean, it's a lot of technology on that sideline. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Jesus. This is why it doesn't matter what the NCAA does.
Right.
You can't scrub that stain out. Go ahead.
Moore is not making the job his own. He's trying to be like Jim. That is from Jason. My faith is Sharon is a negative 100. So yes, I am done with him.
Wow.
Whoa. Sharon Moore and the entire coaching staff should be fired. The combination of in-game mismanagement issues and the lack of player development is very concerning.
Look, if you come out of the NOA and there's no postseason ban, or you come out of the NOA and let's just say it's all perfunctory, probation, nonsense, I could understand your line of thinking because you will have the entire job pool available to you. If, and I don't have a lot of faith in this, but if the NOA is damaging, guys, you don't want to, I'm telling you, you don't want to go that route. Because look at last year. Why is this the coaching staff? Nobody wanted the job here. Nobody. Why did you not interview anybody? Nobody was touching it. Not under the guise of the investigations, plural. And look at who your coordinators are. Old Dominion and just old. Wink Martindale had no professional future. Nobody wanted him. Grandpa needed a home. And instead of assisted living, you moved him into your house.
Bravo, Mike. Bravo. That was amazing.
Okay, one Michigan fan liked it. Good. Go me. All right.
You be curious.
Hey, do you want to do what we do on the radio? David, what do you got?
Get rid of everybody and go get Cignetti. Let him build the staff and bring whoever he wants.
Let me say this. There's no scenario that's happening. Okay, just work with me. Cignetti's personality at Michigan is a match made in heaven. Honestly. Psycho penis.
See,
it would work at Michigan. The fans would eat it up, and everybody would hate him, and they'd get off on being hated. Like that. If he was 53 and not 63, it would have been a thing. I think there's a reason big programs didn't want him. He's too damn old.
See, I think to me, he's like Harbaugh. He has a shelf life. Jim only lasted at Michigan because he was Bo's captain. But look at every other place he's gone. He wears thin on people. And I think that would be Cignetti. He would come here, he would win, but about year 4.
I know. I'm just saying it's a match made in heaven.
Yeah.
That would be nice. Wink needs to go, not Sharon. Look at the D and the first round picks and how bad it is. It's on Wink, not Sharon.
Hate to say I told you.
I was really pulling.
Old Dominion and just old. Mike, you can just go ahead and leave.
Okay,
Leave on a high note.
I enjoyed the Wink experience the last 2 years. Trust me. You didn't want any part of that.
I was really pulling for Sharon Moore, but it seems like he's just not ready yet. Honestly, I feel like he's going to end up on the Chargers coaching staff next year, being in Ann Arbor.
Well, if he has a show cause, he will. 248-539-9797. I didn't say that. I said if. Rico, be curious.
Michael, we will be curious.
Callers coming up next.
All right. Guys, you hear what we do on the radio? You hear what we do on the radio? Is that
Hey there, guys.
Hey, you want a career in radio, TV, graphic design artist? Specs at LTU can help get your career started. It's very simple. You go and visit the website to get started, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Classes start year-round. You don't have to wait until the typical semester. Check out the website to figure out when the next class is going to start and make sure you get started in that class. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business and with a hands-on approach and expert faculty. You will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience, built for you, the fans, 6 pools, 3 levels, right in the heart of Las Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, straight to the people. We got a lot more to do today. I know Dan Campbell talking Super Bowl, as he should. Also, we have an issue with sports viewing that if we don't get to it today, I do think, Rico, the topic regarding Big Noon, we could certainly do that tomorrow if it doesn't work today. But let's get to the people, see what they've got to say. Sharon Moore, I'm just asking where you're at with your coach, because all year it has been Michigan fans. And it's just been a very weird tenor with a first-year head coach who was a part of the national championship success, and people are ready to throw this guy out like last week's garbage. And I understand the mistake at Indiana, some of the bad challenges the weeks prior, team overall performance. I get, hey, he's struggling. I'm not thrilled. I'm not happy. That's different than saying, baby, bathwater, out. It's a weird thing to me. So maybe I shouldn't be surprised, I guess. I don't know.
No, I mean, you have a high standard at Michigan, and look, you're coming off of a national championship. And say what you want of how they got there, they did. You don't expect to fall off a cliff the very next year that the week before Ohio State, you need this Northwestern game just to be in some bad bowl game and be eligible.
Let's go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on?
God damn it, man! I'm still getting over the fact we lost to Ohio State.
There he is.
Why'd you have to bring up that game again, that Michigan game last year, man? Why did I didn't deserve that?
Yes, you do. Nick, listen. Listen. I feel for you. I don't even care if you talk about Sharon Moore. I'd rather have you go off about Penn State because James Franklin is the Antichrist.
You know what? See, because this has been the same case every year. My fan base is a bunch of spineless jellyfish. I mean, James Franklin revealed himself exactly what I've been saying for years about this jackhole. He's nothing more than a cheerleader. He's like Pete Carroll without any national titles. He helps with recruiting, but that's about it. And whether it was blowing the Rose Bowl in 2016, the Ohio State game in 2017 and 2018, and now 2024, he's made the same damn mistakes every time. Hell, 28. Do you think that's the first time he's tried to fight somebody in the stands?
Well, I actually thought it was you. Can you confirm it wasn't you that tried to fight James Franklin?
I wasn't at that game. I went to the whiteout game, thank God, afterwards. I went to that. That's the one Penn State game I went to this year, the only game I'll probably get to. I mean, anytime I need this troglodyte to not be a total idiot in a critical spot, here is his thought process. Hey, coach, you know the clock's running down in the first half. We just forced a fumble in the end zone, and we're driving down the field. We've got all our timeouts left. Are we going to use any of them? Should we use any of them? Football! Whee! Burns 30 seconds inside 2 minutes before one snap. Even Joel Klatt pointed out it was stupid. Fourth quarter now. The game is on the line. You're down by a touchdown. For the love of all that is holy, score a touchdown and tie the game. It's fourth and goal from like the 1-inch line. Football, wee! That's called drop back into a pass where Al goes into triple coverage, incomplete, game over. I mean, come on. Michigan fans talk about firing their coach after 1 year. I've been experiencing this garbage for 8 years. My head coach is incapable of learning, and now the only way he can salvage this season is if he wins a playoff game, which, knowing him, he will fail to do. And this fan base acts like being Washington was an achievement. It's not. They didn't even show up. I know because I was there with my father watching the game, and it was great. I loved watching it. It was a great time, but outside of that, nah, just...
All right. Oh, he hung up on himself.
That's...
Okay. Oh, boy, I think we lost Nick. Oh, dear God. What happened? Oh, my God. Honestly,
I wanted him to give us more gold.
Oh, you wanted more
That's
drop.
why I was like, hold on.
Nick is never going to outdo this. I'd rather my team be bad, like Michigan State, than be Penn State, because Penn State is like blue balls. I mean, you think it's going to end up all right? You just go to bed in the fetal position. That's Penn State. Hey, guys, I think we got a chance. Oh, wait. No, we don't. Every big game, James Franklin loses it. At least if you're a Spartan, there are no big games. You're just a green condom. Rico, it's true. We're awful.
Who hurt you?
We're all. This sport has hurt me. My school has hurt me.
Let's talk about the horses.
Oh, please. Oh, if you're talking Friday at the Breeders' Cup, that was good. Saturday, the horses hurt me. Please, let's just go to the people, shall we? Okay, then we'll. What was that? David's personal cell phone?
Oh,
let's go to Eddie, 97.1. Eddie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Hey, this Michigan situation, I realize that, Harbaugh left, they lost coaches, and they lost a bunch of players. But you know what? There's no excuse for this horrible play calling. Michigan acts as if they are afraid to attack and be aggressive on offense. And I'm going to tell you another thing, too. I don't think that they're really serious about Bryce Young, because you're trying to get this guy to flip from LSU, and this is the play calling that you're putting out there on the field. And you think that guy's going to flip to come here and play with that?
Well,
I
no.
believe they're stuck on. They are stuck on stupid in Ann Arbor.
Well, one thing, Justin, I know it was a slip. I just want to make sure people know what you mean. Bryce Underwood, not Bryce Young.
Yeah, Bryce Underwood.
I got
yeah,
you.
Bryce Underwood.
I just didn't want people slandering your good name, Eddie. No, listen, Eddie. I think the problem it's on a multitude of levels. Look, it's two separate conversations, because Michigan football, the way they played the last 3 years, forget about the sarcasm I generally provide. It's a ground and pound, great defense, going to be good in all three phases. Set up 4 or 5 nice throws a game and call it a day. Well, that was never going to be something that, and again, I don't know Bryce Underwood from a hole in the wall. I'm saying that if you want to be developed into being a Heisman Trophy type quarterback and to being a legitimate number 1 overall draft pick, well, you don't go to Michigan. You go to LSU. I mean, you go where Joe Burrow went. You go where Jaden Daniels went. You go where, even though Nussmeier's not that great, another first-round pick, you go to that because every year, you know what else LSU has? Multiple first-round draft pick wide receivers.
Mm-hmm.
So exactly,
Mike, Eddie, I don't know that they're related. Now, look, I love what Michigan was or is attempting to do to get the kid. Pay the money. But step back for a second and you take allegiances away. You'd have to be deranged upstairs to go to U of M versus LSU as a quarterback. You'd be out of your mind. You just saw J.J. McCarthy probably cost themselves millions because he didn't go to a place like Ole Miss or USC or LSU. And he came here to throw 16 service academy passes a game. So, yeah, that doesn't make sense. But remember, school and what they're trying to do, player and what they're interested in, those are two separate. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just don't see Michigan ever being one of those schools that's going to go high-flying and zippity-doo-dah their way down the field. It's just not what they are.
See, I don't think Michigan realizes the responsibility that comes if you, let's just say you happen to get Bryce Underwood, you have to play him. Day one, you're stuck with him. No matter how bad it gets, you got to ride this train out and you got to roll with him. He is your guy for the next couple of years. So we talked about this. I would rather spend that money and go get multiple players that can help you out instead of going in on a high school senior.
Well, here's the other thing, right? Case in point. MSU's paying Aiden Childs less than 10% of that figure if this $10 million stuff is there, right? There were points this year that if Aiden wasn't making that money, they would have benched him for the good of the team.
Yeah.
You can't do that when you're paying that guy that kind of money.
I mean, think about this, and it probably is the reason why he's not the head coach anymore, was Chip Kelly, Dante Moore.
They had to play him.
They did.
Pick sixes every week.
Yeah.
And again, guys, Dante Moore was one of the top 10 recruits in America. Like Bryce Bryce is better. Guys, true freshman is usually a death sentence to 5 losses.
Yep.
And if you're paying a guy that money, you can't bench him. And there are times it's okay to sit a quarterback to go, look, stop. Here's a Surface Pro and a winter hat. Sit here for 15 minutes and get your life together. We'll put you back in a series. No, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's a brutal sport.
Yeah, it's Nebraska with Raiola. Got to play him.
And again, I know he hasn't written his story, but I've been underwhelmed by Raiola. Big time.
What you want to hope is the guy turns out to be Dylan Gabriel. But Dylan Gabriel, his first year, was awful at Oklahoma. Just awful. But he turned his life around.
And you better hope he's not Jackson Arnold. Because that's the dirty side of the coin that nobody wants to talk about. 5-star quarterbacks who, well, stink. 248-539-9797. Winter is going to be here soon, and, well, Old Nation's got you covered. As the weather gets colder, they got the Fireside Football beer for you. It is their winter lager solace, and while it looks dark and heavy, it is delicate, easy to drink football beer. Get it wherever great beers are sold. And again, I mean, they got all fancy tasting notes in here. I'm not doing that. I've always found it very pretentious when people talk about tasting notes. I don't know, does it taste good or not? Yes. Go buy it. Support local, support independent, support Old Nation. 21 and up. Old Nation reminds you to please drink responsibly.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. The Red Wings are back on the ice tomorrow. They haven't played since a 4-0 loss to the Rangers on Saturday. Derek Lalonde says that Cam Talbot will get the start in Pittsburgh. Husso will be the backup with Lyons still out. He could be ready at some point during the 4-game road swing, however. The Pistons and Heat battle here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Detroit still without Asar Thompson, although the NBA cleared him yesterday for full basketball activities. Michigan State quarterback Aiden Chiles expected to play against Illinois this weekend. His top target Nick Marsh says their chemistry is developing. After a 4-5 start to the season, the Chicago Bears have parted ways with their offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. The Lions play Chicago for the first time on Thanksgiving. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
You know, just a quick note, because I know we're talking U of M football, but indulge me for a moment. I want to give Rico a chance to yell at me. It's always exciting. You just heard, I believe that was Nick Marsh in the update. And look, do I reserve the right to be angry if MSU doesn't beat Illinois? Illinois is a bad football team. They are not good. They are not good metrically. They are not good to watch. Their coach wears a bedspread. Like, you can't.
That's personal.
I don't care. I hate Brett Bielema. My point is, if you are anything other than walking human waste, you beat Illinois Saturday.
Well, it was actually a question I have for you later on, either that or off the air when you're in their caster ticket mode and you're out like you're handicapping games.
You know what the spread is?
It's -2.5, which I was talking to David. Tells me they think it's a coin flip game.
It's home field advantage, which
Because
means
basically you get 3 points for being at home.
Illinois is bad. And I mean, look, that's the game Michigan fans should be most upset about. Losing to Oregon or losing to Indiana. Losing to Illinois the way, I mean, Illinois is not good. I need to see something from my football program that is suggestive that there's any juice with the program right now. With MSU on field, it's maddening. Do you realize they have 1 sack in Big Ten play? One. There's no buzz as far as recruiting. I mean, they can't even get kids on campus. They got like 12 human beings committed. Don't even know if any of them will end up here. There's no buzz. There's nothing. You can't, and it's just
no, Mike. You're correct. When I tell brother, we're talking about that tomorrow.
Oh,
so yeah, yes.
Like us?
Yes.
Here?
Yes.
For real?
Yes.
Are we planning on having no audience?
No.
I mean, I'll do it, but okay. That's exciting. Yeah. All right, I'll wait for tomorrow then.
Yeah. That's why I was like, okay, let's just deal with Michigan today.
If you lose to a coach who wears a bedspread, you should be relegated to the MAC. Those are my rules. David, ticket text.
But it's a Nike bedspread.
Honestly. You know what? I'll save what I was about to say.
Right.
David?
The problem is they didn't self-impose and get ahead of everything, so they are going to have a ban. No one wants to coach there. Sharon will be there. That is from Steve.
Steve, as right as that would be, I don't have a great degree of faith that it will be, but if that is the case, I don't think there is any way you could fire Sharon Moore. Anyway. I don't even think it's advisable if it's not the case. But you know what? We'll let it play out, as the voice of Michigan football always says.
Oh, I love this texter. Fire Moore, hire Franklin. Go Buckeyes. That is from Steve. Good for you.
Oh, yeah.
Good for you.
Oh, yeah. Go one more and I'll go to the call.
Michigan players don't even believe in Coach Moore. Will Johnson has already quit on the team, and I don't blame him. That is from Jason.
Yeah, but hold on. One guy where it looks like, sounds like, feels like he's making a business decision. Loveland is still out there giving up his body. Mason Graham. Kenneth Grant has played like double the snaps he played last year. Mm-hmm. I can't say that. I don't think it's that they're not trying. It's that I don't think they're very good.
Which is head scratching because you have all these people who are going to go in the first and second round
you would think falling out of bed at the worst, they would be 8-3. I mean, 8-4. But yeah,
if they were cheating, they would be. Let's go to Eric, 97.1. Eric, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good. You know, I was listening to the radio this morning. I heard this Fire More talk, and then I got in to drive home, and I'm hearing it, and I'm like, what are we even talking about here? Not you guys, but the callers.
Right.
Especially Michigan fans. I mean, I watched last year as he accidentally made a puppet out of Franklin, which I guess isn't really that hard to do. But he was a complete maestro against Ryan Day. And then this year, I mean, he wore John Smith for a green condom. So he has shown an ability to out-coach guys. Sorry, Mike. I had to get that one in.
It sounds better when other people deliver that line. I thank you, Eric. No, I'm with you.
Problem.
It seems so like, what are we talking about? It's November 12th.
At this point, exactly. And I mean, it's his first year. And as far as the quarterbacks go, like, he's shown an ability to try and pivot and see what's going to work. Now, if he holds on to these coordinators into next year, like, all right, now you're starting to slip a little bit. But as far as it goes right now, there's no other guy for the job. And now if the notice of allegations come out and there's something damning on him, I know he deleted text message from Connor, then, hey, throw the baby out with the bathwater or hold on to him until, our punishment's over and then find a coach that's willing to come here. But I'm not going to get rid of him after 6 months to go get another coach that I'm going to fire in a year.
No, and Eric, here's the other
thing. It doesn't
thing.
make sense.
No, I'm with you. I think the one thing that's been very puzzling, and Rico, maybe you could speak to it more than me. If the quarterback position is so bereft of talent, how has there not been any? Like, how would you not at least have mixed in the freshman, Jaden Davis late in the year, not burning the red shirt?
But last 4 games.
Here's a couple series, or here's a package we're building for you. I mean, Eric, it's been very bizarre to me.
I've heard that there was pressure from his family not to start him if he didn't have nobody to throw to, or if it was just going to be a lost season. So I don't know if they're listening to that.
The problem with that is you should probably go to another school, because you should have been smart enough to do your research.
And he burn a red shirt here, and he can transfer out easily. But until they show an ability to have some kind of a pulse moving the ball passing, I don't see us getting a top transfer. I don't see us getting any good receivers. Offensive linemen and running backs are going to come here because they get showcased and they get put in the league.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're not going to throw the ball, but it's like, what comes first, chicken and egg? You got to have somebody to throw the ball. I would just roll out Orgy for the rest of the season.
And Eric, here's the reality, and I know I don't like it, you don't like it, but it's just reality. Money trumps all. No, I'm saying money trumps all, that if you wanted to solve those problems, it's not chicken and egg. You just drop bags on people, you buy them. Like, there's no reason to go to Miami. Miami's not what people build it out to be, right? Miami's a dump. It's a dump. It's a dump of a stadium. It's not on campus. No, you're not on South Beach partying. And it's a small, little, private, rich kid school. Mm-hmm. But yet, they've got bags.
This is new territory, for the NIL, and it does look like they're willing to spend. They're trying to tempt Bryce Underwood to come. So, I mean, spend the money. I mean, let's do it.
I love what they're trying. I love what they're trying to do. But remember something: buying a high school athlete is different than buying in the portal, because Michigan still wants to pretend that they're special academically when they are not. Yeah. You're self-limiting. Oh, we don't do with those dirtbags. No, you just cheat rampantly, but you won't participate in the portal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If you're going to buy in the portal, you go out and you get a Cam Ward. You go out and get Dylan Gabriel. You go out and get an established quarterback that this guy can help me win right now. The learning curve, it's there already.
And again, I love what they're attempting to do with Bryce Underwood. Separate from me liking what they're trying to do. He would need his head examined to go there over LSU. Like you would need a wellness questionnaire of like, what? Help me understand this move. But for them, hell yes, you tried. It's 20 minutes from campus.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If you were just getting him at that price, the history of incoming freshman quarterback, like,
I know.
It's like buying a Powerball ticket.
But if I say it, I'm a scumbag Sparty. They would have to hear it from one of their propagandist media. They can't hear it from me.
It's like, we're getting, guys, and you're going to have to plan from day one. If you thought MSU fans were frustrated with Aiden Giles, multiply that by 10. because
Yes, you were about to say something, David. Go
oh,
ahead.
I'm going to say freshman quarterbacks normally. What Trevor Lawrence was pretty much the only one that I think was he a true freshman at Clemson?
I'd have to go back. And
Yes, I believe so.
So he's the
Took
one.
Kelly Bryant, right? Kelly Bryant's job.
Yeah, I mean, remember Spencer Rattler was going to be all that as a true freshman till he wasn't. Dylan Gabriel till he wasn't. So just saying. Go ahead, David.
No, you just said it. You can't rely on a freshman. You're good. I'm good.
All right, said it all. NBA's back. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Catch all the action. FanDuel gives everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass, and all you got to do is bet 5. You get 3 months. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel. 21 and up. Present Michigan, 3-month free trial. Full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly, but you can cancel anytime. Terms, restrictions all apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Despite being without Jimmy Butler tonight, the Heat are still 1.5-point favorites against the Pistons at Little Caesars Arena. It's also the first game of the NBA Cup. Coverage starts at 6:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan State basketball getting ready to face Kansas tonight in Atlanta. Tom Izzo weighs in. Kansas has begun the season 2-0 with a blowout win over Howard and a tight 3-point victory over number 10 in the nation, North Carolina. Tip-off tonight at 6:30. Game of part
Hunter
of the
Dickinson's in year 8.
Yes. Yeah, something like that. It's a part of the Champions Classic where Kentucky and Duke will serve as the nightcap. Michigan Athletics has partnered with Passes to aid in their name, image, and likeness efforts. The new deal will allow student athletes to sell exclusive content and merchandise. It allows for a different revenue stream for players besides a donor-led collective. USC is facing a $50,000 fine plus a 1-year probation for having, quote, 8 analysts for the football program engage in on- and off-field coaching activities during spring 2022, fall 2022, and spring 2023, resulting in the football program exceeding the permissible number of countable coaches by 6 for 2 academic years, end quote, that within the release by the NCAA today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I do chuckle. I hope Ron's okay. We haven't heard from him since. 5 o'clock, Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything, and we'll try to have some duality here. We still have some people who want to talk about Sharon Moore. I will get to those calls. I am taken aback, admittedly, by Michigan fans and where they're at with Sharon Moore. I mean, you're using the F word, which is just, that's crazy to me. But clearly, there are some red flags here. This has not been a good season. Duh. But we're talking about the challenges that are like drunk guy at bar challenges that announcers make fun of. We're talking about the ridiculous, no excuse timeout nonsense at Indiana, a butchering of the offensive scheme and the quarterback position. I get that. But you're talking about firing someone. I'll leave that to you guys. And I told you, I want to wait and see what, if anything, is in the notice of allegations that is due in 9 days. And then I can, I guess, more appropriately be involved in the conversation. Rico has banned me from saying anything about Michigan State because apparently we're doing something with them tomorrow. Very exciting. But I wanted to mix this in, and we did this earlier. Want to bring it back around for our people just getting out of work. Scott Harris speaketh. Evan Petzold wrote a long-form piece. Tigers expected to be patient in the offseason, but Scooble clock is ticking. I'll give you some of the highlights if you want the more impassioned presentation. Again, Odyssey.com rewind. He was asked multiple times about you-know-what. Quote, yes, the payroll question, Harris said. Time and time again, he told everyone what to expect. They won't commit to a specific threshold. Team will be improved with upgrades from the free agent and trade markets. All right, that's a nothing burger. We're going to try to get better. Current projected payroll of $80 million is one of MLB's lowest. And if you really think about it, guys, your payroll of actual players is $55 million. Because Javi Baez is a dead man. We don't.
True. No.
True. You're just paying a guy who's god awful. We don't go into an offseason with a floor or ceiling that we have to get to. Really don't know where the payroll's going to end up. We got plenty of support from Christopher Ilitch to make the team better. We just got to find ways to do it. All right, so now we get the fluff out of the way. According to Petzold, here's where we're at. And you guys tell me if this is acceptable or not. Right-handed hitter and a starting pitcher is the biggest needs. Cool, we agree. A proud Harris met with executives and agents to set the groundwork for offseason. Tigers are looking for short-term contracts in free agency. Specifically, a starting pitcher on a 1-year deal. So let me help you. As Petzold said, well, that eliminates Alex Bregman. That eliminates anyone you care about. And it sounds awfully familiar to Steve Bott. We don't want term. Both teams owned by the same guy. Sorry, it's just where my head goes. Okay, so here we go. Quote, I don't think they're a year forward, an AL executive said. I think they'll probably be pretty patient and try to build a monster over the next couple years. And when they're ready to push, really push, close quote. The Tigers, sellers at the deadline, made the magic run. Okay. Nobody expected it to happen, not even the Tigers, Petzold wrote. We're in a healthier spot as a team, Harris said. We have a lot of opportunity in front of us as opposed to big glaring holes that we need to address. Well, okay then. No first baseman, no third baseman, no shortstop. Desperate need of a right-handed power bat, and you need someone to pair with Skubal while you have him that can be a hammer at the top of that rotation. That's not fair to put that on Job, and I think Reese Olson, much more effective as a 3 or a 4. I digress. The Tigers like to boast about their future value of Class A position players. Those guys won't be in here anytime soon. The hard part for them is the Skubal clock is ticking, an AL executive said. If you're going to push, it's for that reason. So Skubal, who's going to be your Cy Young Award winner, he's scheduled to hit the market after 2026. They have tried to extend his contract. It wasn't a competitive offer, Petzold writes. So let me be fair. No agent's going to take the first offer. Respect. But when you term it as it's not a competitive offer, I have a word for that. That sounds like a lowball. That sounds like a, hey, we tried. See, fans, we tried. We'll see. Short-term, low-cost offer won't result in an extension, even if Skubal wants to stay in Detroit. Weird. I kind of said this last year and basically had my character impugned. He's going to earn 35 to 40 per year over 8 to 10 years on the open market. Crazy. I sent some of my coworkers into a nervous breakdown when I said 10 at 400. Wild. Absolutely wild. So if the Tigers can't re-sign him and they don't want to trade him, shouldn't they do whatever it takes? Well, okay, Petzold's on a heater here. So here's the thing. They don't want to sign term on a position player to over 4 or 5 years. Who are you getting on the open market as a position player with no amount of meaningful term? The answer is no one. So they don't want to pay a pitcher on term. They didn't make a competitive offer to Skubal. And they won't go to a place that you need to go to get an Alex Bregman type guy. Okay. Are you okay with that? Now, you're not a bad person if you are. But I'm not a bad person for telling you I don't have a poster of Billy Beane above my bed, and I'm not trying to be the Oakland A's. This is a team that made the playoffs. This is a team that established a young core. This is a great sports town. This is not a small market. This is not Cincinnati or Pittsburgh or Tampa or Oakland. Rico, here's the stuff that really scares you. If not Bregman, the Tigers could look to the trade market. An AL executive said Miami Marlins slugger Jake Burger, who plays third and first, could be a fit for the Tigers. He's under team control through 2028. Now, why is that interesting? Okay, cheap. He's a cheap player. He's under team control. And Burger is a nice piece. Now, he can't be the only thing you do. Like if you got me Santander and Burger, thumbs up. Standing applause. Really nice job by Scott Harris. But remember, when you make these trades, they cost something too. So for all the people that like to lube up and get excited about all your prospects that are in single A, remember something. You're going to get a player through 2028 with about an 800 OPS. You're going to pay. Like if they go after Alec Boehm, I wouldn't be mad in the least. There was talks about the Phillies are going to listen to trade offers for him. Now he only has a year of team control after this year, arbitration. That's going to cost you something. Right. So I'm fine. I will base how I feel on what they do, not what they say. But can I ask this question, people?
Go for it.
Are you good with this? I mean, the glow of the season has faded. We're here now. Sounds like they lowballed Skubal. Not going to give any meaningful term. Hey, Kenny, tell me you heard that before. Steve Bott. Not going to give meaningful term, and they want a 1-year pitcher. And I guess I'm the huckleberry who goes, man, I'll tell you what, if I had a payroll that was like 29th in baseball, I'd try to see if Corbin Burns would come here to be with Scooble. And I'm going to go we're going to have some hammers at the top of this rotation. Let's go win the World Series. Oh, yeah, I'll trade for Jake Berger after I go ahead and sign Alex Bregman. But, guys, I don't want a small market team.
You just don't want a Marcana type of signing.
No, I'm not, and I won't insult Jake Berger. I think Berger's a nice player. Okay, I'm not. Look, this is a guy who damn near has an 800 OPS. Rico, he can play. I'm saying it has to be in concert that if you're going to make this move and it's dirt cheap,
you need more.
Then it only empowers you to do more. Berger becomes basically a free player. You know what I mean?
No, I get it.
So I would like to know where people are at with it.
Yeah, I'm just all about, you know what? Don't go cheap. Invest in your team. Your team showed you what it can do. Your team showed you what happens if you win. The people will come. They will show up. You will sell at the park. So invest in your team. Go bring in some key players and key positions. You can still not block the kids, but you can enhance what you have. And it's going to cost a little bit of money. It's not break the bank money, but yes, you want to spend. You want to go out there. Am I saying to go get somebody on a 10-year deal? No. But a 1-year deal? A 1-year deal means you're getting a broken piece. Something's wrong with them, and you're hoping to rehab them.
Example, like I want to make sure I choose my words careful. I will be surprised, but not shocked. Like, would a Walker Buehler take a 1-year prove-it deal to land the next deal? I mean, it's possible, but everything I've seen has been that's a 3-year type thing. Look, I think Scott Harris is a very smart guy, and I think Chris Fetter's a demon. He's unbelievable. He's incredible. It's just how many times are you going to spin the wheel on a 1-year broken down arm and come up aces? How about we make a real commitment? Make her life a little easier,
that's
right?
What I mean, yeah.
What would Max Fried look like at the top of this rotation with Scooble? And then Job, and then Olsen, and then Mize. Like,
you know what that looks like? You look like a team that's going into every series with a chance to win every series.
So I'd like to know where you guys are at with it. I don't think there needs to be yelling and screaming. Nothing's happened yet. But we're not going to sit here and go, well, here are the comments, and we'll reserve our opinion until it plays out. We have a business to run. On Tuesday, November 12th, I'll just tell you, that's very concerning stuff. And it feels very similar to what we've dealt with the Yzer plan. You don't want to give up term. You're not going to get really good players. You're not. Now, you can trade for them. But as much as I told you, Jake Berger is a solid baseball player, I will not turn him into Vlad Guerrero. Okay?
But here's what concerns me about it. And you're right, Berger's not a bad player. The last 2 years, he's been really good. But what concerns me is that he plays third and first. And that if that's what they do, the mishmash would just be all over again in that lineup.
Well, they want flexibility, David. And
I understand that.
I don't want to take that away from AJ because he's very good at it. What I'm saying is I need less of it.
Well, I don't want it to be the only thing they do, though, because of the flexibility that he has.
Right. I would like to know every day I fill up that lineup card. Look, Kerry Carpenter's a really good baseball player, but he won't face lefties, right? All right. It's just like this year when you had Ibanez. Well, Ibanez crushes lefties, can't hit righties. Like, I don't need a whole lineup of that. I want to be able to throw out look, they need balance in the lineup. This is the bottom line in all of this. They need right-handed guys that can play 600 at-bats a year. Studs. A couple of those guys would transform this lineup into something nobody would want a piece of. So why am I the bad guy when I say I don't find this, in words, this acceptable? Now, we'll let it play out, but I'm nervous. I want to hear from the people on it, and we'll continue your calls on Sharon Moore. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Take him to the bridge.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. Stop in and check out Hamilton's great inventory, including the November Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox EV LT. This all-electric SUV has great incentives to drive off with a payment as low as $199 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You will drive away with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, an Equinox EV for under $200. The Equinox EV has the power to go the distance, and Hamilton has them in stock ready for immediate delivery. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
All right, madness of the holiday season. You're going to be extra busy. It means it's that much more important for you to get a great night's rest. Do it with a Serta mattress. $600 off on all new Serta Perfect Sleeper X or Serta iComfort. They have got you covered. They got 111 years making them right here in your backyard in the state of Michigan. Serta mattress. Black Friday sale all month long. Go to Serta.com and find a retailer near you. All right, David with the ticket text, and we go right to the callers. We got a little bit of Tigers with the Scott Harris interview in the Free Press, and you've got Michigan. A lot of people want to talk about Sharon Moore. We're here for it. I'm taken aback at the level of vitriol, and that's me saying it.
If their treatment of Scooble is how they are going to run the team, why am I concerned about, quote-unquote, blocking the kids when it's becoming apparent that they don't want to pay them either? Ian from Mount Clement.
Here's what I will say. A first offer never defines a negotiation unless what they put out was not only uncompetitive, but it was insulting. That's different. Deadlines make deals, not people. I said it last year. I'll say it again. If you wanted to button this up and you didn't want to get into a war and you didn't want to play Boris's game, 10 at 400. Why? Because Garrett Cole had established what the top pitcher in the sport is going to get at 36. Skubal is left-handed, younger, and if you wanted to not have Boris do what he wants to do, and again, once again, I gave you 9 or 10 examples of Boris clients that didn't take it to free agency and did sign with 2 years or more left on their deal. And I laid those deals out. They have to be substantial. Now, if you don't want to make that commitment, that doesn't make you a bad person, but it does mean you got to have difficult conversations. And this is where people attacked Rico or attacked Rieger. It's the way last year went was so bizarre to me with how people wanted to draw these battle lines. Like, I just sat here and said, I'm not inclined to trade the guy, but I'll listen. And if I traded him, here's what it would take. Even then, people were upset. And it's like, well, guys, here's the reality we live in. He's at his peak value now. And if you go to the offseason, his value will be less. If you go to in-season next year, the value will be lower again. And God help you if he's expiring. You'll end up getting a bag of pretzels like Milwaukee got for Corbin Burns. So the point I make is sign him. But there's an extreme cost to it. And I got made fun of for that.
Well, yeah, because, he's often injured. And what if you sign him for 10 years?
Well, again, okay, let's say it's not 10. Let's say you could do a deal where it was 5 at 220. Oh. And you give him an opt-out. So he could go and get another bite at the apple at age 32. The point I was making is the AAV is going to be about 40 a year. So just get it done. Mm-hmm. So that's, to me, priority one. But then it's about what am I putting around him?
Because the funny thing is, when you look at the price, the AAV, it's like you see the NFL quarterbacks.
It only goes up.
It's never going backwards. So today, it seems like a lot of money. Next year, you got a bargain.
But when you factor in that most of your players are paid in Home Depot hot dogs, it's not a lot of money. You are almost 90 million below league average payroll. I mean, it's just not even a conversation. You know when it's a conversation? If you're butted up against the luxury tax. Mm-hmm. Then all of a sudden we got to have different conversations. Right. Meanwhile, Toronto is about to dot Juan Soto with a 15-year commitment. Do I think it's bright? Probably not. But are they going to care in 15 years? They're trying to win a World Series. No. Because if they don't get us Juan Soto in town and they don't get Vladdy signed, they got to blow their whole franchise up.
Right. You know what he'll end up becoming in 15 years? He'll be their version of Miguel Cabrera. A guy that when you signed him and locked him up, it looked like a great thing, and you knew you were going to pay for it on the back end.
Right. You try to win. You try to win. I don't know. David, go ahead. Sorry.
The Tigers don't want to spend money? Well, cool. Neither do I. If I was A.J. Hinch, I would be upset as a manager. Give A.J. some veterans in the box. Give me a break. This is ridiculous. We deserve better as fans.
Here's what I will tell you. At the end of this offseason, if they don't make meaningful commitments and they don't add legitimate ball players, I'll actually start to blame A.J. Guys, A.J. is one of the best managers in the game. A.J. has a lot of say, a lot of pull. A.J., at a certain point, you're right. You got to put your foot down and go, guys, listen, I like roster flexibility. I also like talent. I mean, there's going to come a certain point where if they're not doing those things and you're not a voice of dissent, well, then you're enabling that behavior. But we'll see. We will let it play out, as John Jansen says.
Unfortunately, Tiger fans have to come to terms with the fact that they will be run like a small market team. We just have to believe that.
I'm not accepting that. And again, if you want to win a World Series, 29 of the last 30 years, top half payroll. Got to have it. It's non-negotiable.
Jason Benetti said it best. Free agents, where would you put them? I'm doomed for another 10-year postseason berth. Keith from Dearborn Heights.
You mean team propaganda defends team propaganda? Stunning.
Can't believe these guys are talking about potentially blocking our single-A prospects. Shaking my head.
No, listen.
That was the key line in the whole article that I read. You know how you look for that thing? Like, where is it? Where is it? There's Waldo. There it is.
Bingo. Somebody check on Gladys. I think she's got a bingo. All right, let's go to people. Warren, 97.1. Warren, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? Sorry about my voice, guys. I was a part of the takeover.
It's all right. You sound like you had a hell of a good time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Section 324, all Lions. But anyway, Sharon Moore. You said earlier when you were talking about James Franklin, nobody wants to deal with 8 years of that. I don't want to deal with another 8 minutes of it. Once you recognize in business, you recognize that there's a problem. This isn't going to work, and then you pivot. We have all recognized that there is a problem here, and it's time to pivot.
I understand that, but I mean, Warren, when we're talking about one season,
I guess because Warren, I don't want to put words in your
so
mouth.
Atrocious.
Do you feel like he could get better?
I feel like he could get better somewhere else. And he's at Michigan. You don't get Michigan is where you come as a finished product. You don't go to Michigan to get better. You go to Michigan because you are the best. You go to CMU to get better. You go to Bowling Green to get better. You step up to Cincinnati to get better. Not U of M. Not Michigan State, not Notre Dame, not big time programs. If we're gonna be big time, then you have to act like a big boy. You cheated like a big boy. Let's keep it rolling. You're throwing money out like a big boy. Act like a big boy. Get a real coach. He's not a real coach yet. And I don't, like David made the comment, as a black man, I want to root for him. But I also understand that he's not really the right guy for the job. And we need to get the right guy for the job. What should have happened with him is he should have went somewhere else and came back like Harbaugh did as the golden child. Can you imagine what would have happened if we picked somebody else, let them go through this nonsense of this NCAA investigation? He stays away from it. His name gets the time passes and it's not as big a deal. And he goes to a small program. He builds that program up, and he comes back. He's the new Harbaugh.
No, I mean, look, Warren, you're not wrong in what you're saying in principle. I don't disagree with it. I'm saying that once the man is hired here, you have to be very careful about after a year that Harbaugh leaves and he takes a coaching staff with you, that you would then get rid of the next guy and that staff. And by the way, that's before, and I don't know what's in it. I don't really care at this point. But the notice of allegations is due in 9 days. Now, this whole conversation changes if that paints Sharon in a certain light, or if let's say the program had a postseason ban. Well, then all of a sudden we're talking something different, because if you have a postseason ban, let me tell you something. Don't get rid of the guy who's there, because ain't nobody taking that job.
Right.
So on that level, I'm just in shock that people want to get rid of this guy. You could say you're concerned. You could say there are red flags. I agree with all of that. But firing him?
No, because I think some people might believe this is it. This is as good as he's going to be. You can extend him out and nothing. He won't get better.
All right, the Kenny Cott pizza. Listen, Kenny has had to eat his feelings with the Red Wings. They don't score goals. They're exceedingly boring to watch. So here's Kenny ordering a chicken and waffle pizza tonight. Why?
Georgia football.
Oh, that's terrible, Rico. And that is a penalty. I'm calling it. They're doing a chicken and waffle pizza. Do I find this offensive as an Italian? Absolutely, I do. But Hungry Howie's is here for people like Kenny as well. Chicken tender bites, waffle bits, maple syrup, because you can't put sauce on that. That would be ridiculous. Bottom line, Kenny will take a few bong rips tonight and knock out some chicken and waffle pizza while watching the Wings probably get blanked. So treat yourself. Grab a large pizza tonight, $15.99 at Hungry Howie's. Limited time only.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Jalen Duren is back for the Pistons tonight as they host the Heat. Duren has been sidelined the past 2 games with an ankle sprain, the same injury that will keep Jimmy Butler out for Miami. The game will be played on the new nearly all blue court that triggers the start of the NBA Cup. Miami is one of 4 other teams in Detroit's group, including the Bucks, Pacers, and Raptors. Group play will see them face each other once. Michigan State battles the number 1 team in the nation, Kansas, tonight on the hardwood. Both teams are 2-0 on the young campaign. Tip-off in just under an hour at 6:30. Former Red Wings GM Ken Holland has a new gig. He's been named a consultant within the NHL's hockey operations department. In case you missed it last night, Tarek Skubal was officially listed as a finalist for the Cy Young Award, while AJ Hinch is manager, up for Manager of the Year in the AL. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
Oh, hi there. So Northville Lumber, talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more or sells more Trex than Northville. Move enough product to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason they can do it. It's all in stock. It's all in their warehouse. Take the middleman right out of it. You don't have to worry about supply chain and shipping delays and nonsense. You go to Northville, you get the product you want, price you want it. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. So stop on in. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro, or you can call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, so before we wrap, I want to say something because we're going to go to Rieger, Pistons, Heat, the NBA Cup, or whatever it's called, starts tonight. Now, I'm being serious with you on something, all right? They are better. They just don't know how to win. Now, look, they're not getting drilled every night. And they get a 1-point loss to Charlotte. And they get the brutal loss to Houston. And they've and I know 1-point win against Atlanta. Guys, they're being competitive. They don't know how to win. But here's what's going to be interesting. And I know many a team, and certainly veteran ones, probably won't care about the NBA Cup. All right? The money doesn't mean enough. But for a team like the Pistons, where it has been eons since they have played for anything, you know what I'd like to see during this? No, I'm saying I want to see that it matters to them. Like, you can laugh and mock it and do whatever you want, but, dude, you got to walk before you can run. So the league has decided we're doing an in-season tournament. Yeah, Pistons have to be a team this matters. It has to be. I want to just see them try a little more, be a little bit more energetic. And, guys, obviously, I'm hard on the Pistons. They are better. I know they can't be worse, but they're playing competitive basketball. They are. I'm trying, man.
Have you seen the blue floor?
Yeah, that they lose me with these wacky. I mean, last year it was insane. I know they're more like, it makes more sense now where you're like, why are the Bulls on a purple court? This year, at least, it's team colors.
No, you're right. The bar is so low that they're competitive. You're not turning the game off at halftime.
No, they're not the Washington Generals, but they've got to go from playing competitive ball to being able to win these winnable games. And look, the in-season tournament, if other teams don't care, you should care. Why? We talked about this team. Guys, can they get in that range at 30 wins, 35 wins? Can they show progress in the win-loss column? Well, you got to go and show me here. It's supposed to be this thing where teams try, so try. I don't know. I don't have much, all right? And Kenny's team stinks. They're boring as all get out. Hey, Jeff.
Sorry for the snort. That was pretty funny, though. How you guys doing?
Great. All right, so here, hold on. Here's what I want. Before you patronize us, just yay or nay, did you hear our discussion about the Tigers, Scott Harris, the Petzold article?
I did, and I was going to do that myself. I think it centers all around Tarek Skubal, and it's all very perplexing. They have three options, and all of them seem like they're trying to avoid. So we'll get into it, but absolutely, I think when you read that article, I think a lot of people read it as, okay, you're not going to get Bregman. They're not interested in long-term contracts. They want a one-year pitcher again, which is fine because they're pretty good in that realm, but it seems like this team is going to look a heck of a lot like last year's team.
Yeah. We're going to need you to go ahead and come in on Sunday. Yeah, it's like Office Space is what it felt like.
Yes. I do have a question for you guys.
Sure. Yeah.
Now, how locked in will you be in about 30 minutes from now to see Hunter Dickinson in year 10 against your basketball team?
Rico's all in.
I'm watching. Evan's watching. Mike's
How
not
old is
watching.
he?
Hunter? This
35.
I think
mentally or physically?
Is he getting Medicare yet?
He has officially run out of eligibility after this year.
Oh, is this – wow.
He
That's
cannot
big
come
news.
back. Well, you know what? Unless he gets hurt.
It might be background noise for me in the second half. I don't know. No juice with MSU hoops.
All I know is I hate your team, as you know. I root against Michigan State as much as I can, but I also hate Hunter Dickinson, so I'm truly conflicted about this basketball
Because
team.
he left you?
Save yourself the pain. Just watch Cooper Flagg a little later in the night. That's who everyone's tanking for. I'm more
Or
interested
the
in that.
Pistons Heat. Yeah.
I'll flip that on. I'm not going to lie to you. The Pistons have played competitive ball. I got to see them in the fourth quarter win some of these games. Cade has got to be better.
I would agree. I would agree. And a huge game. I mean, they're already getting packed down here at Little Caesars Arena, boys.
Bro, it's the
They're ready
in-season
for this
tournament.
in-season
I mean,
tournament.
come on. It's going to be crazy.
Kind of fun, right?
Listen,
kind of exciting.
Hey, you got to walk before you can run. You know what? It should matter to this team, right? They haven't had a lot to play for. Play for this. Like, go out and, I don't know, do something. Otherwise, what the hell's the point?
Crazy thing is, it seems like it does matter to this team.
Good.
You know, the Pistons games I've watched, it seems like, I mean, maybe it's easy considering what last year was. The buy-in factor is a hell of a lot more than it was.
Including from the head coach who doesn't have buyer's remorse after 10 minutes here. Yes. All right, Rieger's next. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow at 2, 97.1.